yet?
Right, we
Right.
are live.
We are live. Welcome this evening, everybody, to our show this evening, which is going to be a discussion about flat, square Earth. We're waiting for a couple of people to join, Dave, Marsh, Anna, and Artez. But with us so far, we have Billy, we have Darren Nesbit, Dee, Mike, Frankie, Series, and me. So, Billy, about yourself, we may as well do it, and then we'll just go down the line, and then we'll start our.
Yes, thank you very much. This is an excellent opportunity to discuss a very important topic within the Flat Earth community. Yeah, I've been in Flat Earth for about 3 years now. Obviously, I started off with the NASA being a hoax, and I came off of heliocentrism and started examining the geocentric model of the universe. However, I still believed in the globe and that the sun was 93 million miles away. I went to people like Malcolm Baldwin. He does a really excellent job of explaining Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, the Sagnac, Airy's failure, refuting the theory of relativity. He believes in a stationary geocentric Earth. However, he still believes that the Earth is a globe. After that, one of my daughter's friends said to me, you know, the Earth could possibly be flat. So I started off with people like Mark Sargent, Eric Dubay, and started researching and realized that the Earth was flat indeed. I then, went to Amazon, bought a Gleason's map. I read Samuel Rothenbaum's Parallax, The Earth is Not a Globe, as well as Gleason's book, and was absolutely convinced that the Earth A&E projection circling Sun and the Moon model was the correct model. After being on several hangouts with several different people, including people that believed in cellular Earth, hollow Earth, as well as the concave, and the globe, I started to realize that the sun and circling sun and moon weren't lining up. As far as day and night, as far as the March and September equinoxes, and we were discussing in a panel the other night how the model on the circular A&E map, no matter how you draw it, can never show the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time in the day or the night. Now we visibly see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. So during a full moon on the A&E map, the moon would be 180 degrees opposite of the sun. You can draw a circle around the sun from the North Pole to the Arctic Ring, and the moon is 180 degrees opposite of that, and there is no moon in the sunlight, meaning that the moon and sun are linear, not on a circle. So these are just a few things we're going to discuss tonight. We have Mike Helmick, who is very familiar with free energy's work, as well as Darren Nesbit. We have Demeter Rijn, who is known as Series. He'll be discussing these topics. He has his own model where he has brought it up to the 7th dimension. We believe that the Earth is multidimensional, meaning hyperdimensional sky, meaning more than 3 dimensions. And this is how someone can see their local sun everywhere they are on the Earth. The sun is directly above your head. How is this possible? It's possible for a 4-dimensional looping star. We believe that this is known as the Pac-Man model, that the sun, moon, and stars loop continuously from east to west. And that's what we see. We see the sun with our eyes visibly travel in a straight line. We believe that the equator, the Tropic of Cancer, and the tropic of Capricorn are also in a straight line. And this is why...
Oh. Billy, do you think, because we've got 10 people, can I just
no
stop
problem.
you there? Just
Absolutely.
like in a minute, because we've got all the people. We've got to go through
Somebody
the people,
else take over. Absolutely.
Sorry. Darren. Darren?
That's
Hi,
not
Dave.
Fair. That's not fair. I was on the end.
Oh, you're not on the end on mine?
I'm only kidding. That was a great introduction, actually. As I said, I've been pretty ill over the last couple of days. But I'm really glad you've got this bunch of people together, because a lot of people just seem to like the Flat Earth Club, and they're not really truth seekers. If something doesn't work, they'll just say, well, it doesn't fit our model, so we're going to reject evidence. And I like the fact that all these people here are far more interested in the truth than belonging to any club. We want to find out exactly how it works. And the point is, bring people out of the globe. And you can't do that if you've got a false model that doesn't work. And I've tried to explain it to people that I don't know if you've ever looked at the opposition, if anybody's ever done opposition research, but if you've ever gone to any of the debunking videos, which have 10 or 15 times many views as anything Eric Dubay does, who's probably the biggest voice in Flat Earth. They have 12, 14, 15 million views. And most of the time, they don't defend NASA very much. They don't defend what we know about. All they do is attack the straw man model. And I'm just going to leave you with this, because it was a comment on, funnily enough, a compilation I did of Free Energy's work, and I just want to read you this comment. This model is obviously not mine, but this model is a decoy to make the notion of flat Earth appear all the more ridiculous to the sheeples. He's used that word. I think problem is most flat Earth believers believe that model, but it just doesn't work. How can you be sailing around the disk without having to turn left or right? Same goes for flying. It's silliness. How do you explain the South Celestial Pole, the fact that the sun moves in a straight line at the equator? Exactly what Billy just says. So, okay, I'll stop now.
Oh, anyway, thank you, Darren. So next one's Dave Marsh on my list. Dave, do you want to say hello and just explain a little bit about yourself?
Hiya, are you all okay? Nice to meet you all.
Oh, the microphones, you sound like a Dalek, Dave.
Is that better?
Yeah, as if your signal is speeding up. That's enough.
Yeah, okay. It might just break up a little bit because I've got my missus on downstairs on the phone line, so she's got connected to Wi-Fi. So
Dave, we can't really hear you. Should we come back to you in a minute?
Okay, but I'm just going to say, Dave, it often sorts itself out when you just close the whole thing down and re-go in. The mic comes back. So try that.
Come back, Dave.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thank you. I'll come back to Dave. My next person is Anna. Hello, Anna. How are you?
Einer.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
How are you?
It's you.
Awesome to be here. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Yes.
Sorry for being late, by the way.
That's okay. Do you want to explain a little bit about yourself? You know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm an actor and filmmaker, and one night I realized the Earth was flat, and I pretty much got a consciousness shift, and it's been a crazy ride ever since.
Yes.
Great, isn't it?
Great ride.
I mean, yeah, it goes
stop.
up and down, man.
Because of the resistance.
Yes, and because it fucks so much with your. Can I swear on this show?
Oh,
Is it on?
well, we try not to. But...
It fudges with your ordinary life so much, and your career, whatever that may be, completely shattered.
Flat Earther.
Well, yeah, even for yourself, like you realizing the Earth is flat. Actually, for me, and I imagine for everyone, it shatters your whole
paradigm.
Your old life. So now you're like, who am I? What am I supposed to do now? Like, do I still make movies? Am I still an actor? Is that even important anymore? If the Earth is flat, because what is beyond Antarctica? Like, I gotta know, because
I'd be interested to know, I know, were you aware of other deceptions in the world already? Are you aware of the deception of false flag terrorism and the fraudulent banking system and all that? Are you aware of all that? You know,
yeah. I think that's why it was easier for me to come into this, to accept that information, the flat Earth information, was because I already was a big conspiracy buff, if that's the right word. And I've always looked at mysterious, things since I was a child, that normal people didn't talk about, like UFOs, aliens. Like I was always fascinated with UFOs and alien abductions and stuff like that, and that naturally went to stuff like 9/11, the big bankers, the pedophilia networks, all that crazy shit that's going on. So it naturally, of course, it was easier for me to accept something so crazy like flat Earth, because I already knew all the crazy shit that was fudge that was going on in the world.
It's still like waking up all over again, though, isn't it? It's like waking up to false flags all over again.
Yeah, I thought I knew every conspiracy. I was like, wait, what? The Earth being flat? Like that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Like I never expected
thing, but it was. Yeah.
In essence, you actually discover the why of it all. You can eat the whole cake of lies in that sense, and all the whole conspiracy cake, but never realize the real why. And then you come across the cherry of flat Earth, and those who are meeting the cherry before they actually eat anything of the cake, they will choke on it. That's all.
Hey, can I just
preparation,
everybody, and then we'll get into this discussion, because we've got quite a few people still to go through, and you can everybody say their bit. Dee, do you want to just say hello?
Hello.
Dee's in the chat room, and then we go to Mike. Hello, Mike. How are you?
Super, fantastic. How are you?
A little bit about yourself.
Just Christian, pastor to church, teach scriptures, been teaching the Word of God for 20 years now, I guess. I got into flat Earth when Christian was watching healing. I'm very much a faith type teacher of the Word. I believe in laying hands on the sick in the name of Jesus. I've seen miracles. God's used me in miracles. So I'm watching this guy on YouTube, healing people, and then he mentions that the Earth is flat. Of course, I thought he was crazy, shut him off. But to it, I read scriptures, and I'm reading verses like Ecclesiastes 1:5, where the sun rises, sets, and hastens back to its place. Mm-hmm. And then I'm thinking, wait a minute, sun don't do that. we fly around the sun 67,000 miles an hour. How's the sun do that? And I think that's where it started for me. I realized the scripture that I doesn't depict anything like we're told in school. But we're talking about the azimuthal equidistance, at least in the projection type maps here. And so I don't want to get too much into how I got to this place, but I realized about a year and a half ago that as cool as the azimuthal equidistance looks, I mean, it looks great on t-shirts, coffee mugs. I mean, it's a cool looking map. As cool as it is, it doesn't match scripture for me. And then the other thing that there's a problem with, we have a lot of physical observable issues with the map, such as the UTM grid system. Now, Free Energy uses the transverse Mercator projection simply, not because he believes that's the Earth map. Obviously, we have problems with sizes in Greenland and some other things, but the UTM grid laid over that map is 100% correct. GPS works. I mean, I can find McDonald's right there at their doorstep with the same grid and coordinates, using GPS. And the other thing is, you look at countries like Africa, and then South America, and you count these grid boxes all the way across the oceans, and the numbers match, and the grid boxes are the same size. And so we cannot circumvent the UTM grid system. And I've asked people, I won't mention some flat earthers' names, but I went to the so-called big guys. I said, hey, you want the AE map? I need this grid debunked. And it can't be debunked. And then we got David Marsh is telling me some things, about the moon, the way slows down south of the equator. Well, that thing's got to travel around 38,000 miles of ice wall to work, and it just doesn't work. And then I got pilot data from Mike Gwynn. He's a QF-27 pilot. He originally posted on metabug.org. He was debunking the azimuthal equidistance map, the map we get the snot beat out of us over. And that's what the map is. It was a great idea back in Zetic Flat Earth. They needed something, but today, and flat earthers are taking a pound. And I've seen some from 2 years ago. I've seen some prevalent flat earthers leave. You know, Tiger Dan 925. I'm sure we all remember him. And jump ship over this map and give up. And we don't need to give up. We need to keep researching. There's no curvature rate of the Earth. And we need to figure out what it is. And right now, what it's looking like is like Scripture says, in Psalm 19, the sun runs across Earth to the end of heaven. It resets back to his tabernacle. So we're looking at quantum teleportation. We're looking at what CERN feeds us. And here's the thing, people. If CERN is feeding us a fourth dimension where gravity resides and gravitons travel back and forth, and NASA is feeding you portals on both ends of the poles, there's something to it. They're telling us something. And that's what they're feeding us. And the Earth is actually, would be better explained by quantum mechanics than it would by a physical heliocentric or a physical flat Earth azimuthal equidistance model. I'm done.
Thank you, Mike, for that. Do you just want to say hello? Frankie? Right, we'll go past Frankie. Dave, you're back. Do you want to say hello again and just explain a little bit about yourself or how you got here? And
Yes, can you hear me okay?
much better.
Yeah, I've turned the Wi-Fi off downstairs, so it should be better now. Yeah, I'm Dave Marsh. I started the group Flatline, and I've also got a YouTube channel of the same name. I've been into flat Earth about, I'd say, 18 months. I started, like majority of people, looking at the circle map, and it wasn't until I actually had a bit of a debate with Darren over it, actually, over the actual model, that I said to myself, right, I'm going to prove this and prove it right. So, and that's why I started with the moon race experiments, basically timing the moon and matching it up with meridian crossings. And what I found out is that when it left the Tropic of Cancer, it actually sped up. And before I'd actually done the actual final reading on the Tropic of Capricorn, I thought, oh, this fits the circle model. This is perfect. It's all going right. Yeah, I'm going to have an answer to come back to this. But the strange thing was, at the time, when I did the third recording on the Tropic of Capricorn, it slowed down. Now, I left that video inconclusive at the time, but what I wanted to do to myself, I wanted to see why it was slowing down. And if you watch my Moon Race 2 video, you see I probably have a good answer for that. Whether it's the right answer, I don't know. But like I say, that's the reason what's put me to where I am today. And obviously, I need to be looking at other options. And the square map at the current time, multidimensional, is looking probably more likely so. So that's about it from me. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Dave. And then the last person is Ceres. Ceres, do you want to say a little bit about yourself and how you got here?
Yeah, well, basically began with a Facebook group somewhere where I came across a flat Earth posting, and yeah, actually never thought about the idea of the Earth being flat to begin with, and that began the journey. And my first problem was the whole south area with that circle thing, and I came across an Eric Dubé's forum or something. I got in there and I asked that particular question to how do you solve that problem. And then I got banned, and in a way I had such a thing, well, yeah, leave it, you know. And then later on I came across Santos Bonacci's work, So 3-4 months, only his material, and then he got into the flat Earth at some point, and that brought me back to the flat Earth. And then I came across the Free Energies material, and that actually explained the south area. And yeah, from there I began actually searching in the fourth dimensional sense. And yeah, it was really hard on Facebook to even mention a square because yeah, that eventually caused me to being blocked from the group Karen was on, and through another admin who was working on a map they were working on. And later she actually invited me back, and from there the idea was developed that when you have these sun and moon recordings, you need something to actually display this in, to actually make sense of that. And being a programmer and web builder, etc., the idea was to actually start a website and record all this in. And through the website, Web Animator, I have a Google Maps application. I actually discovered the rest of how the stuff of the photographic dimensions actually work. And I think that's just a solution on the actual map problems Free Energy still had. Or I don't know, it's the normal GPS map is what we are used to see. And that's actually the first transformation of the latitudinal distances. So the first step to they use is to destroy the latitude distances already before you actually make a ball or a circle from that. And that's what I discovered mainly. And there's way more data beyond the square, what we see on the photograph. And even there I can't see how there is an edge in reality other than there is an edge in data. And that's all I find, that there is only an edge in data. So far, I'm running into infinities actually. Well, yeah, that brought me to the whole infinity and finite problem in how do you translate that in how you can perceive this and how you have your personal perception of this all. And yeah.
Is this infinity north or south, or is this infinity east or west, or both?
It's both finite and infinite in east, west, and north, south direction. It's
okay. I would just okay. Thank you.
You can go forever around the circle, but when you the circle, you actually have a finite length, and that's how it works. It's a combination of finite and infinite as a circle together. And then
well, Admiral Byrd, right? Admiral Byrd stated in our next war, planes will be coming over both poles.
Sorry?
And we have a very both poles, and we have a very, very large under ice sub base in McMurdo, which Google Images, Robert Bassano busted that out. And before I could get to it, they removed the images. They're guarding something, because it strategically doesn't, I mean, the South Pole, strategically doesn't make any sense to guard the South Pole at McMurdo in that area with so many nuclear subs. But according to Admiral Byrd, you can fly over both poles. That's what he claimed. And then there's no more information from that. So that's why I was interested in what you said, your observation.
Yeah, through the elevation data, I discovered that they practically hide through a special wave formula what they use for the GPS, the actual imagery, X and Y coordinates. There's a translation in that you have this one-on-one latitude longitude, where you keep the longitude on the same size, but the latitude gets stretched into 3 squares. And that's the complete 90 degrees up and minus 90 degrees down. And it creates a complete extra square, which means that there is a complete world above and a complete world below. And that's only probably the barriers between where the whole firmament rests between the realms, in that you have a realm beyond that square as well. Through Flower of Life, I discovered there is a particular pattern in that you have an east-west looping in only one square, but in north-south sense, you need at least 26 squares to finish the complete circle. And that creates actually the heaven and earth, as well as a father and a mother. As father in heaven and mother, the earth as being the womb out of where creation comes, and we actually can be witnesses of that within creation.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do on the east of New Zealand. I'm not hearing all the reports and anomalies in the North Pacific, but east of New Zealand. So you're saying if there is a portal, it's probably not in a straight line, like straight down. It's probably staggered some by the grid system. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, free energy shows a straight line portal.
Yeah.
At the end of the UTM grid. Is that straight line might not be straight line? That's what I suspect. I suspect it may be diagonal or something.
Diagonal?
That's what I was asking.
I figured so far you have actually to work with two things, and that's the square and the circle. The square seems to be the spatial dimension in where everything can happen, but the hyperdimensional nature is the looping of space of north, south, east, west, and those are the circles.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
If you want to actually express it in a three-dimensional sense, you have to close down the circles to actually go beyond the rest into the higher dimensions.
Right.
And because we have still the what is the up-down, on where I'm still thinking about how to actually express it within the three-dimensional construct to actually see the levels.
Right, and Free Energy's looked at that. He realizes that the portal may run a little bit differently along that UTM grid, just based on more observations. But
yes,
it's there.
So through city grids and buildings who are actually aligned on the east, west, north, south direction all over the world, that it actually doesn't matter on which longitude you are, you're always in a parallel sense pointing to the same parallel direction. And that parallel direction is always, in northern sense, the Polaris point. You will always see Polaris point exactly in the same parallel direction on the actual grid of how the square is actually a grid, that you can't even deviate from the direction.
Okay, awesome.
Can
I got some physical evidence.
It's kind of, you're always in the middle of the north and south, and as well as in east and west. And you're just.
Can I just say something before we go on? Please do excuse me. Frankie went to get a drink. Frankie, will you say hello now that you're back? Because she's sitting on the panel.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. Yes, sorry about that.
Okay, so I've interrupted everything.
No problem.
Anyway, carry on now.
Go on, Einar, did you want to say something?
On me?
Yeah, you were going to say something.
I was going to say something. Yeah. Sorry. I just wanted to say that I think it's really pointless and never ending. It's a never ending loop to talk about our reality in a theory while sitting behind a computer. I think what every flat earther in this world should do is try to organize an expedition over Antarctica. That's the only thing we should be doing, not theorize about, what this world is while not even physically, because we are in physical bodies. We should go there and explore and see what the fudge is going on. Not, I think this is an endless loop. That's my
Yeah, so far I'm not working with discussions. I'm gathering data.
Right, but we can't. I think it's dangerous to try to. I think this is how we got into this mess in the first place. Is scientists gathering data, doing, you know, like Tesla said, doing these endless equations that have nothing to do with reality. You know, how do I know that your dimensional reality, what you're talking about, is even true? Nobody's ever seen it. We have to go and explore physically to understand what this world is.
Well, if I might interject, you see our reality every day. You've been trained and programmed ever since you've been born into this world, believing that you live in a three-dimensional universe. Now hold on one second and follow me a little bit. You can go outside during daylight hours and you can see a sun that is visibly over your head. Okay? Everyone has a sun over their head. How is that possible that the sun can be in multiple locations all at the same time, all across our flat plane? All right? We have localized sun, localized moons. Now just follow me for a minute. This is observational evidence. You can visibly see craters with your own two eyes in a moon. That means that projection of the moon is only miles away in your sky. All right? And what the problem is that we got off the globe programming, and the first thing we're introduced into the flat earth community is the circular A&E map model. And this is what we're trying to point out. We want people to investigate all our models. For example, Mr. Thrive and Survive just came out with a video stating that no matter what model that you have, there's the supernatural, that God is involved. For example, the globe. What makes the globe spin 24 hours a day, 1,000 miles an hour, 7 days a week? Okay, in the circular A&E map model, what makes the sun and the moon circle every day? What keeps them up there? What? So there's a supernatural creative force. Some call it God, the Most High, the divine intervention, a divine designer, whatever, involved in this. Okay, so it's not really. If you were to believe that you're an internal spiritual light being, and that was kept hidden from you from birth, and that you're nothing but pond scum, relative, that your ancestors were monkeys, okay, that everything just happened coincidentally, bang, big bang, out of the universe, and all came together on some happenstance and some coincidence and some circumstance, all lines up. It's hard to get what we're saying right now. So if you get back to say, yeah, how is that possible? How can the sun be present all over this earth right now in a three-dimensional sky? That's because the sky is hyperdimensional, meaning the Bible says, whether you believe in the Bible or not, the scripture says that the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. So there's something that goes on up in the sky that we can't fully understand, but once you start looking into it, you can look at the sky and know that there's something up there supernatural. And that's all we're trying to bring forward.
Awesome. I mean, I agree. I totally agree that we don't have, like, the azimuthal equidistant map is not a right representation of our world. I agree. We don't have a map. All maps are wrong. But I also, like, imagine if somebody who didn't know anything about flat Earth came into this hangout all of a sudden to try to figure out what, you know, if maybe they're not sure. Maybe like, okay, maybe I'll take a look at this flat Earth thing, right? And then they come in here and they hear all this talk about dimensions and portals and the Bible, and it's very like, wait, whoa. It feels to me like if I would have happened to be here the first time I heard about flat Earth, I would have been like, okay, not touching that, you know, because I think we need to. I think, do you know what I mean? I think
has its function, that people actually need to realize that it doesn't move and that it is flat.
But where's
And
your scientific method? Is
Conquer
it repeatable? Have you proven this with repeatable evidence?
Yeah,
Yes.
I know. That's what Dave Marsh's moon races were about. Okay. On the circle model, whichever version of it you prefer, the Tropic of Cancer is.
I don't prefer any of them.
No, okay, you know, I'm saying one prefer. But the Tropic of Cancer is a lot smaller than the equator, and then the equator is a lot smaller than the Tropic of Capricorn. Yeah, it's actually 1.7 times bigger. The Tropic of Capricorn is 1.7 times longer than the Tropic of Cancer. Okay. Now, and there's something else interesting about Dave's results as well. Now, basically, what he found twice, yeah, is that the moon is slowest over both tropics, and it's 6% faster over the equator. Now, it's funny because I never said anything. Yeah, obviously there are people who've been observing the moon for a long time, and if you go and do a bit of research, you'll see that although they give a different reason and different times, which this also might be a great debunking of the ball. Sorry, what I was going to say was known astronomy. Yeah, known astronomers say the moon changes its speed by up to 12%. It speeds up 6%, down 6%, but it's fastest at the equator. Absolute observable proof that we live in an Earth of two equal halves. That the equator's in the middle and they're equal opposite. We know well. I've done a lot of research to it. The daylight hours are equal 6 months apart, north and south. I know a lot of flat earthers deny because the leaders deny that there's no 24-hour Antarctic daylight. But even if there's not 24-hour, is there 20-hour? Is there 18-hour? How many hours are you going to allow? But the point is that I agree with you 100%. This is scientific observational proof that the circle model doesn't work because the moon doesn't speed up 70% faster over Capricorn than it does Cancer, which it has to do. It must do that if the circle model is correct. It's got the same, it has the same time to get round, but obviously a hell of a lot more distance to get round. Now, the other interesting thing about this is it also shows, and exactly what I think Ceres was saying, and Mike, about free energies, square cutoff for the edges, for the doors, should we say. Again, it's more likely, therefore, to be rhomboid or parallelogram or something like that, because again, the moon has to go fastest over the equator if the equator is the longest line, and it does. It's known. It's you know what I mean. It's an observable fact. And again, people can, like Dave Marsh did. He went out and did experiments for himself, but it only backed up exactly what is known astronomy. You know what I mean? It's exactly what people observe. So it not only crushes the circle model, but it also gives us an indication that the edges of the Earth, if you like, are probably not straight. They are more, the corners, if you like, aren't on the top and the bottom. They might well be, in the middle. The east and west points are the furthest points. Is everybody following me on that?
Interesting.
Yeah,
this is all new to me, so I'm trying to. Yeah,
it's okay. At least you're here and you're well. We hit this every single day, trying to ask people just to examine the current model that's being promoted throughout the flat Earth community and the big channels, to stop and think a little bit, and that's all we're asking you to do. We don't want you to believe anything. Of course, if you're spiritual, we can offer empirical evidence, spiritual evidence. This model that we're trying to bring forward does have spirituality involved, and maybe that's why you would have to believe in a God and believe in this model, really. So no atheist.
I do.
So,
may I add something? Can I add something?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I give you permission.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I agree with you 100%. We need physical evidence, no doubt. I've studied flight routes now for a long time. It's on my channel. Flight routes are correct, actually, and I got information from a QF-27 pilot. That's the Sydney to Santiago run. His name Mike Gwynn. Answered all my questions, gave me cockpit data directly from a 747-400. He's the captain of that airplane, and the models are correct. And all he was doing is he was debunking the azimuthal equidistance projection map. And when I took that away from him, and I started asking him questions, well, what strange things are going on east of New Zealand? Because I'm getting a lot of reports here. And that's when I can't talk to, he wouldn't talk to me about that. But here's the thing, Operation Fishbowl, flat earthers say, well, they were finding the dome, we're trying to poke holes in this balloon thing up there. But if you actually read Operation Fishbowl, and I'll just read a section of it, the aurora is associated with high altitude nuclear explosions, especially the auroras that appeared almost instantaneously far away from the explosion in the opposite hemisphere were not clearly understood. Is there any way I can share my screens with this?
Like a double polarity there.
Is there a thing to share screens?
Yeah, you go to the top. You go to the top right. You should be able to see 3 little dots, and down there there'll be a box for you to go. You should be able to share.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little green box with a white arrow.
I got it. I don't know if anybody could see my screen here.
Yep.
Can you see?
Awesome.
Okay, so these tests were had taken place in 2 places, right on the UTM grid system. So there are specific places. They could have done these tests anywhere. They were taken on Johnston Island and the South Corrugate region. And what they're finding, and this is why I'm interested in serious observations too of this portal. And what they're find is that these auroras, what they were looking for is auroras teleporting from one hemisphere to the other. They're just teleporting. And when Daz was talking about, the moon speeds up along the equator and it slows down on either side. Well, there's something about the equator center and something about what they're observing. They're checking out portals here for Operation Fishbowl that we still need to understand. But that's what they were looking for in Operation Fishbowl. They were looking for the portals.
Wow.
And they weren't looking for a dome. Nothing in there about trying to break through a dome. The other interesting thing is Duga. Is anybody familiar with Duga radar array? Duga is a radar station set up in Russia. It's located near Chernobyl. It's been there for years. It covers the western half of the United States over the North Pacific Ocean. Russia has never had any radar covering the North Pole. Why? Because they're not expecting anything to come over the North Pole. Just recently, Russia has built a station to cover the North Pole. And this is it here. And to be honest, it looks more like a tourist facility than it does a radar station. It looks like
science.
Someplace you'd go and just visit. We have the DEW line. This is early warning line that covers the North Pole. But examining flight routes, nothing crosses North Pole Center, nothing crosses South Pole Center. We want to know why. Why we're discussing, if you're curious about, why this extra-dimensional portals talk, that's why we're discussing it, because the Earth has no curvature rate at 8 inches per mile squared, rate, and the azimuthal equidistance is physically wrong, then it has to be something else. And that's what we're looking
at. So can we know before we go to Antarctica and actually go and see what happens when we keep going?
Is there any way I can just share screen off?
You need to be
That's my point.
Traveling 25,000 miles over snow land.
Yeah. I think that's the only solution to actually find out what we're living on is just keep going and see what happens.
We'd love to.
So I think we should.
You're like.
We need to get the community together and try to do that somehow. I have no idea how, but we need to do that. That's my opinion.
You're like the people from Missouri, the show me state. People have to see it with their own. Well, the thing is, I mentioned this on a hangout the other night. I believe that Noah built an ark just as it's recorded in the Bible. I don't have to see it to believe it.
Okay.
There's people that know the true model. Believe me, our governments and everything know exactly the shape of the earth. That's why they deliberately, purposely lie and mislead you in every direction. All right? We were discussing the other night, there's probably land to the north, okay? But they're more concentrated on the south. And if they're trying to discover portals, maybe they're trying to get their final game plan down, like it says, preparing for the Battle of Armageddon, like it's spoken in the Bible. just don't want to come to grips. That's okay with me. You can believe it or not. It sounds like it's way out there, but not really. And to a grip with your own self that you've been created by a higher intelligence, and that you have something inside your body running this whole system, something very complex, and it's a spirit. The body, you die. Where does that spirit reside? It resides in another dimension, wherever God is. That's where it comes from. God resides in another dimension.
Amen.
So.
Yeah, it's no more crazy than what NASA and CERN are feeding everyone. Okay, CERN claims gravity is not actually in our dimension. And gravitons travel back and forth between our dimension and the fourth dimension. And NASA claims both poles have portals on them. Claims that the poles, both poles' weather systems are teleconnected because a lot of people see the exact same weather patterns over both poles. And so I'm kind of wondering, ask free energy, is there only one pole situated wrong? And he said he didn't believe that was the case, but these are things we're looking at because the sciences are also claiming some crazy stuff. And so when we say, hey, they're checking out portals in Operation Fishbowl, hey, Admiral Byrd said that both planes fly over both poles in the next war. And when NASA's feeding us portals on both ends of the pole, and CERN's talking about fourth dimension where the real gravity is, I don't think it's real far-fetched when we're taking some of what they're saying, because a little bit of it's true. Correlate that with a Earth that has no curvature rate, knowing that the azimuthal, equidistant, or Gleason, or any projection map is wrong. And that's all we're doing.
What do you think about Eric Dubay calling you shills?
I love Eric, and I have none against Eric. I think he does some amazing work. That's what I have to say about Eric.
I'm still waiting for my turn to be called a shill.
Yeah. And I back Eric up, and even though he's a little antisocial, well, everybody has issues, but I love Eric.
Yeah, I love him. It's fascinating how even the flat Earth community can be divided. You know what I mean? It's very fascinating.
Well, yeah, it's a Christian, non-Christian thing.
Right.
That's like way off. That's a whole other thing.
Particular function to divide us, because it's the chaos bringer, and the ball is the control. It's the control chaos game here, what they play on us in this whole projectional stuff, and where you actually put the photographic reality together, then you see that it's just none of it all. They just only transform that into a projection and then make you think that is the reality. But when you actually zoom into the detail of your own empirical environment, it's completely destroyed. So, and then when you take the actual UTM format, what is the UTM format, not in the latitude longitude 101, but in the XY 101, what makes the actual square? When you take the UTM map, the A, B, and the Y, Z blocks are on top and on the bottom, and those are the actual hidden squares beyond. So in a way, they know actually it's there on the military level, but they use the 101 latitude longitude projection as the main picture. But when you actually get into the squares themselves, they become that particular perfect square, and then the extra two squares on top and on the bottom.
I think a lot of it comes down to, and yes, we want to do more discovery and more science and stuff, but it's the question Ball Earth has asked us. Why are they lying about Earth being a ball in outer space? What's their end game? What's their end plan here?
Well, it's not really God they hide, because God is advertised here, etc., etc. If you ask me, the only thing they hide is our actual reality, in a sense, that they only hide us from ourselves.
I honestly think it's a lot more than that, because the Bible says, and it's not like just the Bible says, every conspiracy theorist knows they're going to have a one world government. They're going to have, you know, everybody microchipped, or it might not be a microchip, might just be a tattoo, and, you know, a little chip tattoo that you put on instead of your smartphone, whatever. You know, there's going to be, it doesn't mean they're going to get rid of all the nations, but everybody will be under control of one person, one hierarchy. Now, people say, oh, who's the Antichrist? You know, I think it's a Jew or a Jewish Muslim or a Christian Jew or whatever it is. But no human or no regular human is going to be able to unite the world like that. They must come from, and this is a big inverted commas, outer space. NASA are so on it. They're looking for, you know, exoplanets and everything else, and people will believe it once it happens. You know, step by step, sometime next decade, early next decade, first contact with an alien or whatever, or they'll just show up one day. I don't know, but they will. People again think the one world government is going to be some kind of Nazi jackboot. You know, take this chip, or no, people will want it. They are going to. It's going to be after a big heavy war in the Middle East that's going to affect the whole world. And people are going to be tired of fighting and all the rest of it. There's going to be no little food about. Oil prices go through the roof. It's going to be desperate times. And all of a sudden, alien spaceships are going to appear out the sky and say, brothers and sisters, we've come to stop you destroying yourselves. You know, it's now time for us to step in. And, you know, we came here a long time ago, as they've been pre-programmed. We came here a long time ago to seed everybody. I mean, even Richard Dawkins, Mr. Big Evolution, as you probably know, admitted in one interview, well, yeah, he might actually be some alien that seeded us and you know, move the genetics of monkeys on. So I see the whole world, or I see the whole deception as pointing towards that. Satan's the deceiver. He's not you know, he is evil and wicked and violent and all the rest of it, but he's a deceiver. So it's going to be, you're going to get free energy. You're going to get universal basic income. You're going to get, you know, whatever. I mean, everything everybody's ever wanted. It'll solve the problems, bring peace to the world, etc., etc. But only if you worship the head alien. I could call him an alien. Yeah. It's going to be. I'll finish now. But it's going to be an ET being of light. They're going to look beautiful. They're going to be shining and radiant, and people are going to be awestruck, and they're going to perform miracles and heal the sick and cure cancer and all these things that we know we can do anyway because they cause them in the first place. But it's just a great big setup. And it's really important, I think. That, you know, sometimes people forget about the flat. Forget, you know, okay, yeah, you know, maybe that's what I was saying. I don't know, but it's like, you know, we're getting into the models. It's good to do that. Truth seeking is never bad. Finding more out about the world is never a bad thing. But I think keeping the whole thing in perspective of what the rulers have planned, why the occult societies have set up the way they have and have ruled the world and have got everybody believing in this crazy spinning ball in outer space. There's only one reason for it, so they can pretend that the demons that arrive and Satan and all his minions are going to be our saviors, you know, our long lost, you know, progenitors from outer space.
I agree 100% with that.
They themselves. I mean, we are. Sorry, go on.
I
agree 100%. Oh, go ahead.
Go back to what Darren was saying about the observable, measurable, repeatable, really, because what I actually did in my experiment as well, I included all the data so people can actually go and have a look for themselves and see the issues. Yeah, so it's not like I'm just saying it from my point of view. I'm actually saying, you know what, look at the data, what I've supplied, and tell me if you can actually debunk it. Because, to be honest, if you look at the comments on my video, there's not one person who says that's wrong. You know what I mean? All the views it's had on Facebook and all the views it's had on YouTube, not one person says you're wrong, blah 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 blah. Yeah. There's been no comeback on that video whatsoever as about recording the actual speed of the moon, because I backed it up with the data from the meridian passing, which can't be hidden. Yeah, when the moon's in south, and if you record it on the following night and you time that gap between, yeah, you've got yourself like a target, you know what I mean, to work to. And that's what I did on all the 3 occasions when the moon was on the tropics and on the equator, and I backed it up with the data. And I didn't only just back it from the data from the UK as well, I backed from the data from New Zealand and Ecuador. And what you'll find is the meridian passings are all same in all locations throughout all lunar months. It doesn't change. It's a
Right.
constant
Yeah.
cycle, and it's
Yeah.
all the same.
Right. Yeah.
That's right, Des. 100%. VOR works too, by the way. It doesn't work on the AE map. East and west is not relative. It's Earth relative. 270 west keeps you west. Planes don't, you don't tell people that, well, they don't keep the curve, and then tell people they have to keep correcting for east and west. Planes don't. And everything Des just said, the empirical evidence is there. It would be nice if we could fly over one of the poles.
Right. I think that's the next move for people, for flat earthers, is to move to.
And we would love to. We would love to.
I think that's the most. That's where I come from. That's the next move. That's the most important thing. We can sit here and nothing. I'm not saying anything bad about what you're doing, but I mean I feel like we can sit here and talk about this forever. The only thing that will actually, for me, put a dot, or how you say it, put an end to this argument is flying over Antarctica and finding out what will happen. That's my.
Well, actually, a few. Was it last year that the guy from Norway took a crew and they all tried to go to Antarctica?
Right.
And a couple of them died, and I think he got arrested. So you can see what's actually happening when you do try at this moment in time.
Yes.
And I think at this moment,
which won't stop me.
Einar, I did it. If I might interrupt, I'm pretty crude. I'm not as technical savvy as other people on the panel. What I did is exactly what you said. I put a dot. I don't know if you can see this. If you take this circular map, okay, here's the sun. Here's the moon during a full moon, 180 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
The sun is on the equator, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, doesn't matter. Draw a circle, go all the way over to the North Pole. Here's the moon, here's the sun. Show me the sun and the moon in that pattern in the sunlight. We notice the sun and the moon in the daytime sky during the day. Sun and the moon are in the daytime sky.
Yes.
Doesn't happen. Also, what goes around comes around. If you could see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time during the day, you're on a circle. You're going to be able to see the sun and the moon in the same time during the nighttime, and that's never observed, proving that the equator is straight, not circular. Okay. Regular sundials do not work on the equator. You have to have an equatorial sundial that is slanted at 15 degrees. Okay? You have to have a special sundial for the equator because the sun is traveling in a straight line. It's not circling. If you would point a sundial north, everyone's sundial on the A&E circular map would all point in different directions. They'd all be pointing towards the center of a circle. Okay, nobody's sundial would be pointed in the same direction. It's just that simple.
This is a lot to take in. I have
Hey,
to research this more. I agree. I have to research this more. I don't know anything about this. I have to research it more. But it's like it's very new to me. I will look into it more. But my point is that I think while we're in these physical bodies, I think we should physically go and explore. I think sitting on our asses is very dangerous. Very dangerous.
We would love to.
In a sense, I agree with sitting on our asses is dangerous. But through all the information I've gathered, I actually have more the idea that it's not really a goal to go north or south. If we go anywhere, I would go north, as in ascending way into heaven instead of descending way into hell. But that it is more important that we get ourselves in order here in this realm, because we are here, and it is our responsibility to actually bring everything in order in our realm. and we have to get ourselves in order. But the only way to get ourselves in order is actually to realize who we actually are.
But do you want other people to realize that? Do you want people who still think they live on a spinning globe to realize that?
Well, yeah, so far, everybody is on their own level, and nobody can be force-feed any information without really wanting the information to begin with. In a sense, if you never ask the answer, I can give you ask the question. I can give you the answers, but you won't eat it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So in that sense, it will be on their responsibility, because that is the essence of the whole responsibility thing. And we kind of never learn to take this responsibility other than give it away to the authorities.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is the whole setup of authority and religion, that authority is sold to you to begin with, that you give away your authority of your own authorship of your life. And that's what I mean with getting your freedom in order, that you actually take your responsibility back, and in that sense, no longer sit on your ass, do nothing, but actually having your individual idea of what you can do. And
yeah, we haven't sat on our butts. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's what.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about my. I mean, I'm talking about myself too.
Right.
I'm like,
and one thing I want people to realize: the Earth has no discernible curvature rate. We've gone out there. I have a video over ice at 7.5 miles with 20 feet of curvature missing. We have lake videos. Dr. Zach and Sandor, he's an engineer and scientist. He proved the whole lake was flat. It's posted in the science community forums. There's no curvature. We've gone out and done that.
100%. I agree.
And so now we want the map. And the azimuthal equidistance does not work. And a lot of flat earthers are getting the snot beat out of them over this map. A lot have quit because of this map. And we need to stop defending the map. We need to take a look at what they're saying to us. We see the sunrise and sunset, and the sun only arcs about, what, 15 degrees? Am I right, David? Am I right, Billy? About 15 degrees from sunset. You know, and barring refraction, not taking that into account, the sun does not arc enough to cover a circular projection map. It just does not. And so we're saying it's flat. How is it? What's the map then if it's not the azimuthal equidistance? And so if you can get to the point where you say, okay, the Earth is flat. We got that. We've proven that. That's why we're having discussions here, because it all starts in the war room. Okay, and we have some different observations and ideas, and it's got to start in the war room. And then how are we going to get to Antarctica? What do we have to sign? Because you have to sign a whole lot of paperwork through different countries just to visit the place.
Oh, not.
And is it better?
You know,
never mind
the missile then. Yeah, go ahead.
You could go north.
Yeah,
right,
we can
improve it just as well.
Exactly.
I mean, you could go.
Yeah.
I mean, all right. So, all we want to do is come together, think about it rationally. And a lot of people are very irrational, and it doesn't need to be that way. Like you said, I go into a chat room now. Oh, there's Mr. Disinfo Agent. Disinfo Agent. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, all of a sudden I'm a disinfo agent, like you said, shill, disinfo. There's no room for that. And we want to just talk about sundials. Just do your own research on a sundial. You talked about people sitting down, and everybody's on social media now. So much time is spent on Facebook, on the computer, Snapchat, Instagram, everybody. So this is where the war is being battled. Okay, we do have a couple channels that go out in the street, and God bless them. They do street activism. They get out, they pass flyers out, they put up signs, they go into parks, they interview people, and you know, which is great. And anybody could do their part in research, activism, and coming to grips with it yourself. I talk to so many people. Well, what are we going to do with the newbies coming off the globe? We're just going to show them the A&E map model, whether it's wrong or not, because That's all we have to offer them. So we're going to teach them. They're going to go from one wrong model right into another wrong model. And like Mike said, and once they start trying to figure it out, shame me once. What's the old saying? Fool me once,
Yeah.
shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Say it the way Bush.
So you don't want to. Yeah, well, you don't want to. So there are some people like Dell from the Beyond the Imaginary Curve. He doesn't discuss models, and I don't blame him. That's not his role. His role is activism. He's very active out in the community and within the flat Earth. He does a lot of interview videos showing people how to approach the flat Earth topic, trying to bring out the globe deception and its fallacies of NASA and stuff like that. And his videos and his interviews are very educational in a way, how to approach things if you're shy or something. So everyone has their own role within this community. And if people want to go out and explore, it's very expensive. Like Mike said, we'd all love to do it. It's very restrictive, climate-wise, international-wise. There's international treaties. They only allow you to go so far without an escort. It's all cordoned off, and they're hiding something. They're hiding you from the truth. And I know a lot of people want to see it, to believe it, but whether that ever happens before the Lord comes, we'll never know. Keep pushing forward, and if you can do it, great. But if not, we got to talk about our reality and not teach people falsehood, because I believe that the A&E circular map is meant to mock the true flat Earth awakening, because people take it as a joke, especially people who are highly educated in the globe model, because we deny, the A&E map denies a southern star rotation, and they disregard a south pole, a celestial south pole, when there's clearly evidence of it. That's the first thing the people who believe in the globe, you people deny the southern star. Celestial pole
and flight routes. Flight routes.
And flight routes.
Oh my!
Yeah, they just don't exist. Yeah, those flights just don't exist. That's what you keep hearing, and denying reality. Denying reality to prop up a model is exactly what NASA and the ball earthers have been doing for a long time. For me, it was a logical conclusion. The Earth's not a spinning ball. There's no curvature. There's no movement. It's a fixed plane. So we look at the A circle model, find that it doesn't quite work, or it doesn't work at all, but at least it's flat and stationary. But yet the sun rises in the east and sets in the west and rises in the east again the next day and the next day and the next day. So there's only one.
Yeah.
It's logic. For me,
it is. It is. You're right. And I suggested maybe just debunk Australia. Maybe all those people, you just really live on some British remote island somewhere, and we're told that there's venomous and poisonous creatures running around you to keep you where you're at, and then just remove Australia. I suggested doing that.
I'll tell you what, I'll never go to Australia because I'm terrified of spiders.
Oh yeah, they got some dandies over there. My goodness.
It's all made up, Mike. There is no Australia.
It's ridiculous.
There is no Australia. Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Yeah. So we just debunk Australia, and the A map works out okay. It works out okay.
So what do you mean? What do you when you talk about the South Pole? What do you mean by that? A magnetic South Pole? What do you mean by that? South Pole?
No, a celestial South Pole.
Just take the raw data they use themselves and actually put it yourself together and realize how they fake out the whole bunch of bullshit.
Can I just say a little bit about what you need to understand is the difference between celestial and terrestrial. Yeah, they're two separate entities. One celestial, which is measured in declination, and terrestrial, which is measured in degrees. They are not the same, although they do appear to be the same, but they are two actually different things. So when you refer to the celestial poles or the terrestrial poles, they are two actually different entities. So
it's like this, I know you're asking about the opposite the celestial pole, whatever. What it is if you look at if you're in the northern half of the Earth and you look north and you'll see the pole star and all the stars around it, as you probably know, the time lapses, they all spin anti-clockwise, counterclockwise. Now, if you then get somebody in the south, and we've got plenty of flat earthers in New Zealand and South Africa and South America who've done this. Not that it wasn't, there wasn't loads of amateur videos out there, but if you're in the south and you face south, you will see that the stars all kind of there's a southern pole. There's not a star right there. Sigma Octantis is about the nearest, but all the stars rotate clockwise clockwise around that pole. So in other words, you've got opposite star spin. Yeah, look north, you look south. It's one's turning counterclockwise if you look north, and if you look behind you, the stars are now spinning clockwise. Now that actually means they're all on one axle, if you like, and whether it's a big wheel or a big semisphere or whatever it is, something multi-dimensional, whatever it is. But again, this is plain observable evidence. And when flat earthers go, there's no southern star rotation, which I'm sorry, but Eric Dubay has said many times, just denying reality.
Exactly. He says it's a reflection of the north. Exactly.
I mean, Darren, I'm just going to say, Paul Kofo is a perfect example of a person who's actually shooting southern star rotation.
Yes, great guy.
Right.
And you know what? He did his video and he got slated for it. You're a shill. You're a ball earth shill. And he's like, what is going on with these people? It's so obvious there's a cult program going on. People outside, people who completely reject any kind of flat earth, who swallow the mainstream, they say flat earth's a psyop. And it's not. It's only half a psyop. But it's the behavior of people. If somebody brings me evidence, Dave, if your moon observations were that the Tropic actually moves far faster over the Tropic of Capricorn, back the AE circle map up, I'd go, oh, it's probably the AE circle map then. You know what I mean? I'm going to take the evidence, the facts, and the observations, and then see if it matches model A, model B, model C, and let's move on. Rather than I've got a model, and whatever you say about southern star rotation, whatever you say about the speed of the moon, whatever you say about flights, I don't care. Now, that is such a sign of cult program because it's exactly the same response you get from people who are like, oh, where's the edge?
Yeah, what edge?
Well, the star, go ahead.
Well, this is their mentality. Well, the UN flag shows the A&E map, therefore it must be true.
Yeah.
They're trusting a flag. You're going to trust a flag by a bunch of wicked people in the United Nations that give you a picture of our Earth? Some people say the United Nations flag is nothing more than a witch wheel. What's the first thing a witch does is draw a circle. I hate to break it to you people.
There's 33 sections in it.
Yeah.
Yes, I was going to mention that. There is 33 sections. I made that a video almost 2 years ago. Subs making that video saying the AE map was a Masonic psyop to throw off flat Earth, and it's 33 sections. It's flashing the Masonic signs at us.
The Bible refers it to the snare of the fowler, and the snare being a net, and that thing over the UN flag is like one big net to entrap your mind.
Right,
Okay?
Psalm 91, absolutely. It's the thing is, when we look at the Bible now, Daz, that's how I found you, because I saw you taking scriptures, and I was real impressed. Now people have a problem with the word kug, and I'll just say it right now. The word kug is a Hebrew male noun. It does not describe a shape of anything like any Hebrew male noun or English noun does. You need a Hebrew adjective following. We don't. We have the female noun for earth following earth. There's no circular. Kug is above earth. God is above earth. He sits on the kug. He walks on the kug. He draws it like a compass over the earth. Right. What is it about Scripture, alerted you that, hey, Scripture's depicting something different, like a portal earth?
Well, because even if you accept that, Hughie's circle as the KJV translators have mistranslated it in that instance, and people go, yeah, okay, well, it's got four corners, so let's put the four corners outside. But obviously, there's two clear clear verses which say the earth is four corners, but it also says that in Isaiah 11:12 that he will gather people from the four corners, and it says it elsewhere he's going to scatter people, earlier on. And that's impossible. If the circumference, if the edge of the circle is as far as you can go, as far as we know, then those four corners are irrelevant. Why would he even say it? I think people like they ignore clues because it doesn't fit the puzzle or whatever. But God in the Bible never ever wastes a word. There's no in the original Hebrew and Greek. There's no wasted words. There's no throwaway phrases. He just said that because he means four parts. But he just said that. I'm sorry, but they said that. So again, it's a logical puzzle. You take the four corners, in the earth and the circle, but also where he shut up the sea with doors in Job 38:8. He shut up the sea with doors. Right. Now, people go, oh, well, the doors are locked. Again, it'd just be a wall or a barrier or something solid. It's doors which allow two-way passage. And I don't think it's Proverbs 8:27 where he said, 8:29, sorry, where he says I've set a decree. I set a decree of the waters that here you shall not pass. But again, east-west travel is unlimited. We don't know about the north and south yet. I'd be really interested to find out if there are any flights at all ever go over the north. You can start in Russia and end up in Canada if you keep going north, etc., etc.
No, there's no flights.
No, none. Is there any travel at all?
Can I say something? I did see it advertised by, I can't remember which one. I saw it on an internet thing that they said that they were going to put the flights over the North Pole, but as you well know, they haven't.
Well, can I address that? Can I address that one?
Yeah.
That's an article from 2011. Europe wanted some of the airlines in Europe wanted to fly over the North Pole to save time and money, of course, right? That was in 2011. Everything was clear to do that in 2011. And if I can pull this up real quick, be patient with me. 2011, they were going to do that, and it seemed like a really good idea just to cut across center north. NASA, of the ESA, European Space Agency, immediately came out with of 1,000. And I'll probably just share my screen if that's okay. Yeah. Same year. Come here, you. Where's the share screen? Radiation spike. And this is the same year they were planning to what you're talking about, what they were planning to fly over the North Pole. And so NASA comes out with this thing in 2011 that there is airlines to save huge amounts of fuel by flying over the top of routes because they are the shortest way between certain points, such as North America. So they're talking about flying over the North Pole. But then they go on to say that there is deadly radiation that passengers and pilots will be exposed to. Deadly. That's exact terms they use here. And no insurance carrier is going to go for that when your World Space Agency says, hey, it's a great idea, but we're not covering this radiation here people are going to experience. And that's what happened to that idea.
Is the radiation on the ground or in the air? Where's it coming from?
NASA didn't bother to tell us. And they just said it's deadly radiation. So,
yeah. But people listen. People just accept it. Oh, fair enough. I mean, I again,
I'll put that in the link.
Polar routes, but they obviously haven't. Sorry.
Yeah. So that was Okay, go on. Yeah. NASA comes out with that with the ESA. Yeah, guys, it's a great idea, but you're going to glow when you come back. You're going to melt your passengers to their seats probably and cause a lot of cancer. But go ahead. That sounds like a great idea. Fly over the North Pole. So that never happened. I put the article there in the chat for you guys to read if you want to check that out. But that's what happened to that idea.
See, again, that makes it so obvious that we're obviously not on a ball. But again, there's no real explanation. Have any scientists questioned it? Have they said, well, where's this radiation from? What new discovery have we found? Can you share your information?
If you ask me, it's purely about the realization of that particular extra space being there that completely destroys the ball and the circle, because both
commercial air commercial air crew receives the highest radiation levels of any I mean, NASA really basically says you're going to die if you do that. So go. I gave you guys the article. It's crazy. Go on.
So basically, there's no polar travel. There's no north crossing. As far as we know, there's no north crossing. There's no south crossing. So again,
not center.
Again, if you want to do a trip, I mean, and most people live in the north. I don't know why everybody wants to go all the way to Antarctica. If you go north, I mean, where we are in Britain at 55 degrees, it's a lot easier. But anyway, and if you can't, take a flight, start from London and just go straight north. And if you can't get past, then both the circle model, the flat circle model, isn't working, because obviously you should be able to fly straight over it, and obviously the ball isn't working either. I didn't know that. I didn't know there was no polar travel.
No, the only thing polar travel is what they call polar routes, is over part of Greenland or over part of Alaska. That's it. If you look at the global flight route system, everything is designed to go east and west. Those arcs that people say, that's the curve. Those arcs, if you follow those planes, those arcs are actually moving up and over, and these radar towers pick them up, so you can tell it's not the curvature of the Earth. They actually have to fly that route, because the airplanes must stay 80 to 100 miles apart over oceans, because we can't track them. And that's been on CBS News. Yeah, that's a known fact, and that's why there's an arc.
Exactly, Mike. I'm glad you brought that up, because why don't people flying from Canada to Russia just fly over the North Pole? They don't.
No.
They have to fly east. Okay?
Every time.
Every time.
Oh, thanks.
I mean, but like I said, we love all people. Karen has a wonderful channel here. She has some wonderful guests. I'm glad people came on with a collective mind, and we're not trying to cause division or disinfo or anything. We want people to come to the truth and just hear us out a little bit. If someone as dumb as myself could see the inconsistencies in the circling sun and the moon, other people will see it too if they just take a chance to look at it. That's all we ask. Look at the inconsistencies in the circling A&E map model. That's all.
Right.
That's all we want you to do.
Yeah. Another thing, what I did a little post on Facebook, and these experiments aren't rocket science. Yeah, it's all you need really to actually time the moon or time the sun even is an Android phone or an iPhone with an app like Dioptra or Theodolite, and basically all you got to do is snap the moon in a certain position, say south, which is probably the best way to do it, and then just repeat it on the following night and just find out when the moon's over the equator and over the tropics. And what you'll do, you can actually see for yourself, because you can measure your data up with time and date or MoCalc or even Stellarium or whatever you want to use, and you'll actually you'll get the same results what I've got. And it's not, like I say, it's not rocket science. All you need is a phone app, obviously, and a compass, and obviously something like time and date to correspond to. So you can do the experiments yourself from any part of the plane. So like I say, it's not rocket science.
No, it's not. And here's the thing: if you are a Christian and claim to love the Lord, claim to love Scripture, if you're a Christian, number one, you have to come to the conclusion that it's not a heliocentric model. And number two, Scriptures do not depict an azimuthal equidistance or projection type map of Earth. They project a portal-like dimensional, encased in a spirit realm. And Free Energy hates when I use that word. He says, no, it's fourth dimension, man. It's not spirit realm. But however you want to look at it, it depicts the dimensional quantum teleportation type of Earth. That's Scripture. So if you love Lord and love Scripture, then you should make the switch. And I put a link in my Bible Earth PDF. I'm going to update this. And this is what Mr. Thrive and Survive, he took my Bible Earth and went over it in his video. But that's what Earth is. And we're figuring stuff out, and this is why we're having this meeting. And it will come to light. Jesus said, seek, and then what happens?
Mike, can I just say, if you're sharing something, it's saying it's not there.
It should be in this chat thing. Does anybody see my Bible Earth link?
Yeah. It's in the chat. You can stop screen sharing.
Okay then, cool.
Yeah, I can see.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Let me know next time. I could run on and on screen sharing.
Just what?
It's a deep subject, isn't it? Everybody wants to have their say, don't they?
Right. Listen, I have to go soon, but can I just say something before I go?
Absolutely.
I think it's really important. Maybe it's just my personal, maybe it's my ego, but just hear me out. I think it's really important that if everybody in the Flat Earth community would just focus their consciousness on actually doing an expedition, over Antarctica. For me, I feel we would find a solution to do that. As long as there's division and as long as people try to do their own thing, we're not going to be able to do it because it seems impossible. It's the system that has been built, that we live in, is built so we can't do that. So we wouldn't be able to do that. But if we focus our energy, our consciousness, our everything on to figure out how to actually pack our bags and go, and film that and record that in every way possible and show the world what actually happens when you go and cross. I think for me, that's what I wanted. That's what I think
it'd be wonderful. And I know you might well be in a position to, organize it.
And you know what? I'm glad you want to do that. The first thing you have to determine is you need a good map. Okay. And you can't go anywhere.
Right, that's true. But I mean, if we take let's go. I'm sorry, Lord, but if we take the globe, if we take the globe map, right? I'm not a shill. If we take the globe map and show that it's impossible, like if we cross Antarctica using the globe or whatever the flattened out globe map, and show people that, wait a minute, it doesn't make sense. Like everything is different. If we cross Antarctica and something else happens that shouldn't happen, like Admiral Byrd saying he found a new continent in the Indian Ocean.
Already did that. Admiral Byrd, if you ask me, already did that.
But
parts in where he got so far that he actually should have reached the other side of Antarctica.
Did that actually happen though? We don't even know. It's like, is there another front?
Yeah, Admiral Byrd's a decorated Navy admiral.
Yeah.
No reason to think he's lying. And if you read the book Worlds Beyond the Poles, and I don't agree with the conclusion in that book, but the book has a lot of the news information from that era of 1959. And that is a fact. There is land as big as America south of
I want to see that. We should go and film that shit. Fudge. We should go and film that. Like, that's ridiculous. How can we sit here while there's new land undiscovered?
They have filmed it and they keep it hidden from you. That's what we're trying to say.
Oh my God, we need to see that with our own eyes and record that and show the whole world. I think that's the key. We should focus on that. But that's just my 2 cents, I guess.
Yeah, no problem.
I wonder if Admiral Byrd got cancer for flying over the poles.
Can I show him something they're hiding right now that Admiral Byrd found? Put it up on Google Earth because somebody posted on the internet. And tell me to shut my screen sharing off too, guys, please. I'll shut that off when this is over. Let me try to get full screen here. This is what Admiral Byrd found, broadcast in Santiago, Chile, run by a Santiago, Chile newspaper, as being warm all year round on the South Pole. This was big news. This area I'm going to show you right here is warm all year around. The lakes you see here is 38 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow.
It was just a huge thing. So let me run this here. Now you can't find this on Google Earth anymore, but I grabbed it. But all this, there's no snow. This is South Pole right here. This is where Admiral Byrd landed his plane. That's fresh lake water. Over 300 miles, he said. And Google Earth only showed part of it. Now they just show a tiny square. But these are the things they haven't shown. Discovery Channel should have been there, having this shown in school and examined. It is a big deal considering how we view most of the South Pole as being frigid and cold. That's warm all year round, and they're not showing it. That's and it's been covered up. We're trying to explain to you. We would love to, but they're hiding it. Go on.
My image research bot actually scans for all the missing images to actually reveal what's left. And these areas, you will find them, there are many more probably. And I'm finding already a lot of stuff. And yeah, in a sense, I need more eyes to actually study it. It's just too much data to go through on my own.
Also, I was looking at a video yesterday. I don't know, is it the Impossible channel where he's found that glitch in Google Earth where you actually zoom in on the South Pole, and if you click Street View, it actually brings you up to like a location where someone's on the camera, and when you look around, all you see is mountain tops, ocean, and there's only like a slight bit of snow on top of the mountains. It looks like somewhere from Colorado when you actually look at it. It's beautiful, but if you get a chance, have a look. I've tried it on my phone app, and it actually works on my phone app, so I presume it still works on the computer, but it's worth checking out. You basically go into like a little cross, and then as you get closer, and just click around on Street View, and eventually it'll just like glitch out, and then you'll find the actual Street View of it. But check it out; it's worth a look at.
Cool. Anna, do you want to go?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I have anything else to say. That's all. Like that's what's been on my mind lately. That's all. Like Antarctica. You know, what's beyond Admiral Byrd, the continent. What's there? You know, like I gotta go and see. Like that's what's been driving me crazy lately. Just like I know I appreciate everything you guys are doing. But for me, it's like, I'm like, I gotta fucking go. I'm sorry, fudging go, you know. I think we should, you know, the flat Earth community should, that's just my opinion, should focus more on a physical expedition to explore, because I think the human spirit, the human being, you know, the humankind is an explorer. It's always been an explorer, a warrior explorer. You know, it's been the ruler, like even the Bible says, we're the rulers of animals, you know, of nature. We should be smarter. We should be, you know, we're closer to God. We should explore within and outside. We should try to figure out what this reality is, what God wants us to do and to be. And I think it's very important for us to get back into that spirit and to explore the world. Not because I think all these, you know, the iPhones, the social networks, the internet is very good. It's awesome, but I think it's pulling us into this black hole of not exploring the physical reality that we live in. You know, the 3D reality we live in.
We would love to, but like I showed you, they've hit that area for years. You know what? It's hard to get there. Yeah. When they're hiding things like that.
It's. I don't want to say it, but it's impossible to get there. But I'm telling you right now, everything is fudging possible. Okay. They can do whatever they want. They're cowards. The people who are ruling this world right now, they're kids. They're scared little children, sick, scared, mentally ill children. Okay, we're way more powerful than they are. We just need to get off our knees and in fudging, try to figure out a way to physically go and show the world.
And I think with and I think as the numbers grow, we will get that opportunity. But at the moment in time, because we're such small numbers, it's impossible. But as the numbers grow and grow and grow and grow, as we present more evidence and more observational information, I think there will be a point, whether it's 10, 20, 30 years, in the future. Maybe my son might be taking standing in my shoes in 30 years' time. But you know what I mean? I think we need the numbers, and I think that's why we're doing what we do. You know what I mean? My last video I just put on Facebook, I've only got 2,000 friends. It's had 35,000 views in 2 days. You know what I mean? I'm reaching out to more and more people each time. So, like I say,
what's the video, Laurie?
It's just the one with Peggy. You know, the Peggy when she does the twist. Peggy Whittle, she does the twist on the ISS. Yeah, I just put.
Wait, is that where she fell?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, that's interesting.
I dissected that. She embeds her foot through that wire back there, and she runs the mic through her hand. It's all in there. Thank you for sharing that. I ripped into that. That's good.
Yeah, and like I say, me only having 2,000 friends, that means like 33,000 people, excuse the number, have actually seen that video or want anything related to me, friend or followers. So, you know what I mean? We are actually trying to push it out there and get people to see
which
plant the seeds, and which is what I do. Like, you know what I mean? That's part of what I do.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Mike, I wanted to thank you, by the way, for the video I used in Finding the Curve, the augmented reality, video of the green shirted guy moving an object.
Yeah.
It's not there. That's insane. Like people who are not flat earthers have watched that, and I've not even shown it to them. It's like they've seen it, seen it by accident, and they're like, wait, what's that? Like, rewind. I'm like, oh, it's just a flat earth thing. They're like, wait, what is he doing? Like, what's going on here? Like there's nothing he's grabbing. He's grabbing nothing. Like, they're like, it blows their mind.
That's because it was broadcast in front of him, and NASA forgot to mask the wires in the background.
Yeah.
And there was a channel that was off on it for NASA. That's what had happened.
That's crazy.
But yeah,
the wire, and pulling the wire. Like, thank you for that.
I appreciate that.
I know, just show them Apollo 16 and 17 lunar landers taking off with the multicolored 70s sci-fi special effects, and obviously clearly being lifted up by a crane.
I want to know who they left behind on the moon that took the photo of them going back up. They left some poor guy on the moon.
You know what? What a good. You know what? My friend who recently became a flat earther as well. He said he had a really good point. He said, how did they even get back to Earth from the moon? Like, how did they lift off? Because when you're on Earth, you have that big construction, right, with the rocket, and it's really, really like, it's a very complicated thing to get that rocket, to go, and then the whole construction pretty much breaks, right? But how did they get from the moon back into space? To go, around the orbit or whatever, to get back, to catapult themselves, or whatever, how they call it, like, to get back to Earth. Like, how did they even lift up from the moon? Did they have rockets?
In a very special tin can covered in gold foil.
Did that thing have rockets on it? No.
They had very little fuel just to take it. They didn't have enough to match the orbital speed of what they're supposed to look up to. It's all crazy. It just doesn't work, so.
Okay, guys, it's been absolutely great. I'm going to shoot off early. I hope you continue the discussion. I will watch the end of it later, but I've been pretty ill, so I'm crashing now. It's been absolutely great. I hope we all talk again and keep pushing forward together.
Yeah, thank you. You're
Darren. Just people may not know, Darren's not been feeling very well. Have you, Darren?
Yeah, the last couple of days I've been pretty ill, so
hope you get better, man. Darren, actually,
you're still coming on the chat, Darren. Thank you very much.
It's been great. It's been great.
It's been. I just wanted to say, Darren, before you go, thank you for the presentation video. Like, that was one of the first videos that woke me up when a person started playing flat Earth videos on my live stream when I was still a baller, a globe head. So one of your presentation. I love your big beard. I don't know if you still have it.
Yeah, that's even bigger.
It's crazy. It's crazy. You're crazy, man. You're a crazy person. That's insane. Love the beard. Loved your presentation. That was one of the videos that woke me up. And I looked past your beard and I looked at the evidence. Thank you.
Good man. Good man. That's what we've got to keep on doing. All the best, everybody. I'm gonna shoot now.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
All right,
Darren,
God
thank
bless,
you very much.
Thank you,
Darren, I
Darren. Thank
hope you
you.
feel better.
All right, so I think it's been a good discussion. Now, if you're a flat earther that has a monthly equidistance or the Gleasons, I don't have anything against you. I don't think you're shill. I don't think you're fake. You know, just if research it. You know, flat earthers are getting beat to death trying to defend a map that just doesn't work. And I don't like to see flat earthers going through that. I mean, the first thing when somebody Google searches, they come up in the what? The Flat Earth Society. And what do they get? They get this azimuthal equidistance with gravity explained by the centrifugal force of a constant rise up. Any comments on that?
I've been making Estonian flat Earth videos lately, and I've seen a lot of comments. Estonians commenting like, "Oh, it's just there we go again with the Flat Earth Society and Flat Earth Society here and Flat Earth Society there." And I've tried to like let those people know that, you know, I've always told them, every video, every reply I make, every comment reply, I've always told them that, you know, that the Flat Earth Society is in opposition. So I hope, like, it's really crazy. I didn't think that forum can be so so powerful in that way, to you know, that people actually think that's a legit source of information. Like, I thought, like, it's if you think about it, the way they do it, whoever it is who's doing it, you know, CIA or whatever, I don't know, it's pretty genius. And I didn't believe at first that actually is real, that the shills or opposition, when I first came into the flat earth realization, I didn't believe this opposition thing or shill thing is real. I thought people were being delusional. But looking at how the Flat Earth Society, everybody keeps mentioning that like it works. It works. Like, it actually, and even Eric Dubay said it the first time he heard about flat earth, he stumbled upon Flat Earth Society, right? So it works, and it's crazy to think about it, how they actually have those strategies set in place so well. It's scary. Like, what else is set in place?
Opposition.
You know? Yeah.
Right.
What else is there? You know.
Sounds like the next level.
Yeah. Are you even real?
Yeah,
Are you even real flat earthers?
Yeah.
I mean, it can get really paranoid. You can get really paranoid thinking about that.
Right. It's set to discourage and discredit immediately. And if you are a new researcher and you ask a question there, you'll be shredded. You'll be shredded, and it's just not a good environment. Good Bay, he's not a shill. Patricia Steer, I've talked to her several times. She's not a shill. Jaron, who says the Bible's wrong all the time. You know, I love Jaron, and he's not a shill. You know, and I just really would like to see, you know, I just would really like to see the type of judgments going on. But it's a Christian, non-Christian thing, and it's always been like that for long before Flat Earth. So
exactly.
That's pretty sad, though. That's sad. Yeah,
it is.
I agree.
Can I just say something? D, what's happening in the chat room then?
Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, it's been a lot of talk tonight. The conversation seems to be flowing.
Who do we have in the chat room then?
Well, too many to mention, really. We've got Arwin, Donald Putman, Chris Tolfer, Opened Mine Eyes, Robert Forrest, Flat Enough, Flat Forest.
Cool. Anyway, as we've got you there, D, how did you get into Flat Earth?
By fracturing my spine.
What?
Yeah, I know that sounds crazy. I know that sounds absolutely crazy. Yeah, no, basically, yeah, I fractured my spine, so I got tore away from the telly for 2 weeks, and 2 weeks after not watching the television, I was pretty much a flat earther. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Be right back. Gonna go fracture some spines.
Yeah.
And you found out how to get people on board.
Yeah, it's the ticket.
Why do you have? Wait, you shill. Why do you have a Star Wars picture? What's going on there? You shill.
I am an
Exposed.
eternal
Exposed.
Padawan learner. So yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've got to keep me sci-fi stuff with me. Unfortunately,
Right.
I look at sci-fi now the way I used to look at the Bible before. If you get me.
All right.
Yeah.
I feel the same way. I mean, Star Wars for me has never been planets and stuff like that. Anyways, it's always been the light side and dark side in people, the inner struggle. The story of humankind, the light and dark. It's always been that, the good and bad. So
and you bring the Sith into it as well when you got the New World Order.
Yeah.
It looks like we do have Patricia. Patricia stopped by, so that's cool.
Yeah, Patricia Steele was in the chat for a little while as well. Yeah.
Actually,
I said hello to Patricia. I said hello to Laurie's there as well, isn't she? Laurie.
Yes.
Chris
And,
Sales in there. So I don't know Laurie. I don't know.
Laurie was Flat Earth.
Oh, Laurie was there?
Yeah.
Just talk to Laurie.
Hi, Laurie, Dan.
I was going to add that Patricia Steer is one of our newer members to the Sun and Moon Group blog kept by real people on Facebook. So big shout out to Patricia, and a big shout out to Aaron too, who's a new member of our group who's on the panel today.
All right.
And so we are trying to slowly but surely make progress, and we're glad that people will take 5 seconds and to hear us out, and that we're not crazy, we're not shilling, we're not disinfo.
We're not chilling, we're just chilling.
Right,
that's it.
Yeah, and we want the truth.
Yeah, really want.
Yeah, there was a comment in here by
and
guys. He said he was in here.
Series is my group partner. He's now since about he was in my group. Then things happened. Then we came together, and he's been my group partner since about October last year. And I've watched everything that he's done. He shared everything.
Does Series have a model he can send me, or his ideas on the UTM grid and what he's found? I'd be really interested in looking at that.
Mike, if you wanted to, tomorrow night.
What actually explains a lot.
Sorry,
tomorrow night we're having a video club. There's one more place on that one. You could join that one.
Okay. All right.
Because Theory is going through his presentation.
I'll give you the model in 2 seconds here. I'm bringing it up.
Really like to look over that. Like I said, I am in contact with Free Energy, but we admittedly don't know everything, and that's why. Nobody's saying we know everything. We're just saying it's not the azimuthal equidistance or projection map. Scripture says.
Like I say, I found out why it is not.
So I'd really be interested in looking at all you've done, sir. I'm very impressed with that.
All right, listen, guys, I got to go. I mean, thank you so much for inviting me, Karen. Thanks, everybody else. Mike,
hey,
Billy,
really nice to meet you, and thank you for coming on the Hangout and sharing some. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Until next time. Yeah, see you again soon. All right. Peace.
You have an awesome day. Bye-bye.
You too.
Bye.
Thank you for everything. Bye.
And by the way, that's not Masonic. I'm not throwing up Masonic signs, so I'm just waving goodbye. These people are ridiculous. Do you even do this or just like that? Oh yeah, Mike's supposed to be a Christian. He's throwing up signs, man. It says.
Okay, Mike, I just put that in the group chat for you.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Now, what do I do with
problem.
this?
To be really honest, we've been in private because Series has seriously been doing this work, and we just didn't want trolls and things to come in. But then we started to do our live hangouts, and it just became obvious it was impossible not to say something. So a couple of weeks ago, Series said, "Go for it." So that's what we've been doing. And in the meantime, Darren's come out with, and Thrive and Survive. So it just all adds. So it was the right time. It was the right time, but we're not finished. Or series.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
That's-
probably it's so advanced and so beyond that we will probably never be finished to actually reach any edge in the infinities in that sense. But so far I've probably found the beginning of it.
Yeah, that's a partial presentation, and series is still gathering the information.
Right.
And that's about an hour and a half long video that if you'd like to view it, and it goes over how he
The bit that's missing from it is a sort of 3D model. There's a little bit on there, but series wants to do more. So that's what's missing on there. And that was the reason why we didn't want to come out yet. But series decided, and it was series' choice.
Well, I'm certainly interested in comparing notes because I mean, finding the same things we found. So, and it's scriptural, and for me, that's important. It has to be scriptural.
Yes.
I've got to shoot, guys. We've got work tomorrow, and I've got a few things to do tonight before I go to bed. So I'm gonna have to get off. But it's been nice speaking to you all.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice
Hey,
speaking
Dave.
to you.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks very much. Big hugs.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Big ups to
Take
all.
care,
And
Dave.
keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Yep.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Now I forgot what I want to say actually.
Well, anyways, that'll give you a start, Mike, and then series will be going over that on the 3rd of July, and he'll be discussing with Jaron on the program. And like Karen mentioned, I guess you're on the panel. So if you look over that model that series has put together in that presentation of what he's finding off the altitude elevations off of Google and how he's got it all mapped out. And he's actually tried to map out some of the heavens, and he's got it up into the 7th dimension, showing that the heavens are circular, hyperdimensional, and that the Earth is square, and that we live in a hyperdimensional universe in a 3-dimensional construct.
Which is what CERN says. CERN's telling us that too. So I mean, it's not. The governments are telling you the same stuff, people. So it's probably good to listen to what's going on here.
At first, I wouldn't believe it, and then I was going crazy in my mind, thinking that there was multiple suns, multiple moons. How could we have a local sun in our sky, and how could it be circling up north at the same time, or down on the Tropic of Cancer or the equator? And it was a blessing through D, Eternal Padawan, led me to Karen and Ceres, and I'm very grateful for this group. Ceres has done a lot of serious research, as has you, Mike, and Darren, and Free Energy, and other people, Lori and Lawrence. And we're grateful that people will just stop and point out the inconsistencies in the circling sun and moon model. That's all we're doing. And don't shoot the messenger. Analyze it for yourself. You have to come to the realization yourself. No one can do it for you. It's already been said today. And we take our work very seriously. We really do. So.
Amen. Glory to God. Well, I don't have anything else to share. I do. Did anybody catch the airline pilot where he was following the sun west and it shows up and he says it's happened several times where that's impossible on the heliocentric or the azimuthal equidistance projection map. The sun's portaling over. It's resetting. That was his observation. Anybody catch that video?
No. Share the link.
Okay, it's called Commercial. I'm on it. A commercial airline pilot talks about flat Earth, and it's about at the 18-minute mark. I shared it with Free Energy. He's very interested in this observation, but he's following the sun west, and let's see if I have it. Well, if I had it at the right place, I could play it. Okay, maybe this is it. Maybe.
Do you want to just find it then and play it, and then?
Well, I got it. I got it here.
Right, okay,
I'll share the screen. I hope it's at the right place. I know it's about the 18-minute mark. And shut my screen off if I forget to shut it off, please. But I think it was at the 18-minute mark. So let's take a listen.
Are we supposed to be listening to something? Because we can't hear anything.
Can you not hear the audio?
No.
Okay, then it's just the way my system's set up, and I will just.
Is there any way you can play it again and you talk over instead, because you know what you want to say?
Well, basically, this pilot just is watching the sun set. It's at the 18-minute mark. Let me see if I can find a link to somebody that can play it for people.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's very amazing what he says. It's kind of like, wow. Our observation. I also have video of the sunset and immediately rising again in the Pacific Ocean. We do have those videos.
Series will play it. We always go to series.
Pass the link in the chat.
Yeah, let me commercial airline. Let me. I'll probably send you to Mark Sargent's channel. More than likely. And it's about the 18-minute mark. Here we go. But right now I'm on a notebook, so things aren't super there. I'm going
Sorry,
to.
what's happening now?
All right, I'm going to put the link in chat. It's at the 18.
Right.
Right at the 18. About the 18. Hold on. 8 mark around in there, where he starts talking about this observation of the sun resetting back. And I sent you the link there. And I wish I could run audio. I guess I can't. So.
Travel forever, like we're taught in the geocentric model, and we're given the equations for the speed of light, that it's astronomically fast. And, you know, it might as well be instantaneous here on Earth, because it's only 25,000 miles around the Earth.
One thing that I can say in an anomaly that I've seen, I know what refraction is. I haven't studied it in depth. One thing that I have noticed flying that has completely blown my mind is the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And there's been plenty of times where we've been flying eastbound. Late at night, we do a lot of red-eye flying, where you leave at 10 o'clock at night and then land at 6 in the morning. But where the sun is set, and you would actually, where it's just set on the other, set in the west, and then you see a little glimpse hours later on the east, where I'd ask the other pilot, I'd say, is that the sun rising? Is that a moonrise? And then it would dip back below. But I've seen where my mind was just blown, because it didn't make any sense whatsoever. And then we take our little Apple or Android star map out to find where the moon was, and it wasn't there. But basically, it looked like the sun was about to rise in front of us in the east when it had just set behind us in the west hours prior. And then, of course, 6 hours later, it would rise in the east. But basically, I've seen positions of the sun where it shouldn't be from that altitude. Going back to your previous question, at that point, it's definitely below us. And it never fully rose, but I mean, without any question, it wasn't a star or the moon. It was the sun rising on the other side of the earth when it was supposed to be in the west. So I've seen plenty of things like that. Like I said, where I've queried the other guy or gal that I've been flying with, and you kind of both shrug it off and say, oh, maybe it was a star or something, but just these impossibilities that until you query me with these questions that you kind of forget about and then just keep on flying. And that seems to happen a lot, where you bring up something that is mind-blowing and then you just kind of, you pass it off as almost if someone saw a ghost or something. Well, you forget about it and keep on.
That doesn't fit in our paradigm.
So I don't know if that's exactly.
Yeah, no, that's great. I think so. You see the light coming from the east when it should be on the other side.
I've seen that a dozen times.
You never see it like you can't see the light from the north, or because if it is a flat Earth, like if it's a circle, like I think the model a lot of us have gotten used to, you would expect that at some height, and at some height you would see it, to the north, directly across. But you're saying it kind of wraps around sooner when you're up high, maybe? The light from it?
What I'm saying is, when it was setting in the west, and we were flying east, that a few hours later, our view is about 180 degrees. Sure, often it would be a little northeast, not directly in front of us, but then it would stay dip below the horizon when it would rise and set when it was supposed to be behind us. And I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're asking, but one of the anomalies I've definitely seen is the sun in the position that it was not supposed to be in a round Earth model. Multiple times.
Sure.
That's probably good. That pilot is describing what we're describing. He doesn't know anything about the azimuthal equidistance. That's his observation. That's why I find this so fascinating, because the interviewer is trying to say, wait, shouldn't you see it circle north and there? And that's not what they're seeing. They're seeing the sun appear on the other side.
Yeah. Exactly. And then what you see also is this actual probably upwards going light in the fourth dimensional light, how Vienna actually explains it as a polygon form, where it touches the Earth at a certain circle, and then but it higher up it goes under the clouds as well. In that you see actually a part of the toroidal field, what is the whole the sun itself.
And that's what we're describing in this hangout. That's the pilot's observation. His observation was not the azimuthal equidistance or projection map. His observation was, we're looking at portals.
Yeah, I'm still confused about how to describe a portal in this sense.
Yeah. Well, NASA and CERN are sure pumping them out. They got plenty of portals. So they're certainly gearing the public up for it. This is generally what our government does. They'll tell you that poles are teleconnected weather patterns, poles above both poles. They'll tell you, well, gravity's in the fourth dimension, and they're planning something to flip the model on us to explain what's going to happen next. So
yeah, so far with actually playing years a few games, in where one of them is has a kind of 800 by 800 map, or this an infinite map as well in all directions, and that you end up being always in the middle of the map, and that it doesn't matter where you are on that map, you have always the complete square around you as the edge in that sense. But yeah, as soon as you move one step to the side, on the back side, one block disappears, but it appears at the other side. And so you move actually through the dimension of a complete circle, what is an infinite loop. But it is a straight.
Kind of like, right. Kind of like the game Magic Carpet, where you're always in the center. You just have the illusion of a scrolling map.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. All right, so I've got to run, guys. I really appreciate being invited on here. Your group, or is somebody going to send me that, or do I have that already?
I don't know.
Thank you so much for joining us. But for the people in the chat, could you drop the link for that video in the chat message, and then we can pass it on to the chat room? Is that possible, please?
Mike,
I don't think it'll let me put links in there.
Well, Mike, I was going to say, if you can put a little message just in the YouTube chat if you can, and that way people can sub to you.
Oh, I said hi, everybody. I can't put a.
I put a link to his channel in the chat. So
yeah, no, well, all right, excellent, Billy. Cheers, man. And
no problem.
Also, if you put a little message in chat, Karen will be able to make you a moderator, which will give you the blue wrench, which will allow you to put links in.
Okay, I don't know nothing about blue wrenches, but all right. I'm new. I don't use.
The wrenches of the chat means that you can talk, you know, like you if people, well, anyway, you do a D job. What do you do, D? Explain what you do.
Well, I basically just moderate the chat, try and keep the trolls away, and well, try and keep things flowing, say hello to people as they join, put links in occasionally when I hear things that I can find that are relevantly going on in the panel and stuff. So it's just, yeah, no, I tend to message Karen a lot in the background as well, letting her know things that are going on and stuff. So just, yeah.
And also, you put links in, and Billy puts links in. It's up to you, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead and put those. I don't understand Google at all. I think Google has a campaign against me, so I really don't. I can't even find some of my comments, and my troll comments vanish. And I love my trolls, man.
You have to write something in the chat room for me to do it on the actual live feed.
He did, Karen.
Yeah, he's already done, Karen.
Hello, everybody. Yep. Hello, everyone. The globe.
Yeah,
it's the globe.
And yeah. Unfortunately, it's a globe. That's another story. But yeah, I'm not supporting the globe. That was an old vector graphic, and since he has a multiple equidistance, it looks so cool. But I can't really support that map, which would make a great logo, like a lot of people made. I just having a hard time getting that transverse Mercator projection logo to look right, and I gave up on it.
I can provide you an UTM format square.
Yeah.
Actual photo,
right. So I just left the old logo. So
thanks for that.
There was one. Yeah. So I appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it.
Could you put the link for that video in the chat? Would that be all right?
The one with the commercial pilot?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can put that there.
Oh, Series will do it then. Thank you, Series.
Yeah, that was very telling. What do you guys think about what that pilot said? Because he doesn't know what model, you know, he doesn't know the AE, but he say, no, it's not like that really. It's more like there's a portal.
Yeah.
You know, that's what he was saying.
Where was he flying again?
From what the guy's flown 12 years, so.
No. Where was he flying? What part of the world again? Sorry.
I believe he flies mostly over the Pacific Ocean. Phenomena of the sun resetting. We do have video of that. Unfortunately, I don't have. I didn't dig that up. It's on my hard drive, but we have video of that from Alaska. the Pacific Ocean. Now, there's a lot of videos, Planet Boo Boo, Planet X, Planet Nubu, Narabu, whatever that thing is, they say. A lot of people show that sunset, sunrise as Planet X or Boo Boo or whatever they think's up there. And it has to take place over the Pacific Ocean. I've never seen a southern Pacific Ocean video of it either. So, like I said, there's a lot of things we need to know. But that's what the pilot was, and that's what we've seen: the sunset immediately rising.
I'll say something. A couple of years ago, I went to Denmark, and we all know that it's lighter in the north in the summer, but I've never seen it. You know, here we get darker than Scotland first. You know, in the winter we're lighter for a bit longer. But I went to Denmark in June, and it wasn't that it was daylight. It was still quite dark, just like the rest of the night. But over there on the horizon was the sun. And obviously my friend lives with that. But as the night went on, it was going from left to right, like from 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Of course, I went to bed then. But it may not have been it was actually moving left. Maybe it was just coming further forward, so looking like it was moving left sort of thing, if you understand what I mean. It's actually coming towards me, but it kind of looks like it's going 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock. It definitely wasn't going from left, right to left. It was going left to right. And me and my daughter were just like, because if you've never seen a sun at night, it wasn't a great big ball in the sky. It's like it's setting. You know, it's just there as if it's on the horizon. I'm not saying I even actually saw the sun. I actually saw it, like you could see a yellow like the sun there. It was there. I couldn't say it was like it is in the daytime in the blue sky. It was on the horizon, but it went around, isn't that a horrible word? It went across the horizon. But anyway, that's what I saw in Denmark in June.
How did that strike you as weird? What was you thinking?
Because I've never seen a part of the sun in the night before.
Okay.
How many people?
There's a lot.
How many people have seen that? Except if you live there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I'd like to set up cameras on, like what you're saying, Denmark. I'd like to set them up on Fiji. There's a lot of things we can still observe and without having to cross either pole yet. The south, I believe. All right, everyone, I've got to run. You all are blessed, highly favored. And if there's any
Thank you so much, Mike.
Yes,
I hope you
I appreciate it.
Did you enjoy that?
The chat, yeah, I enjoy chatting. I always love scripture, flat earth, I love people. And folks, you know, we'll get it figured out, and I'm not against anyone who's holding on to the azimuthal equidistance. Certainly we've all been lied to, and if that's what you think, the Earth map, that is fine. Just all we're asking is that you take a listen. And that's it. I hate division. And this is all out.
Oh, thank you for that.
All right. God bless everyone.
That sounded like it was from
Mike.
your heart.
God bless.
It was a pleasure.
And
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. And if I'm missing a link to join that group or secret group you have or whatever that is, then with you guys. So just email me if you haven't already.
Yeah, it might sound a bit terrible, but we're invite only because we want people who are with us.
Well, I didn't plan
right,
to show you guys that much, so you know, it'll be all right. You know, we don't
want to argue either. We're not into arguing either.
Right.
Siri is the most peaceful man I think I've ever met. Aren't you, Siri?
And
no, never.
Yeah, we're pretty relaxed, Mike. And we're thankful that you came on.
You guys heard of Treasure
Thanks for
Map
the
Tam?
videos. Thanks for the diagrams.
Yeah, we'll add
for your
you.
input.
Thanks.
We'll add you.
Who knows free energy's material?
And he knows free
That's
energy.
awesome.
That's right.
Yeah.
So.
And all right. God bless everyone. Bye bye.
God bless you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Oh, Artis has joined us now. Hello, Artis.
I just want to check my mic, so that's why I was coming in.
Yes.
It's much better, Artis. Yeah.
Well,
Beautiful,
I
crystal clear.
spent the day putting my computer on the other side of the wall because the wall was resonating. I live in an old house, and the iron in the wall was resonating with the cable that I put through the wall for my computer, for my internet. So that was the interference. And is it much better like this?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's so much better because we know you've got something to say.
Well, yeah. And I listened back the last hangout, and it was terrible.
I told you, didn't I?
I couldn't hear it when I was in the chat. I don't hear it, so that's why I thought I will go in after you did your chat group and to test it. But it's much better like this.
Yes. Yes, everybody. At the end of last night's hangout, Ceres' brother was a bit more into electrics like that, and Artis and Ceres' brother had a bit of a chit chat, and now Artis is sorted.
Yeah, you don't hear any static at all?
There is when I do it very loud.
Sorry?
No.
Maybe there's a tiny bit, but Artis, compared to what it was, it's a million times better because, you know, it sort of drowned out the hangout, the noise, whereas it doesn't now.
Yeah, it takes over.
Anyway,
I will test one other thing. It's if it's okay.
Anyway, what did you think of tonight's chat then with the guests?
It was awesome to hear, and what they hear to say, their views were, the views were great about the flat Earth. I've changed my mic in a different position. Does that help a bit? Or is it still the same? Sorry.
It's much better, so don't worry. That's fine for tonight. It's a million times better. Billy, did you enjoy that?
Absolutely.
Yes.
It was a great to meet both Mike and Darren, and I'm glad some people are considering. You know, they have for a while, and it's time to bring it forward. And look, we don't want. You know, I'm getting it already. Not trying to start any trouble. We want people just to examine what their beliefs are, and to take it seriously. And believe it or not, there's some of us that know what we're talking about. And it's just that simple. And let us help you. And when you analyze the information, you will realize on your own that some of the things in the A&E circling sun and the moon are absolutely wrong. It's only a theory. And theories should be tested. Okay? And that's all we're doing. If you think that's trolling and disinfo, I really feel since I've taken the stance, people have unsubscribed and left me nasty comments and starting all over again. But I'm hanging tough. I'm not going to let it bother me, and I'm going to be as kind as I can, because you want to know why? I was preaching the circular A&E map for going on 2 years. I'm very well versed in it. I could explain the eclipse, moon patterns, and everything.
Hey, Billy,
yes.
Billy, really, right? I reckon that Mike was probably the round map one, and it's over time people have changed their minds because they realise that things still don't work on that map. So it's not about, you know, most of us have come to flat Earth with the round map, haven't we?
Yes. You can't blame controlled opposition, yourself for the controlled opposition. Because that's the first thing they have taken in, the controlled opposition position.
Right, and
Well, I always think Billy brings a lot of good information to the table, and he's also not afraid to adjust his vision on things because he's a free thinker. A lot of people are stuck on a model they think that's right, and Billy is a kind of person, if I'm right, who is willing to change his view if he finds out new things about the subject.
That's right. I change anytime, and and we're still opened up for correction even as we speak. Yeah. But I'm a little bit in preliminary. I'm pretty sure that we have it right now, without any doubt. The sun and the moon travel the equator straight, and whether it's a rhombus, diamond shape, square, a rectangle, the sun and the moon travel state, and we live in the skies are hyperdimensional. Yeah. That is and if somebody tells me any different, I'm not going to let it bother me. No. Like I said, I was trying to figure out the local suns and the moons. I was saying multiple moons, multiple suns. I reached out to the flat earth community, and I was asking some serious questions, and I got a big slap in the face. And that was wrong. And I did a lot. People know me. It's either 50-50 with me, and I'm not going to cry a big sob story. Either 50% of the people love me, and the other 50% hate my guts. And that's just the way it is. Yeah. And anybody I subscribe to, they will testify. I go out of my way to promote their channels, to leave positive comments. Mm-hmm. If I'm in group chats with other people, I support people that I like, that are doing good videos, that are having good chats, and that where they can learn in an open environment, not so much controlled. I don't steer people to these troublemaker channels. There are some troublemaker channels. I'm not going to drop names. And they find that out for themselves. And people in our community know what I'm talking about.
Yes, indeed.
And people in the community know who I am.
Yep.
And like I said, I try to be kind and loving to everybody. I love everybody because you know what? We all started off with the globe, like Karen said. Then we all started off with the circular map. And there's always room to learn a little bit more.
Indeed,
and that's all we're trying to do.
Yes, indeed there is. Well said, Billy.
Very nicely said, Billy. Anyway, it's a pleasure to have you in our group and on our Hangouts as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
He's a great addition to the group.
And you as well, Artis.
Yeah, now my mic is fixed. I'm a little bit more.
Yes. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I've spent about 7 hours in fixing this.
Yeah.
So most of the day, and after that I went to the hospital, but you know about that. That's private, and I hope it stays this way. But as I found out, thanks to Sherry's brother, a friend of mine is also knows a bit about electric, and I told him, and he came to my house, and I showed him like Sherry's brother said, just show what is wrong. And he said, we went to the mic to all the space over there in the corner. It still was resonating. Then he got a mic from himself that was one with a big, thick wire on it, and it was still resonating. And that's a mic about $100. So that was very strange. So then he said, well, there must be some interference with the wire of your computer that is picking up some resonance in the wall. And then we fixed that, and it was gone.
Yay! Well, thank goodness for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dee, do you want to say something about tonight? You know, the chat, what we've done.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what much to say, to be honest. I mean, it's been going on, like I say, quite a lot in the chats, loads of people talking.
I meant
People getting
you.
interested in the
Did you hear any
square
of what we
map.
said? Did you hear any of what we said in the actual hangout?
Very little, to be honest. Like I say, I do try and keep my attention on the chat.
Okay. Are
Are
you pleased we've all come together, though? You know, and we can have
well, this
more
is
of
the
the
thing,
chats.
yeah. People coming together, and this is it. I mean, hopefully we'll get many more people dropping in and out and sharing their ideas and sharing their views.
Cool. And thank you for doing the chat room.
Yeah, no, it's no problem.
Yeah,
Well,
he's a quick wrench.
I know Billy's
I'll
there as
try.
well, but he's in charge.
Well, see, I'm so slow at times, and what I was doing is he bans them so quick, and then when I hit the block, it's unblocking people, and I apologize. So now, ever since I got the mouse, I can be a little bit quicker. That's all.
Yeah, no, so I was doing that when Karen B was on last night. She was faster than me, so she was doing it, and I was unblocking. So yeah, it
Yeah.
happens, mate.
So okay, I figured it out. So
You try to do
that's fun.
the best job you can. Yeah.
Thank you, Dee. Frankie, do you want to say anything? Did you enjoy that?
Not really. I mean, I've been busy in the chat as well, keeping an eye on that and helping out. And I just think it's great that everybody's talking and everybody's sharing their thoughts and their ideas. And it's that in itself is going to move it all forward, Karen. And this is what we've wanted for so long. I mean, right from back last year when you first started, this is what we wanted.
That's right. Obviously, you and I have talked about this quite a lot, haven't we?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Frankie, and thank you for doing the chat room as well.
You're welcome. Thank you for letting me
Sorry,
be
I
here.
didn't mention that. I forgot that you were in the chat room as well, Frankie.
Frankie's got a quick wrench too. So
Yes, phew.
She's like looking faster than her shadow.
Oh, series, what do you want to say? I bet you've got something to say.
I have so much to say that I don't know what to say. But I really enjoy these hangouts. It is the actual level of connecting with people, you know, and that's what you want. You want to see. It's like what Flat Earth Asshole described with his meetings. First they come to him, and then they actually mingle with themselves. And even
that's good.
Yeah, well,
they mingle with themselves.
People that they actually get together again instead of the whole division game that they try to put in all the fights here and getting people against each other.
But that's because we're left to do it this way, isn't it? You know, NASA's got billions of dollars lying to us and all the lies that they're creating, and we're left to do it this way.
Yeah.
But at least we can do it this way.
And we don't take...
We do it is the right way, and yeah, the system is only trying to make you do the wrong way. And once you realize that, once you know what the game is, yes, they can try what they want. But they're not gonna...
And also for people to know that the UK is having its first Flat Earth conference next year in Birmingham in April. So that's something else that's happening. And there are some meets happening. Like there's one in Leamington Spa. Nathan Oakley's doing that one in the UK. There's one down in Cornwall as well.
Yeah. So the one in Cornwall is, I believe, on the 28th till the 1st of August. That's in Tor Point in Cornwall. I'll be going to that one because I live in Plymouth, which is just across the water, basically. So yeah, I hope to go into the Leamington Spa one you mentioned. That's on the 22nd of July, and I believe there's a meet up in Blackpool as well on the 8th of July.
Yeah, listen to that. Well, that might not have all been happening last year.
Yeah, real meetup.
And in a sense, since last year, we've all learnt things like pyramids weren't burial chambers, that they're big batteries and like power plants, and different people live there, and you know, there's even more of a lie. Everything's a lie. Anyway, and series, even Billy, well, all of us, because we're all here. Artist, Dee, Frankie, me. We're all here.
Yep.
But series.
Well, last
What else
last night was also very interesting for me because I was investigating all kinds of things in Peru, and because of I forgot his name, Gary was it? That
Sorry,
explained
Artis, I
about the
didn't mention your name.
Yeah, he had those things about the positive and negative poles, and that you have and I've searched a lot of those negative and plus poles on the Google Earth map, and there are a lot, and they are all situated near ancient civilizations.
Oh, the lightning
Yeah,
poles
yeah,
of
the light
moments in the past. You can actually tweet them back on the map and see if you find one, you can probably find the other one.
I found he showed one and one in the and I found about 5 more at least, and I'm searching for more because yeah, you should watch that channel. I'm going to say it again, of Brian Forrester, and he investigates all those really ancient signs, and also ancient signs where he points out where you can see that they are built on top of a more ancient, older civilization that had high technology and probably those electric and magnetic knowledge to put those big stones on top of each other. And I'm pointing out all those sites that you went to, and then I'm going to search for those magnetic structures on the Earth. And I found 5 that are close to old civilizations. So and I'm going to research it more and more and find more, so I can put the map together. Then you can see those stripes and where the old civilizations are, and try to connect that with each other.
Pretty powerful stuff.
Yeah. If it's still working till this day, I found the ancient site. I thought the lightning struck positive, and it's adding up. It's falling into place. Oh, ancient site with lost ancient technology. Bam, a lightning strike with a positive and iron strike. Then the next site again, the next site again, or very near that. So it's adding up. And I was researching that, so last night saved me months of research. I was getting into it, and I also saw those patterns, but yeah, often you're not sure, am I on the right track? And after he explained it, I thought, well, I'm on the right track, no doubt about it.
Yeah, so I have kind of old saying, the more people are saying you are in the wrong direction, the more you can be sure you are on the right one.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Like
exactly.
that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well, anyway, yeah, we got some requests to see the model in chat there, series. If you don't mind bringing up a picture, if you can.
A picture of what?
Well, your model. If I don't know if you've got a picture of the simulation, maybe, or just a static picture.
Just a 3D simulation, I guess.
Right, there we go, guys, in chat. Should hopefully get that for you soon.
It's slow down. Dat is de... Need to build up a have a little bit more detail.
Yep, excellent. That's coming across nicely in the live feed.
A little bit smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Still a heavy load of data.
Yeah, sorry guys, you'll have to be patient because, like I say, there is an awful lot of data in this, believe it or not. So it takes a little while for Series' computer to catch up at times.
Yeah, thanks, Dee. Thanks for saying that.
And then I've amplified the elevation by 300%, or just 300 times. I can also only show the elevation colors, but then you actually don't really recognize your...
Series, do you think right now you should just explain what all the colours to the left are by Antarctica and what all the colours are to the right above Russia?
Yeah, maybe only show them the elevation. Basically, I've just put in random colors on the bigger regions to get more detail from that particular region. And in time, I've built up a very large colors spectrum where you can see mostly distinguish the elevation itself. So you can actually see what's and the bigger detail and the smaller detail together in that sense. In the south, you have pure land, and that's the brighter colors, and the land here of ourselves as well. And then you have the deep sea, what is more blue color, and in the north the same, but less deeper. As you can see, the Southern Sea is the most deepest part of the world, in where here somewhere around Korea you have a very large long rim, longer land, in where even a small part is even 10.5 kilometers deep. And that's the most deepest part as far as I've found now, actually. And yeah, I'm just collecting more of the detail for every next level.
You said 10 kilometers deep?
Sorry?
10 kilometers deep?
I'm still...
We can't even drill that deep.
Yeah, it's hard to actually, you have to see the thing in more detail. This is the whole data set in dimensional sense, but when you actually zoom in, you can actually get more data visible, but you need to have that data as well. And I'm now up to level 14, being almost complete.
Okay.
And just to explain to people again that this is an elevation map. So this is data coming through, and the different colours are all different kinds of heights. The brighter colours on the right are extremely high, and the colours on the left are in water, but there is still information, and there are mountains and whatever it is under the water and are closer to the surface. The bit of dark blue water between Greenland and Iceland is extremely deep. And Russia, although parts of it are deep, isn't so deep there, which is why Ceres has those colours there. But there's another reason why it's like that, isn't it, Ceres? Because the pillars are there.
Yeah, through the flower of life pattern, I actually, and lining it up with the sun on Lima, I actually figured out that this particular mountain here in the south is one of the pillars.
Just to say, Ceres, that Chris has joined us.
Yeah, hello, Chris Monk.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, I still want to say to you, thank you very, 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 very much for last night, because it saved me months of research, and it's adding up all together. It's great. The things that I wasn't positive about are now falling into place, because all those ancient sites that I investigated all have those positive and negative strikes with close to them. And I'm still investigating more, but it all falls exactly into place. So I'm very, very thankful for that.
That's perfect. Maybe we'll let Ceres do his model demo here a little bit more, and then we can maybe do a segue, and I can show you some more information on how that works.
Say Billy as well. Billy.
Hi, Chris. How you doing? I was in the chat. I watched your show. It was great. Thank you very much on teaching us about electromagnetic and geomagnetic storms. So great.
Met us all last night, so he roughly should know who roughly we are. But he's not met you, Billy.
Oh, okay.
Nice
No problem.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, excellent.
Yep.
Go for it, Ceres.
This is one of the pillars, and then here, this region is the other pillar. And what you see in the north are two half bows, and one very deep, and one has a mountain range, and then coming here in. And then here you have the same mountain range, kind of as a valley cutting through Antarctica, but then in the middle, this particular pillar in there. And here you have kind of a stretched mountain as a bow between this, and it's like this high region here from the north is actually connecting to the high region here, and then it's connecting back to the high region here, and that's the wave what you see as one of the waves. And then you have the second wave what goes exactly in opposite direction in the lower regions, coming out here and then going there again. So there is this particular dynamic within the matter of the world as well, as a proof of that there is these particular electromagnetic pillars at work. And yeah, you see it in the elevation data. And yeah, and the next thing is actually kind of how I look to the world nowadays, that you'll have south as the earth, out of where the world grows as a tree, and then the branches into heaven, even, and then ending up this part as a complete sea area in what we can see as the air, and then this part as the earth with a little bit water below it, out of where the tree grows. And yeah, and within here the whole electromagnetic dynamics of these bigger waves as well.
Could you explain, Ceres, what happens like at the edge? Not that you can find an edge, but that part of it.
It just goes
people
over
have been
to
looking at that and saying, what about this edge bit?
Yeah, I wish I had the possibility to, well, I have the possibility, I just need time to actually build it. But you can actually scroll the map in the sense that when you go to the left on the map, it scrolls, the part from the right disappears, but appears on the other side, on the left. And that's all what's happening in that you see the length of the circle as the finite size of the circle, but you can walk it infinitely because it's still connected on, as a fixed line.
Didn't someone refer to it a bit like a computer game where you've got the 360-degree everything, and every time you move, the scenery moves on with you?
Exactly. That's the whole thing.
And Jim Morrison wrote a song about it, Break On Through to the Other Side. Hour by hour, day by day, break on through to the other side. That's it.
Break on.
That's what the sun's doing, just breaking on through from one side to the other.
Yeah. The sun itself, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, sir. I'm always trying to put a joke in there. So.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Carry on, series.
Yeah. I wonder, are there any questions you?
Yeah, I think if people understand, series would probably start right now and go on till next week about the information and what it all means. That's a good idea. Are there any questions, even on the panel or in the chat room?
Just a comment.
I just love the model. So,
I'm gonna a comment there, series. If I could kind of compare like we were doing last night there with the the flat elevation model versus the 3D or 4D version of it. I just wanted to show you a couple of magnetic pictures and so forth, just to kind of try to elaborate for people here.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm very interested in magnetic maps as well.
Yeah, and it explains some of that motion. It explains some of the motion that we're seeing with the sun, setting on one side and then reappearing on the other side, and that type of thing. It's a sine wave. If I can just do a screen share here real quick.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll work.
Is there?
Share.
We see.
Okay. Now. Okay. If I move these around a little bit, and I'll open this one here. And that one there. So to keep these kind of separate, so you can kind of see, this one here is what radio telescopes pick up as far as the cosmic radiation background image. And they've mapped, basically this is a map of the entire sky in magnetic radiation. So it's just basically bouncing off the sky and then coming back to the flat surface here, and we're picking it up. And you can see that, like last night when we were saying that down below Australia is where that focus point is, below 65,000 there. So that's the magnetic field. And you'll see that when you compare the two, it's identical, right? So the sky, the magnetic field in the sky here, with this star point down here, the little circle, is the hot spot in the magnetic field on the ground down below Australia. And this sine wave is basically would be the path. You can almost envision that as this ellipsoid kind of rolls in space, right, around our map and our plane, it would kind of roll, and the sun and moon would just travel on that sine wave across the equator. And this here is the same. This is the same thing. This is the magnetic dipole. So you can count the poles on the surface, right? So there's 1, 2. So it goes positive, negative, positive, negative.
This is a moving one from the sky, or a fixed one from the Earth?
This one, I think they're both fairly. They seem to be fairly constant, but the one on the sky does seem to have this line. They call it the axis of evil. Actually, I don't know why the scientist named it that, but if you Google the axis of evil, it was the solar, the background radiation map of what they said was the entire universe, right? But when I questioned that right away, and I was like, well, that map matches the exact magnetic field that's on the surface of the Earth, right?
It's a combination.
So it's the same thing. It's like the sky is reflecting down and the Earth is reflecting up.
Yeah, you see the reflection of Earth.
It's a feedback loop in radiation. Yeah.
Is it a fixed field what you actually scan in the sky, or is that a static field because it's from the Earth as a reflection?
Yeah, I believe it's a static field of this. It's in the sky and it's being, they're actually reading it, and they believe that is what space looks like from a static or a radiation standpoint. But it's actually not. It's actually coming from the ground and going up and then bouncing back off of whatever it is. Whatever it is up there is coming back, right? It's not space at all. It's just radiation in the background.
No, radiation from the ground bouncing back.
Bouncing backwards, yeah. And so I just wanted to kind of show you that. I'll get off the screen share here again.
Well, what was interesting about that most of the old civilization are in that blue zone. The Baalbek Peru, the Egyptians, they're all in the minus zone. In the blue zone that you show.
Yep. So like that's similar to what we're seeing in the flat model that Ceres is doing, right? And what the pilot was talking about too. You'll see if the sun follows that arc sine wave path across the equator, then it would just somehow jump to the other side and start again, right?
Yeah.
Which is
looking model.
Where he talked about, I'm still not sure how that then.
I'm not sure how that works either, but it's intriguing, right? I'm trying to model it in 3D space. I can do it with refraction, right? If I put the ellipsoid atmosphere around the flat map, right, and then if you move the sun in an arc, then the reflection will appear on the other side, right, almost instantly. And that's just standard refraction, right?
Yeah.
Right. But I found it intriguing that the radiation map of space is an identical map to the same map that's the magnetic field of the Earth on the ground, right? There's no difference. Right?
Nope.
And that's what probably causes the amalima for the sun and the moon.
Precisely, yeah. It would be that. It would end up, if you're on the ground looking up, it would look like a figure 8 type of amalima, right? And responsible for the tides and all that, like we were discussing last night. Right?
There is this particular bigger circle and smaller circle, because that actually lines up with the Mandelbrot. But I figured also it's stretched, but because it's diagonal, and you take then the top-down view of it, you actually end up with 2 circles. Exactly.
Yeah, if you flip it over at the 90 degrees, it would be
Well, it's actually a diagonal pathway.
Yeah.
But that particular 2 circle system is how the Mandelbrot exactly lines up as a straight up and down view.
Yeah.
But because it's both in diagonal rotation through the amalima, I figured, that's why you see it as a Mandelbrot this way, but actually it is a stretch way in this way.
Yep. And you would see the same thing, like if you imagine like the path an atom would take around itself, like electron around an atom, or the toroidal field. If you imagine the ball kind of going, like a sun or any kind of a object going around that magnetic donut, then it would trace out what we would see from the ground. Like it's basically tracing out a corkscrew pattern, like on itself, folding inward, like this type of deal, right? 2 circles folding inwards simultaneously. But from a 2D perspective, when we look up at it, we're going to see a sine wave. It's just going to be traveling through the air like this, right? It's just up and down. Right? And that's where you would get the arc. The arc of the sun tends to, go up and down. And when we're in the north in Alberta, because we do get the 24-hour sun that Karen was talking about earlier, and you can see it if you're standing up there at night. The sun will go up at high noon and it drop down to the horizon, and then it'll start rising again in the morning, and you'll see it go around you, right? In a four rise. It'll actually rise twice, right? It'll actually go down and rise and follow that wave sign. So it's definitely tied into that cosmic, radiation thing, right? So space is kind of folding on itself, right? Just kind of wrapping around and starting again. Right?
That the actual wave is traveled by the sun, and the wave itself moves along in that sense.
Correct.
Do we have that it goes a straight line following the wave at the at 12 noon point, exactly how the analemma lines up, that the wave still moves, but not that the sun moves of waves in a single day.
Yep.
It waves in a single day, you mean?
Yeah, it does. It would actually kind of go up and down. Like if you looked around at the donut, if you imagine that toroid and you look at it, like if you're actually inside it looking down like a gun barrel, then the sun actually would do this kind of a figure eight analemma pattern, and that's what we do see, right? As it travels, travels across the equator, it follows that up and down pattern.
I thought it was once a year through the seasons. That's what I'm.
I was trying to think, what's the timing on that?
Only is traveled once a year.
And then, let me see.
And then the moon 13 times a year.
See if I can get the timing on that to see if it was.
Because it's the tropics they traveled over in the sea. So it's once a year for the whole.
Yeah, it's once a year for from the southern. Yeah, you're right. For the progression from the north to the south across the equator follows that tight pattern. Yeah. But what I was saying is, like, if you're standing in the north in Alberta and you look at the sun during the 24-hour sun, it will do that rise and fall similar type. It's a similar type of rise and fall wave form pattern, right?
Yeah, but it's still one wave up and down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like 6 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, it'll rise to high noon, and then by 9 o'clock at night, it's back down to the horizon and starts to rise again by 6 o'clock in the morning. But you can actually see it go around you in a circle, right? If you're standing in one spot, you'll. Yeah.
In a sense, you will perceive it as a circle, but you're not exactly in the center, so you will have the wave in anyway. That's what you see.
Yep. Which I find is interesting too, because you don't get a 24-hour sun in the south. I've gone on timeanddate.com and looked at the solar charts, and there's like 3 days of what they call civil twilight in the south below the southern tip of South America or Australia. But in the north, we get a full.
Yeah, but
that the sun is lower in the south, what causes that to be closer to the south to actually see it as a circle around you, because it's just too far below the horizon.
If you were to go farther south, you probably could see it. That's what probably Operation High Jump was all about when Admiral Byrd went down there, and they know what's going on. Yeah, they observed it. And if it's true what they said, what Mike Hemlick showed us, that there was sunlight down there and vegetation and warm lakes. So this could be what they're hiding too down there. That's why they don't want anybody exploring down there, because if it is repeated, and that's another big thing within the A&E circle community, that there is no 24-hour sun in the south as there is in the north. And there are numerous people, numerous articles, documentaries, even YouTube videos that would testify that there is 24-hour sun in the south as well. So
You just need to be
you just got to go down far enough.
Yeah, when I went through that part of the research, it's I compared for like Fort McMurray, which is 55 degrees north, and then I compared Tierra del Fuego, which is 55 degrees south, right? And I looked at their sun charts and the solar radiation that they receive on an annual basis and stuff. So with Tierra del Fuego, they get about 3 days of civil twilight in a year, and in the north, where I'm from, we get 35.5 days of civil twilight. So it does kind of occur down south, but it's very, very limited that you get, right? So I'm thinking you're right. You'd have to go a lot further south to even, another 30, 40 degrees to even see it, right? If it is true what Admiral Byrd says, you'd be beyond zero, right? Technically.
Because according to the A&E map, the sunlight doesn't go down that far.
Correct, yeah.
So.
Yeah. It's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how it will look between exactly in the middle of the southern or the northern square, because that's actually beyond the pillars, and probably you have what I see also 4 faces of the angels of the 4 pillars, and those are stretched as a complete circle, and yeah, when you go beyond the first pillars, then you end up with the second pillars in that sense beyond, from probably the other half from the other realm beyond.
Mm-hmm.
That whole square is an in between the realms, where the firmament of the electrical magnetic spheres above us and around us are actually formed, and as fields just to contain them. That's how I would always feel that.
That's kind of how where my model is ending up the same way when I map those magnetic fields. Like, one thing I noticed too is how accurate some of the ancient symbology was. Like, if you take the yin and yang symbol from China and the Asian cultures, and actually do that in a 3-dimensional object, you have the circle and then like the fish-like shape, and then the 2 circles opposing night and day, yin and yang. And if you take the 2 circles and actually make them a donut, and then solidify the other 2 in that offset and spin them around in the circle, right? You get a spinning vortex magnetic field, and it would actually start twisting on itself too, like a twisted torus. Yeah, it's the same shape. Yeah, which I just find an interesting correlation between the ancient symbols, right? Somebody somewhere a long time ago knew what was going on, right?
Absolutely.
Making actually a lot more sense now, how the dimensional stuff works.
Yeah.
It ties it really together.
Can I show Monk what I found out last night about those positive and negative strikes?
For sure. Yeah, let me see what you come up with here.
Go ahead, artist.
Yeah. The screen share.
Let me put my glasses on.
Okay. Can you see this?
Yep.
Yes, beautiful.
Yep.
You have the Taksin temples of Magma. Maybe you know them. You can see in the water here is also a big stripe near it. It's not very visible, but you can see that there's a round shape over here near it. It's also an ancient site that was destroyed. I will show you another one. I think that's...
Collect the coordinates, and I can actually...
This one you already know.
Yep, that's in northeastern Africa there. Yeah.
Yes, this is the same. I found another one in Egypt. That's very clear, I think. This one. Look, there it goes. far away to the lake. From the lake, you have a big hole over here. You can see it very clear. There you go. Very big hole. And you have a long pattern of the strike. It goes way down to the south. There you go. You can see? That's very clear.
Yes.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, there's your positive to your left and the negative to the right that created the
Here's the crater.
the mountain range. Yeah.
So that's what, and I can zoom out so you can see where it's at.
Huge.
Yeah, it's a big hit over here. You can even see this from this distance. You can see when. Okay.
Yeah, you can see the circular pattern in the big lake there.
Yeah.
You know, our minds can't even imagine what kind of a bang that would have been, right?
This one you already know, but I found out more. Over here, you can see those mountains. It's also okay. You can see that's pushed aside by a very hard pressure. Here it goes. You can still see it, and it goes further, and it goes further. And you can see that it's like a big, yeah. You can they push the sand aside, and it will go further like this. So it's a long path with here the stripe very clear, and it goes all the way to here, and you can see how dark this is. And if I put the time back, it's still dark. 2003, 1979. So it's always a dark place.
Yep.
So it struck all the way to this near Pumapunku and Tiwanaku in Peru. And those are both very ancient old sites, and they're both destroyed. Let's see another one. Here's another big hole. This and Machu Picchu is over here, so that's not very far. Another one. I stayed up late at night to find all of them. You can see, you can already see the. This is. I think you showed this one already.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of these areas, but never making sense of it. Though that it was.
Well, they're often near. Back again, like here. Yeah, they're often very near ancient sites.
Huh.
You can see that over here. Oh yeah, that one I showed you. Here you have also an ancient site. So all the ancient sites in Peru were hit. It is Maru Maraca, the gate of the gods in Maru Muru. It's also in Peru. And you have here that they cut out of the stone a temple.
Yeah.
And also the rocks over here look like they are melted on top. It's very clear. Maybe I can find a picture of it very quick.
Yeah, I've spent days on Google, you know, on the Earth here, just kind of looking for these connection points.
Yeah, and you put me in the right place, because I was already wondering, there's something to this, and you explained it in such a wonderful way that for sure, then it was for sure that it was like this. And I'm very glad that you were. I will show you. That mountain section that I showed before is like this. This looked melted to me. And also they were beginning to cut out some sort of gate. Can you see this?
Yeah.
I'm very impressed with the graphics, by the way, Artemis. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying as hard to find as many as possible. I have here another picture of the same mountain from the other side. So this is very strange. This is not normally formed. This was, it's like they went a lawnmower and some, yeah, these are very thin, those layers. And at the other end of the big one, you have that gate I showed you before. So it was like they went straight through the building and only the gate was left.
There's an area in the United States. It's you probably, some of you have probably heard of it. It's, you know, it's called Devil's Tower, right? It's gone around. But if you look at Devil's Tower on the map and find it, and then you can look directly to the south of it, and there's a little town, and there's a crater, a perfect crater, just southwest of Devil's Tower. So you have the crater on one side again, and then the Devil's Tower. So the Devil's Tower was lifted out of the ground, you know, some 400, 500 feet or whatever the dimension is to the top of that mesa. And when it did so, it liquefied the granite, and then as the granite cooled and fractured, it created the hexagonal type of shape, the same shapes you get in Giant's Causeway over in England. There, the same type of basalt formations, and that occurs due to the we were talking about the scalar Meissner effect waves. So the scalar waves in a magnetic field create a hexagonal pattern, and that's why we also see the same pattern occurring at the polar regions, say of a planet like Jupiter, that type of thing, through a telescope, right?
I have a picture of Devil Tower.
Yeah,
That's him, man.
Yeah, so that was, you know, that was a one-time shot hit, and it was probably formed, you know, in a matter of minutes, right? It was. You know, but they try to tell you, oh, well, that was a volcanic eruption and so forth. Yeah, but there's not a volcano within 250 miles of that thing, right?
No.
Right.
And you have also those octagon shapes on it.
Right.
You know,
so so when the lightning strike and the plasma storm vortex kind of pulls all that up into a cloud, right? And it's all swirling around, and it's hot and molten and then electrified. And then as it just drops it, just the way it was, right?
Yes, this is somebody climbing Devil's Tower.
Yeah.
It's very clear that you can see those sharp edges.
Yeah. So then, you know, then a lot of the ancient people, you know, after a cataclysmic event like that, they would have found those hexagonal giant megalithic stones laying on the ground around these sites, picked them up, you know, knocked them in two, and took them over and put them up and built a wall out of them, trying to protect themselves from the very thing that caused the tower in the first place, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of those stones, if you look at the stones in Machu Picchu and so forth, they're all hexagonal and eight-sided shapes, right? And they fit together. They fit together perfectly.
Yeah.
Right. Because
this is a close-up of Devil Tower, and you can see the minerals.
Yeah.
It's almost like a welding rod in the sky, coming from the sky.
No trees. They weren't trees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They weren't trees then.
Possibly,
No,
or a very big monolithic structure.
Yeah.
A pillar of fire.
I mean,
They
for
weren't
sure,
trees then.
No, they weren't trees. No, not the Devil's Tower and so forth. I mean, there were some rather large trees in the past. We still have California redwoods and some pines out west that are, you know, 45 feet at the butt and 480, or there's one that's almost 800 feet tall, right? But it stands alone out in BC. But, you know, but certainly there were a lot of large trees, but nothing to the size of Devil's Tower. That, you know, that's taken that theory just a little too much of a jump for me, right?
Yeah, the tree would have to be 60 miles high.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The firmament's 60 miles high, so the tree would be right up against the firmament.
Yeah, there's no evidence of roots. There's no evidence of roots in that type of thing. And you know, the ones in petrified forest in the United States, it's a national park, but there's no roots on those either, right? They resemble more a fulgurite formation when lightning strikes sand and creates crystals in the sand, fulgurites, right? Except it was just very wet sand at the time. So it's a similar process. And I'm not trying to, you know, bust up the whole no trees on flat Earth and all that stuff. It's just I can take that to a certain level. Right?
There's loads of dragging on the data, isn't there, series? Drag marks.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of kind of scraped off places where you actually see whole growing structure. But as far as with the trees and mesas and such, yeah, it's all speculation so far because it's
Series, is there any way you could show that bit of yours? Is there any way you could show that bit of the dragging? You know, can you bring anything up?
And from a geological standpoint, when I think about the chronology of the events, right, you would have had the plasma storm and the arc strikes and melting down and all this, just cataclysmic volcanoes and eruptions and everything all happening at once, which filled the air full of dust and ash and so forth, and created just like it would have been the equivalent of a nuclear winter. It would have been dark for 3 or 4 years after something like that, right? The air would have been full of dust. People living underground because they couldn't breathe. And then
something? I heard something on a program when I was younger, right? And what it was is I always found this really hard because it was a bit like, well, how do we know? What are all those people? But this person, this program said that there was, say, an hourglass with 500 people. And then at one point something happened and it went down to really like maybe 50 people. And then now we're back out to 500 people. As a scenario of this hourglass kind of thing that happened. But something happened where we were nearly wiped out.
Yeah.
But whoever's left, then that's who we've come from.
Pretty much, yeah. That's pretty much what would have happened. However many survivors there would have been, who knows? And like it does say in scriptures too. I mean, the nations were separated by the gods type of idea, right? Well, of course, because half the earth was torn up from its foundations and disappeared, right? Leaving vast swaths of ocean that separated nations that were once unified, right?
It's just hearing it on that program where they were talking about, I don't know, I remember it sort of maybe with, the supposing like underground volcanoes in America, can't think where it is now, but whether they were going to do things. And I think there was another program where they reckon that one of those Canary Islands is 2 islands sort of together and one of the volcanoes has died and then that bit might fall into the sea and make a tsunami going across to America. I remember that one.
Yeah. Going
across to America. But I just remember that it was sort of out of kilter to the program, but they said that.
Yeah.
I think, well, maybe it was one about they found that some humans had sort of cannibals that time. So they were saying pre-something when we were sort of coming from the ape.
Right.
They had us coming from the ape, didn't they?
Well, the Darwinian thing tries to do evolution from the ape, and I don't buy into that at all. No, but
I just showed you another example of a strange architectural.
Yeah, there it is, upside down in the middle of the desert. Yeah, exactly.
Desert. It just like it was picked up, thrown 100 kilometers away, miles and miles, and it crashed into the earth. This is very strange. It's in the Madalin Sata Desert in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? If you look at the architecture in, say, even deep into Egypt and so forth, you'll find that there's a lot of, and even into India, right? You'll find that there's a whole slew of Roman type of architecture with the fleur de lis everywhere and stuff, right? It's an ancient Sumerian architecture mixed in with more modern Egyptian type of carvings and sculptures and so forth. So if you have to imagine that this piece here you're looking at in the middle of the desert somewhere came from 1,000 miles away, it was picked up by a storm and dropped in the middle of your front yard, right? So the people picked it up and tried to rebuild with the parts, right? So they ended up mixing culture, architecture together by accident, right? It's
indeed.
If it was thrown and landed, jumped like that, why didn't that bit broke up? As there's nothing else around it. The rest of it, bits of it must have broken up. So why that bit?
Well, it's
not break up.
Well, it's like in a tornado. If you imagine a tornado vortex, right? We've studied the tornadoes, and you'll find that there's an anti-gravitational effect in a tornado, right? it can pick up a tractor trailer and then set it down next door to your next door neighbor's yard perfectly as if it wasn't untouched, but it's moved it a quarter mile, right? So it's tornado is the gravitational effects, even though I don't subscribe to gravity so much, but the electrical effects create a weightlessness type of effect, right? So it can actually pick something up and move it somewhere and drop it down and hardly leave it scoured at all if it's in the eye of the storm, right? And it's the same way with if you think about, you can look up pictures online about straw, like bits of straw that have been in like actually into a 2x4 or concrete walls, bits of grass, right? So the straw is picked up off the ground, and it has such a force to it that it'll actually penetrate and be through a glass window, right? It'll pierce a glass window like a bullet and be just stuck in it, right? Or into a tree or concrete walls, and all it is straw from a hayfield. But what happens in the storm is the vibrational frequencies and the electricity is so powerful that it'll actually stiffen a piece of straw to make it as strong as steel temporarily, and fire it at 300 miles an hour through the air. So a piece of straw is now like a bullet, right? And all it is a piece of straw. But the electricity hardens it temporarily petrifies it, more or less, right?
This is near Machu Picchu in Peru, and this is also a piece of a bigger structure that was thrown.
Yeah, there's all kinds of these. Well, I call them out of place artifacts, right?
Yeah, that's a great word for it.
Yeah.
And they often don't know.
Oompas, you can call it Oopa, right? Oompa. Yeah. out of place megalithic artifacts, or Oompa.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to flip over here, do a quick picture, just to.
Okay.
If you can see my screen there, just for everybody that's listening online, and
I can see me.
there. Can you see the Nero and the Fall of Rome picture there now?
No.
There you go. You're presenting now.
Thanks a lot.
I just see my Facebook.
Yeah. Takes a while to update.
No, it should be. It should be on the Nero picture.
There you go. You had it.
Yeah. Okay.
Beautiful.
So this is just to reiterate what I was discussing last night about the electricity. I took a little time to draw up a quick diagram. So this is, like we were saying, at Vatican City in Rome. And at the south, you can see that crater effect where the mountains were lifted up, and there's a, like I said, there's a bank and a village and so forth in this crater zone at the south. And at the north is a perfect circle lake. It's full of water now. And that would have been the negative pole. So if you actually draw the circuit out electrically, then you end up with the leads coming off like a battery to the water or the atmosphere, right? The atmosphere. And that's the water, which is the neutral. So that's where you end up with your four poles: the neutral, neutral, positive, positive, right? And this is an open circuit voltage to the nth degree. So it would have 10 to the power of 6 gigajoules of power, because it's connected directly to the ocean, right? The power is you can't even imagine the power. When it's like a salt water battery that lets go of all the juice all at once, right? And it connects to this circuit over here. And basically on the other side, this is your ohms. If you're familiar with the resistance in the circuit, is over here in the iron rich zone around Vatican City. And that's the resistance in ohms, the scale or the quantity of iron and resistance in the mountain range itself. So when this thing struck, both of these would have hit the same time and raised the entire mountain range around Vatican City in milliseconds, right? Just bang, and there it was, right?
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense, because I see that you have in the middle that squiggly line from left to right, and I've seen that a lot also near those negative and positive strikes.
Right. So anything in between these two poles, right? So if Vatican City was between these two poles, the electricity would have traveled between the two poles
Yeah.
And you know, stone and gold and anything that was conductive would have been on fire. Like people, if they, you know, if they had rings and jewelry on, you know, it would have been like they're just white hot, right? Everything would have just lit up the flames.
It works
right?
like a conductor.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
High voltage, yeah.
Well,
DC power, high voltage DC power, yeah.
Oh.
Millions and millions and millions of volts, yeah. Yeah.
This makes it even more clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
There, I'll get off the screen share here now, but there we go. Yeah.
Only
Right. So once you know the circuit, I mean, it's like you said, you can go anywhere on the map and start finding these locations. Yeah.
Yeah, I found, as you could see, I already found some, and I will investigate further to also draw a pattern like you just did. And what also is, it's always near, not very far from water.
Yeah, yeah, you'll find like, especially salt water, like the Red Sea, the Dead Sea, and you know the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
Salt flats.
Series, what did you want to say?
Yeah, it's such a huge happening in the sense that it is indeed a kind of traumatic happening for humanity as a whole.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Indeed,
it's like a species with amnesia, right? Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah. So I definitely subscribe to that whole species with amnesia after a cataclysmic event. You know, people were just rattled.
Yeah.
Right? It would have taken thousands of years to recover from that. Yeah.
Yeah, thousands of years. That's why you have a big gap between those old megalithic structures and those newer ones. You are missing often a time period of a couple of thousands of years.
Yeah. Yeah, the smaller stones are just the rubble that was left over, and they tried to pile it back up. Yeah, that's all it is.
Indeed, they tried to rebuild on those older structures.
Yeah.
Like they maybe still had some knowledge and tried to rebuild it like it once was.
So how come a lot of the pyramids stayed then? I know a lot of them have been destroyed, but how come some of those pyramids stayed?
Well, if you look at the Sphinx and the pyramids, I mean, the Sphinx is definitely, you know, probably 10, 20,000 years older than the pyramids themselves. The capstones are gone off the pyramids. So I think they did get a bit of a hit because the Nile River used to be to the east and it moved to the west after the flood. I mean, it was to the east. And the pyramids had underground tunnels that went out into the Nile River, and they had a catch basin there.
Yeah.
So the pyramids would draw water in. They were like a water hammer pump and a power station because there are copper leads in them too, right? So they've done both. So I think the pyramids did get a strike, but it didn't completely destroy them.
In one pyramid, there's a big hole on one side.
Yeah.
Not many people know that you can see a big hole that was struck at such an angle that you would believe that it certainly would come from above. Or from inside or...
And there's melted limestone right handy there too, yeah.
I find it also strange that they never showed that side of that pyramid where you can see that hole on the TV. They never showed that side.
I've seen a program where it said that basically, this is what you're talking about now. The Egyptians moved in to those pyramids, and what it is some of the pyramids have been patched up with different stones. And it's a bit like,
yeah.
But you now can find videos with things like that on.
Yeah, that's sort of the truth starting to come out a bit on that. I mean,
did they? The Egyptians didn't know what they got.
Yeah, and I think from a just a logical perspective, we can't hold that against any particular group of people because the entire place was just dead. And so if someone had ran away and abandoned their city, and then survivors and migrants trying to find food moved into another city after the fact and claimed it as their own, well, that's nature for you. Right? But indeed, it's true that the Sumerians and so forth and the Roman type of architecture is present more so in Egypt than Egyptian is. Right? It was there beforehand. Right? Which is natural. I mean, a culture would move in and reclaim what they could find. Right? That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
You'll find Egyptians in Australia too, right? Right. There's Egyptian pyramids in Australia and that type of thing.
Yeah, also pyramids in Asia. There are pyramids.
There's even pyramids
everywhere.
in the UK.
Yeah, in America there are also pyramids. They are.
I'll see if I can bring up Google Maps here. Unless you could, RTs, you could look at. Do you have your Google thing up there now?
I wonder if ley lines have to do a lot with this electromagnetic grid stuff.
Yeah, they do. I was looking at that earlier today. You can download. Well, I downloaded the one specifically for Alberta, but the ley lines are there everywhere, right? If you look at star forts, you can do a Google if you're interested in that sort of thing. There's a star fort. You just Google star forts and you'll find them all over the place too. And they're located on ley lines like Stonehenge, but they were more military forts. And they're shaped like stars. I mean, the builders of those were in the Middle Ages and they built them like a star-shaped military stone, but a fort, right?
Yeah, exactly. We have in the Netherlands also cities named after a fort. We have Koevoorden, that was a fort. And you have Boertange, that is also shaped like a fort.
Yep.
Groningen was one.
So those at the center of those is a center point of a localized magnetic anomaly, and then if you use your compass, back in those days, right, you would just have the compass in the center of town, and you knew where you went, right? So it's a localized magnetic node point, right, on the ley lines. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
there was one I was trying to find one here.
It's actually getting all this into a data format so that you can actually plot this out on the map.
Yeah. And just like Karen was saying too, I mean the problem with this stuff getting out as far as in the truth movement, and it's kind of coming through the flat earth type, people start looking, the truth starts coming out, and it's going to be met with a lot of resistance, I think, because the cataclysmic type of idea completely turns all archaeology and history completely on its head. You can no longer date anything because it's like you were shown there. If half a building was picked up and moved 1,000 miles in the air and then dropped down in the middle of somewhere else, and then another culture moved in behind it, right? Well, then how do you know? There's no way to figure out, what date it was made or where it came from or who built it in the first place, right? So it's a major monkey wrench for archaeology, right?
Yeah. Right. And taking samples of things that are surrounding it while it was never there to begin with. Yeah. Right.
So if the storm dug up 1,000 feet of earth to make the Grand Canyon and then transported that to South America and dumped it upside down somewhere else, well, now the carbon dating for 1,000 feet of earth is now completely upside down. So you'll find the new stuff on the top and the old stuff underneath, right? Yeah. Which is sometimes what we find, right? You'll find, ancient artifacts, 300-400 feet in the earth, right? And layers of old stuff on top of that should be older. Right? So it's natural that the Smithsonian and those types of places would want to hide that type of information because they have no foundation to base the entire science on, right?
It all points back to the trauma.
Exactly, yeah. So the only thing we can date is to go back to try and figure out when that happened and how, roughly when it happened. And from there forward, nobody has any idea. So you might as well just, leave it at that. Right? Yeah.
Well, what I'm showing now, can you see this?
Yep.
This also looks like a stripe to me. And what is near that? You have here that darkened region. You have here negative. It looks a little bit circular. And you have here those big spores like I showed before. They already started out the water. Can you see this?
Yep.
When it goes like this, and what's very interesting, Here are the NASA lines. How do you call it? Nazca lines.
Yep, that's the Nazca lines, yeah.
And they are already near another strike zone. Magnetic strike zone. Here are the Nazca lines. And over here, what I showed you, where was it? The strike zone over here. What? Here it goes. And we have here a high mountain. Yeah. No, that's definitely the minus or plus side. So it's again very clear that it was near an old, the Nazca lines, you can call them an old civilization, but again near an older thing on the Earth.
No, I think you're definitely on the right track. And if you want a hand, like trying to map some of that stuff, I can. If you know where all the ancient locations of the artifacts and sites are, probably a lot better than I do. I'm familiar with them, but I'm not an expert on those at all.
I've put all arrows and that the location is fixed, so I just have to press the location and whoop, it wins there.
Yeah, because it'd be interesting to add that to Sirius's model too, right? It just says.
I was thinking of actually creating some extra pages to collect all these kinds of data, or specific pages.
Well, I think there is a function, but I have to sort it out, that you can share your location with somebody else. But I have to sort it out, so maybe that's more easier. Then I can send all my Google Maps location to Sirius, but that's even easier. But I have to sort it out if that works or not.
Oh yeah, you only collect the GPS information and where you actually point at with that location. Lines or
the GPS codes. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can also give you those. Yeah. But I'm still working on it. But
here's one that's in the.
Sorry.
Here's one I've been showing you on my screen there. It's in Canada here. It's in the province of Quebec City, or Quebec.
It's a bit black.
Yeah, and distance
is
a bit black there.
Yeah, it's not come through.
Yeah, it's not coming through in live chat either.
Okay, hang on a second here. I'll bring that up and do the. Bring it up the screen share again. How's that?
Yep.
That's it.
Okay. So just to give you an idea of the scale, this is the province of Quebec, and the distance between the 2 points is 662 kilometers.
Yep.
So down here is the negative. This is to be the. I'll clear the measurement there. So down here is the negative pole, and it created like a moat style lake, and then the lightning strike went out here all over the place.
Yep.
So it created this lake here, very clear, and then up to the north is the other side of it, which is the positive entry point, right? So it raised up the center and then dug out a hole over here, right?
Just the other way around.
Connect the two.
This is
the other way around.
Yeah, this is a very big hit.
Yeah. That's a pretty big hit. I mean, it's
yeah.
And it actually 600 kilometers between the two. It's the entire province of Quebec, right? It's a quarter of Canada, right?
Yeah.
Right.
You can't even perceive the whole area.
Right, and it probably carved out half of this Bay of Hudson Bay, right? This nice arc shape here was probably it came out with the blast, right? Just it hit here and took this with it, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you often have a strange cutout in the sea near it.
Yeah.
Most of the time. Yeah. And it's also great because you now can see the coordinates, and that's why I also found your places. I just looked at the coordinates, typed them in, and whoop, I was there.
Yeah.
So this is very great that you share this. I can also add this one to the list of those things I was investigating.
So I kind of figure that from the geological point of view, after the cataclysm, there would, like I said, there would have been the ash clouds in the sky, and the sky would have been dark for a very long time.
Indeed.
And that would have led to the ice age, which then would have, as the ice moved, that part of the geological theory I think is pretty correct, right? There was the ice age, the ice, moved in, then receded, right? So that moves some stuff around too.
I've talked to it to my. I went to the hospital today. That's another story. For a friend of mine, my father was over there, and we were driving back because I don't own a car, and I was talking about this, and it made a lot of sense. It was instantly saying that's it, that's the real what happened in history. It resonated with him instantly, and he's very skeptic about those things. So my father is also on board now. So again, one with the team, one by one.
It's funny. I'm not sure. There's a lot of from the spiritual side of things, and the consciousness, like the collective consciousness of humanity. Right. When I think about it, as soon as you tell someone about it, and then you just see that light bulb go off in their head, it's like they're actually remembering, because I think that such a traumatic event can actually be written into our collective minds and our DNA as
possibly
one of our instincts, right? As soon as you hear it, it's like, wow, I almost remember that, right?
My father also was adding things to it, like that's like indeed it was like a light bulb was going off in his mind, and he smiled and instantly said, "Oh, that's a real history. That's not the history we are told on TV. This is." It resonated with him big time. He said, "This is it. This is on the right track. It feels good." Yeah. So I was very glad to you try to tell this to the most of the time first to the nearest person and that was my dad, and he believed all of it, and it resonated with him. So that gives a wonderful feeling that you are on the right track and people understand your research.
Well, now that you know how the electricity and the circuitry works, so you can apply that. You can apply that to your free energy research, right? Through a cathodic type of setup, right? It's like how you put a cathodic protection system on a piping system or a structural system to stop corrosion, right? You just put a sacrificial zinc anode in the ground and then wire it up to the structure so that the zinc will break down and the structure won't rust or decompose.
Oh yeah, it's like if you have a copper ring, you with electrolyzer you put a small amount of silver on it.
Right. Yeah. The same idea. If you take a zinc, a pound of zinc or 5 pound chunk of zinc, throw it in the ground, and then wire that up to a steel pipe system.
Yeah.
Well, then the zinc will take off the charge and it'll break down and corrode, and the piping system won't break down and corrode, so you get more life out of your piping system.
Yeah.
So it's the same type of setup, right?
Yeah. Same type of setup. Yeah.
So once you know how that works, you're off and running. And the military, to be honest, they kind of hide this stuff. If you try and find a sea buoy, like a national oceanographic or military sea buoy at sea, right? You try to find one of them that's decommissioned and actually try to find the batteries that are in it, you'll never find them.
All right.
Right, because they're a saltwater-based battery that has they put a solar-powered panel on the top, and the actual batteries are plates of zinc and different metals in the seawater itself, right? And the sun creates enough charge to start the dielectric going in the battery in the buoy that runs the lights and the communications and all that stuff forever, right? They'll run for 20 years, right?
I know I saw a documentary about something like a ship that had to use masts on it without any sail. It was in the 70s, and also had a system for almost sailing the seas on free energy. But that was in the 70s. I never heard from him again. I don't know his name. But I saw a documentary about it some time ago.
Yeah, it's in theory. I mean, if you think about it, that could be possible, right? You put a dielectric in the ocean and let the magnetic current drag you along. Yeah. Forget about the wind, right?
He had no sails and he had no motor in it. Only those huge, almost wings in the skies on his boat. And then on that part where he sailed.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago that I see the documentary, but I remember that now.
Yeah, if you take if you imagine take a bathtub, right, and put a whole bunch of plates in it, a whole bunch of metal plates in it, and then connect them in a series, and then put 2 leads off either end of the bathtub that's full of plates, drop it in the ocean underneath your boat, right, and then you get the salt water just flowing around in it. Well, that'll create a charge, and then you just have to take the leads up into your boat and put a load on it, right, and there's your circuit, right. It'll draw energy forever until the metal's gone. The metal will disappear after a while. But it'll last you 20 years. You can draw quite a bit of power off of that. It's free energy. Yeah. To a certain degree. I mean, you're still losing the metal over time as a catalyst and the ionic exchange between the plates and the salt. But you're not burning oil, right? So.
Yeah, indeed.
So.
I'm searching for that boat I was talking about.
So I think it's important that we kind of share that information and then, do it with materials that are good for the environment, right? So, that, magnesium plates would be a good way to make a saltwater battery that would actually add magnesium, which is a vitamin to the fish in the water, right? Magnesium is a part of life, right? It's not going to be
Chris, did the pyramids cause this? Or it was something else?
Oh, I don't think they were the cause. I mean, they were probably involved in it. Because the pyramids, they were set up as a ram water pump, and they were sucking water in from the Nile in the bottom. There's actually a lodestone that would go back and forth, and it would be like a ram water pump, right? So they pump water 24/7, and but it would be a salt water as well, right? Partially salt because the Nile isn't exactly fresh water. Part of it is and part of it isn't. It's kind of a mixing area there, right? So, which is where they were getting the electricity from, because they had copper catalysts in the pyramids as well, right? So I don't think they were the cause, but they probably would have provided a ground as the storm came through. They probably took a hit, yeah, for sure. At least part of them did, right?
And you believe it was a natural thing? It's not someone else caused that. That was a natural disaster, but like the Bible says.
Yeah, it was natural. Yeah, I mean, and for the most part, it was natural. I don't know if man would have done something that started just the trigger. Somebody, like the rod of Moses or whatever, stuck a rod in the ground somewhere by accident and started this thing happening, right? But once it started,
was how we were made? Was it how we were made?
It's interesting, yeah. Interesting to think about it, yeah.
The boat I'm showing now, it's not the boat that I was talking about, but it looks like this boat. And it was in the 1960s, 70s, when someone sailed with a kind of boat that looks like this.
Oh, yeah.
And it was done. He sailed for hundreds of miles with it.
Yeah.
On almost free energy. But I don't know. I will research his name later on.
So it was electric drive?
Yeah, some sort of electric wind currency.
Yeah.
It was in the 70s, but I will have to research, but it looked exactly like this boat.
Well, that's exactly the same setup would be like a Tesla tower, right? You have the antenna in the sail or whatever, that mast there is an antenna, and he's connecting to the salt water with another diode, and then there's an air gap in between, so you just take the energy off in between, right?
Yeah, it was a long time ago that I saw that documentary, and it was from the 60s or 70s.
Yeah.
I never heard about it again, so probably they paid him off or something.
Can I just jump in there? So I got a question from Arwin, or a statement. Maybe he's basically saying the salt doesn't need to be the water doesn't need to be salty. I think, from what I'm getting from the chat, is that correct in your view or not? There, sorry, Chris.
Well, it'll work better if it's salty. It doesn't have to be salty. No, he's correct. It can be deionized water as well. It'll still carry an electric current quite well. But the salt will actually speed up the breakdown of the metals. Right? But no, he's correct. It doesn't have to be salty. That's when I can show you something here too. If I can find it quickly here. Water bridge. Images. This would be a pretty good image here, I guess. I'll try and do the screen share here again if I can get it to work.
It doesn't work yet.
Screen share.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the laboratory, it's basically the same setup. If you take 2 beakers of deionized water and put a lead on one side, lead on the other side, run a high voltage current through them, right? Water without any salt in it, it's just pure distilled water. Will start to maybe that image a little bit bigger. That's not real big. Let me zoom in here. Right. So water will form a bridge between the 2 beakers of glass, and that's actually water flowing between the two. And you can separate them by, a couple inches, and it'll stay in that sort of swirling vortex in the electric field. So the electric field forms a pressure on the outside of the water to keep it in place while the current flows down the center in the scalar wave, right? So it's the same basic physics. So in theory, if you can set up that connection, you can take a charge, you can take energy off of the center of that circuit, which is the same thing. Ocean to sky, right? There, let me go back here and stop sharing. There we go. If that makes sense.
It's basically tapping into the circuit, what is already there.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, it flows all the time. I think about it logically. It's what holds us down also holds us up. If we think about the human body, well, we're 80% water, which is a catalyst, a dielectric medium, water. The rest of us is carbon. Well, that's a superconductor, right? And then you have in our bones is calcium carbonate, which is a dielectric or diamagnetic material. So in a magnetic field, calcium carbonate will levitate. Right. So basically, what is holding us up is the magnetic field, and it's also holding us down and keeping us together, right? By creating that pressure around our our envelope. So it's like Santos was saying there, and Karen had mentioned, man, universe, all one type of thing connected with the Buddha, right? The whole Mandelbrot, right? Because if you think about it, our bones
feel it every day.
Right. So our bones communicate pressure. We could feel the weight of our bodies and pressure and everything else through our bones, and it communicates that to our brains. But if you look at bone structure, well, there's not a whole lot of nerves in it. You can drive I've had it done. I've had screws, into my legs and so forth, and you don't feel it in the bone. You feel it in the skin, but the bone has no sensation of pain necessarily. It makes you feel queasy, but it's not painful, right? But that information can actually travel through your bones into your brain, right?
Yeah.
Right. And that's the magnetic current is what's actually doing the communication, as far as I'm concerned. Right?
Yeah. It's all a circuit within as well.
Yeah. And we feel it in, if you get a high pressure zone and there's a storm coming, well, yeah, you're, like you say, you feel it in your bones every day, right? Right. A magnetic storm, well, if you can wake up and your knee is hurting for You know, so people are sensitive to it, right?
Yeah.
I know I am.
Yeah.
They can feel it in their water. So.
Well, I'm no spring chicken, so I'm getting kind of sensitive to it. Yeah.
I'd like to escape this Wi-Fi reach. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want to avoid cell towers. Yeah. Yeah.
With what you've seen, Chris, what do you make of it? Your take on it, then? Because I just asked you, was it the pyramids, and you answered a bit to that. But what's your take on the whole thing, then, as you've looked into this bit and understand it more than most?
Well, it's as far as the construct and why the authorities are trying to hide truth and all that stuff. You mean? Or?
Yeah, like this whole electrical thing that would have happened, it would have destroyed us and all that. Like, what's your take on, like, do you think that that's thousands of years ago, or something happened 500? Well, people looking into history, I think I mentioned it last night, reckon about 500 years ago something happened.
Yeah, I think it was. If you work it back, I think the original cataclysm started around 12,800 years ago, which would be the last age of the Sumerian culture. Because if you look at some of the sculptures, they actually have the timing. We could see seven eras in the Sumerian culture, which matches up with the Mayan calendar that has the same 7 symbols of each era, which is I think they call the Baktun, which is 2,500 years roughly per cycle, right? But Santos would be the man to tell you about that. But there's seven phases that they survive before the final one kind of hit and started, and that would have been about 12,000 years ago. And then there was a series of these events. You know, like gradually there would have been a major one. Then gradually, as the system lost power, it would have continued with more events, but they would have probably spread out and got weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. And now today they're not as powerful as they once were. But so I think the last one would have been in the Middle Ages, approximately 1400 or whatever, or earlier.
Of the golden age in the 26,000 year cycle. That we
correct. Yeah.
We'll another side and where it is the most weakest.
Yeah.
It will grow again back to the more powerful stage as well. So
it might shift and start going back the other way. Yeah.
Can I ask you something, Chris? You were talking about yesterday on the Hangout yesterday about how the headdresses on those figures you had, they were wearing the headdress that was what the sky looked like.
Yeah.
But we get this pinky funny tinge now in our sky most nights when it's setting, not as rings, but as it is pink behind, you know, like the light's going the other way. You get this. A lot of people are noticing it was there, then maybe it wasn't there, or maybe we're just noticing more. What do you make of that? Is that natural, or is that something that's happening?
The pink glow in the sky, you mean, like the northern lights?
Yeah, like after the sun's, like the light's going the other way, but behind you can see the sky is always this pinky color.
Yeah, I've noticed that here in the last couple of years. It's been getting more dramatic, right? It's you'll see the sun setting in the west, and then you'll look to the east, and you'll see a glowing pink sky, and then early in the morning at 6 a.m., you'll see it completely reversed. You'll see an orange sky rising in the east, and then a pink sky in the west, right? And but I think that is probably more likely due to the chemtrail spray, and they're causing a change in the refraction atmospherics, right? Because that doesn't seem normal to me. I don't ever remember seeing that. You know, growing up, right? That's the first time where, I mean, you might see the odd occurrence of that, but it's a daily thing now, right? So,
yeah.
If you're up at the right time.
Got a question from Arwen again. He's asking if the golden ages could be electrically induced, so that they heighten the electrical activity in the area would cause humans to function better and become more inventive. Sorry. Could that be a result, maybe?
Well, I'm not sure. It could be. Like if you change the resonant frequencies of the general process, like it would it could interfere, well, not interfere, but it may affect our brainwave function, right? Because we are on a brainwave vibrational frequency of between 7 and 15 hertz, right? Which is the Schumann resonance. So I mean, he's got a point there.
In the sense, you need to clean up your body as well to have this particular alkaline flow better functioning.
Yeah.
That you can actually deal with the amount of electricity going through you.
Yeah. It's the same. It's the same idea.
Can I say something? Can I just say something? I've been messaging Santos, and I actually thought for a moment that he might come on the Hangout, but he said because what it is when it's live, you can when you join it to where we've got to. When it's uploaded, then you can watch it from the beginning. And I thought maybe he might want to come on, but he said no. But I'd like to listen to the whole thing from the start. So he wants to hear our whole Hangout, Santos. Yeah. And I think he's quite interested as well in, obviously, Ceres' model, the flat earth, square flat earth talk. I think he's quite interested in what the stuff Chris and artists have been talking about as well. One more thing. I just want to say, we had a talk with Arwin the other day, and we were wondering whether there was actually, you can only go so far down, but is there water there? And if there was water flowing under there, that would help maybe create the above.
Well, you cut out. You cut out there, Karen.
Oh no, I just stopped talking for a second because I just wondered how I was going to put it. How if there's water running underneath us, maybe that helps our whole system above where we live, because there's this water constantly running. You know, if the pyramids were using free energy and all that and using water, maybe there's water 12 miles down that's always flowing, which helps.
Yes, there is actually. If you
if you look at it wasn't 12 miles down though, was it? I think in the Kohler experiment they found it up to 4 miles down, wasn't it?
No, it was about 8.5. It was 12 kilometers or 8.5 miles. Right. Yeah, so it was about.
You know, that's how far the actual hole went. But I think they stopped finding water after about 4 miles. I think. I'm not 100% on that, but that's what jumps into my head anyway.
Yeah, it was definitely a mud slurry in hydrogen. There was carbon that came up that was coated in hydrogen. Yeah, I remember I looked at those reports back in the day when I was in the industry. Yeah.
I just found something out again. I'm on Google Maps still, and that strike you showed yesterday that I was referring that it looked like the moon. It's very near to the pyramids of Meru. So that also fits. And, shall I show it? This may be easier.
Sure.
Can you see this? Now you can see it, huh? It was that positive and negative charge you were talking about yesterday.
And you can see, you can see the swirling effect in the sand, right? It was how it swirled around that vortex. Yeah.
No, and this is how the pyramids of Meru, and that's not far away.
Yeah, it looks like the moon. Yeah, that's the one we thought looked like the moon. Yeah.
Here are the pyramids of Meru. If you zoom out, it's not that far away.
Oh, there I found also.
Yeah.
Right on top of the pyramid, you see that big lake.
Yeah.
In the river, on the right.
You can see that.
On top of that big lake, you have a particular circle. What is very black, completely crossed with all kinds of.
Yeah. Right in the center there. Yeah. If you zoomed in there, you'll find a double arc strike probably. Yeah.
Oh, over here.
Yep, right down in there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We're leaving. Well, it's very near that other side, and as you can see, very clear that here you have the temple of Karnak. Here's the pyramids of Meru, and just slide to the left, you see that. Well, you can see it on the map, very clear. This is Egypt. Now, can you see that hand when I'm circling?
Yep.
Right, that's where the place where you talked about yesterday, and you can see all those wave lines.
Yeah,
Like
Libya,
somebody
right.
put a sender on it, and you can see all those stripes. Very clear.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
Even the Taksim temples in Malta, that's not that far away. It's over here. But also near that.
Yeah, if you ask me, everything below sea you will see as well. There's so much of these particular roads of streams where you probably see the whole
See the
main
flow. Yeah.
go through.
I'll show you just before I'm going to run here in a few minutes, but I'll show you just before I go some screenshots from the 3D model I've done. I've tried to remodel it in picture form here. So these are just screenshots from a 3D model, and so I have the stars in the background. But at the North Pole, there would have been an alignment of essentially Saturn, Mars, and Jupiter. They kind of aligned at the north, and this was the plasma cloud. And when you actually run the simulation, you end up seeing the cross right in the cloud itself because of the magnetic fields. So this would have been in the skies for a very long time, and they would have seen that, right? Yeah. So you can actually, and they would have carved it out in stone, and you can see where that basic idea came from. And this here would have been this here would have been like Mars. Could have been Mars versus the Sun, Mars, and this is the Egyptian type of idea of the same thing. But when you look at back here, you'll see here is the red circle, right, and here's the wings, right. And if you zoom in really close, you can actually see that this looks like the head of a falcon. There's two eyes, and the beak, and the black stripes over the falcon's face, right. Now, this is actually a photograph of the real Milky Way, right?
Yeah.
Right.
From the ground.
I've also seen it as the dragon eating his tail.
Correct. Yeah. So
what I also want to ask, the big circle on maybe Anubis or something, that Egyptian picture you had.
Yeah.
There's also a ball-shaped form, like that. So maybe they use that for the electricity to get electricity in themselves.
Yeah,
like
the Egyptian light bulbs. Yeah. Those were like a plasma-based light bulb, right? They were like just a gas in a tube, and then they ran DC power in it, and it glowed like a neon bulb, right? Yeah. It had no filament in it. Right? Yeah. And you can see if the planets actually started to shift, well, then you would get the arcing out of the bottom of Mars, arcing to the ground, and you would get a half moon shape, which is the star and the half moon, and then this shape here looks like the butterfly. And then when you take that to the next step in the Inca culture, well, then you can actually see it in this headdress. There's the seven stars, or 7 planets, or 7 ages, the blue sky, the green plasma, right? The arc of the whole thing. You can actually, in this headdress, tell the entire history, right? Yeah. Right, blue sky, night sky, stars.
That's very clear.
Pretty clear what they're talking about, right?
Yeah. But
right.
you have to first learn to see those things. Yeah.
Right. Here's the same thing. So here's the circular planet with the X, which is the cross plasma cloud they saw in the sky, the 5 surrounding planets, and the green plasma coming out of it. Right. This would be the ground with the mountains. Right.
Yeah.
This is the brown Mars. This is Mars below, which was the warrior god, right? And even in the Indian culture, they have the goddess with the tongue hanging out, right? Very similar mythology here, right? So Mars was the attacker, right? It caused part of the problem, right? Right. And this is the blue sky, right? Blue sky, and then the heavens above, here's the planets above, and then the plasma arc coming out like a comet, right? It's just like a big. Yeah. And that was a different culture altogether, but similar. There's one is Mayan and one is Inca, right? I think.
I started remembering that there's also the gate, the sun gate in Peru, and there's also. I will search that picture if I can find it. Just a moment.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
We just went a bit silent then. Ooh, well, we've talked about a lot tonight, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have to think about a lot as well. Again, it completely still ties in what I found actually. So far, everything keeps connecting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important. Like as we come together, like the gentleman, he's not on the call here now, but he was talking about earlier to come together on it. And the fellow that wanted to do the expedition, I can't remember his name, but.
And it's great we're all coming together.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I'm just searching for that picture I was thinking about. Just a moment.
Yeah, I think if we unplug from the matrix and so to speak, and the authorities and the powers that be, and just rewrite, come to our own group think understanding of what history really was in ancient cultures, and bring it all together, without an authoritarian type of thing trying to shove it down your throat. Well, then that's the answer.
And that's the whole point.
Yeah.
And it's that they claim it a utopia, but it is actually reality of taking responsibility each for our own.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I found the picture. And I'm interested in what you make of this. It's from Punku in Peru.
Yeah, the H block. Yeah.
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 And that's one of the oldest structures we know.
Yeah. I've looked at those. I mean, you can actually take those and plug them together like Lego blocks. I mean, they fit perfectly.
Yeah. Indeed. Yeah. Those holes fit in other stones, and it's one big Lego structure that was crashed, and you should put the pieces together. But this is not one gate; there are 4.
Yeah.
Only this one was still standing.
I wonder, is this particular thing actually on its location, or was it moved by a storm?
No, this was there are 4 of those, of this one, 4 gates, and the other gates are destroyed. This one was still standing, but it was about half in the sand. It's only the top was sticking out.
Okay.
Yeah, and this one is the only one that is still standing straight, and the other structures around it are all just fallen over.
Yeah. It's interesting. You can see the cracking in it and a little bit of a discoloration, probably from. Yeah. Well, it could be from anything, but it might have been from the electrical conduction.
Yeah, and this thing is also magnetic, and also if you place a compass on it, it moves. It reacts to it.
Well, that's the thing. Anything that was exposed to this cataclysmic electrical storm would have instantly taken on whatever polarity it was exposed to at the time, right?
Yeah, indeed.
Right. I saw something in the stones at Avebury. That's a stone circle in Wiltshire, UK. They were dowsing, and they could move as they moved the dowsing stick up. There was actually, these stones had 3 layers of whatever it was in there to make, they were using those levels in the stones.
Yep. Oh, stacked on top of each other, different magnetism. Yeah.
Yeah, through the stones with 3 layers of made the dowsing stick move. Different energy.
Yeah. Yep.
So they were using the stones because of those layers.
To try to align them up, yeah.
The stones had these 3 layers in them, so those stones are doing, not just because it's a stone, it's something that is in the stones as well.
Yeah. It's similar to the ones that are in Africa too, right?
Am I making sense, or do I sound stupid?
No, it makes sense. Yeah, the magnetite in the stones at different layers depending on what charge was present when they were laid in there, right? Because they would have come in waves, you know, wave on top of wave on top of wave of fallout, right? Blast after blast. And if the charge was different, then they would have just adopted that charge at the time. Yeah.
And this is.
So you think that this has happened to the stones? That the stones wouldn't have been like that originally?
Yeah, normally no. Like a stone, an iron-rich stone, if it's hot and it comes out of a volcano, and as it cools, as it starts to freeze, the molecules in the stone will line up with the magnetic field at that point in time, right? So then if the magnetic field changes and the volcano erupts again later on and puts another layer on top of that, but the field changes, when the new lava freezes, it'll take on the opposite polarity of the layer that's underneath it, right? So you'll find a layering effect of different magnetic polarity in stones.
So do you think that all that we're on actually came out of the volcanoes?
No, not at all. No, but I'm just saying that's an example of how you would get a layering effect in rock like that, right? So if the say if
I'll try and find. I've got it on video on my YouTube channel. I'll send you the link.
Okay. Wow, there's a big one. Just taken and dropped out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah. I just thought let's get some pictures while we are talking. And this is in the same area I showed before. And you can also see. Yeah, it's not a very bright picture there. The besides those doors, the rock is melted.
Yep.
This is not a very good picture, but the rock is melted. You can see this.
Yeah, so you can imagine that you're looking at, say, the south wall or the end wall of what was a cathedral, right?
Yep.
The rest of it's gone, right?
It's melted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a lot of pictures about all kinds of. Yeah, you can see I was very big into investigating those things.
Yep.
And just for fun, this is the Temple of Jupiter. And you can see under those pillars there are small stones, but under those smaller stones you can see those people walking on it. Those are very big stones.
Yeah.
Again, they built.
Yeah, the Temple of Jupiter is interesting because
you can see.
And you can see the different layering. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see this different layering: big stones, smaller stones, smaller stones, and that's also with the structures in Peru.
And you'll see in that particular, the Temple of Jupiter is an interesting one because it has multiple styles of the architecture changes over time, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can see the shift from the previous up to the Roman with the fleur de lis, right?
Yeah, this one.
So that's Roman architecture in Baalbek. Where is that? Lebanon?
Yeah, Baalbek, Lebanon.
Yeah. So it's Roman architecture with the fleur de lis, which is more French. You know, that's all Polynesian and northern type of thing, Northern European style of architecture, right?
It's Corinthian, those pillars.
Yeah.
You have Doric are the oldest, Doric, Ionic, and these are the Corinthian ones.
Yep.
With the later ones.
And the Corinthian, well, you'll find that all the way down even into southern India.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, like I said, after the storm hit, whatever that was, it separated everybody, and they all scattered for the woods, and then, later on, repopulated areas with different people in different areas, right?
Yeah. Because I will show you another picture. We are showing pictures, so I will go on. This is the carving of the mysterious animals in the Laton Temple in Cambodia.
Yep.
And you can see, I'll show another picture. They are carved. Dinosaurs are carved into that. A close-up picture. So the temple I was showing you before, if you take a close-up, well, this looks like a dinosaur to me. So they knew that there were dinosaurs. Very clear. So they must have had advanced technology to know.
Or do you think that's a lizard? Do you just think it's a lizardy thing?
No, it's a guy.
Dragon.
Yeah, dragon. Well, that may be the fact why there are so many fairy tales about dragons, because probably the people are overlapped with the dinosaurs. So the people and dinosaurs probably roamed the earth at the same time, and that's why you have all those legends about dragons, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, the lightning storm would have certainly looked like a fire. If you go back to that picture real quickly there, it's you can the lightning storm, I think, definitely would have looked like a dragon, red glowing dragon in the sky, and lightning coming out of its face, and the whole 9 yards. That particular one, I've seen it before, and I know that they often say that it's a picture of a dinosaur, right, with the Platosaurus, I think it is, with the plates on the back, right?
Yeah.
So, and I'm not saying it's not. I can't dispute it either way. But the other explanation, the only other explanation I could think of that would be that the surrounding whirlwind would be the waters and the vortex and that flowing around it like the serpents and the dragons, and the rocks would be the rocks falling from the sky upon them, that type of thing. So it could be a depiction of that story as well. So there might be two explanations for that one.
It's like a story. I will show you a picture that you can see more of the side of the wall.
Isn't that the one where there's like another depiction that looks like an astronaut?
Yeah, a bit. Yeah, I don't know if it's...
Maybe.
You can see here below it's a plant. Here you can see the dinosaur, and you can see a strange... It's like they have in a church, a window to tell a story.
Yeah.
It's almost like also the double snake going up.
Yep. The swirling snake smoke and the snake, going back and forth.
Yeah, I'm trying to get as much pictures of old structures as I can to try to put the puzzle together. So that's why I have a lot of old pictures of old structures, because I've been investigating it for about 2 years now. And it's very handy when I need them, like now.
Yeah. And as far as Karen was mentioning that she had the question, do I think that this is what created modern humans and that sort of thing? And when I think about that, I mean, as far as an actual physical intentional creation, I'm not sure about. I mean, no, I don't think anybody really could be. But as far as an epigenetic change in humanity and the way we think and the way we perceive as being, we may have switched from that peaceful, nonchalant, just, grazing people, building happy and all that, into the more paranoid, skit and split type of personality, right? Where you have that fear on one side and, and then on the opposite, right? Because I do think when that happens, it can. Because there's been some research, right? If you stress a mother while she's pregnant and don't feed her, right, and she's starving for food while she's pregnant, well, then when the children are born, they have a propensity to be obese because they think they're starving all the time, but it writes it into their DNA, right? So there are physical changes during events like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when we're made, like an embryo goes through all these different weird things. Like we look like dinosaurs for a bit while we're being created.
That's true. Yeah, we go through that polygon type, or what do you call it?
We're working in water.
Yeah.
Well, this is an example. You can see that the bigger stones are on the bottom. They rebuilt with smaller stones on top, just for the people who are wondering what it looks like.
And you can see the scour marks, the burn marks on the stone too, right? Where it was fried.
Very clear. And only on those on the bigger stones, not on the smaller stones, because that was after the cataclysm.
After the fact, yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. That's what happened.
Yeah, me too. And because of you, I now know more about those magnetic charges, and it makes a lot of sense now. And I was glad that I was investigating this, because I saved a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
And now they come in very handy.
Well, you'll probably run across a picture if you look long enough. I got it in my files here, but it's a wall at Pumapuku, I think, and there's a blast that shows a twisted mess of stone coming right through another wall. But then within the twisted mess of stone, there's an imprint of a perfectly square block. So it looks like when the lightning struck, it pushed a part of a block with it, and then it just fell out on the ground, right? It was still molten when the block fell out, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I've seen
very strange things, yeah.
Very strange. And just to show people, you have how big an obelisk that they were cut in one piece most of the time. It just gives you a scale. This is how big it is. And they lifted from this quarry almost 50 miles to another location. And they tell us they did it with wooden rollers. No way.
Yeah.
And it's one piece. So we are alive.
Another thing, like when you're studying this, another thing to look for is if you look at places like the Grand Canyon and so forth, you'll see that on the tops of the peaks, on the highest peaks, no matter where you go, there's all this rubble that came from below. Now it's on the top, and now it's sitting on the top, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's completely turned upside down, right?
Indeed.
And the other thing that's a dead giveaway is you'll find ocean debris on the top of Mount Everest, right? You'll find seashells and all that stuff embedded in stone as fossilized remnants of the oceans at the highest elevations.
I found a picture of the Grand Canyon. Yeah. You can see the rubble below, and you can see also the strange, almost like saw marks in the stone.
Yeah, lightning scarring on the stone face. Yeah.
You know, and below you can see there is a chip and a big crack. I'm very glad I saved all those pictures.
So do they think something like this is going to occur again? Or in your opinion, could something like this occur again?
Yeah, of course. In my opinion, it can occur again.
It could, but I don't think...
If we're not careful.
If we're not careful, yeah. We could cause it if we're not careful. Yeah.
Okay.
But for it to naturally occur again, I think you would have to have Mars and the planets, the inner 7 planets, close enough, above our heads to actually cause the short again. There's a potential. I think the moon could do it if it dropped close enough. It might short out, but I think we were talking there last night about the chemtrail spraying, and they're putting the boron and the aluminum oxides and disulfides into the air, right? Which is causing that effect that we see with the sun and the pink and the glows and the chemtrails and the weird skies. If they're not careful and they get that conductive,
they're going to change everything, aren't they?
Yeah, if that layer, I mean, I can see where they're trying to do it, right? They're probably trying to make a conductive layer so they can put their magnetic satellites. Yeah, they're making a Faraday case so they can put up the balloons with the microwave transmissions and actually have a grid system up there. They're doing Tesla technology basically to make that a conductive type of level, so they can use wireless technology and across the communications and then sell it back to you, right? Which is ridiculous. They're going to block the sun so they can sell you back the power, right? But if they're not careful and they short that thing out, it's game over, right? We'll be right back to this. if someone, if they don't know what they're doing.
A man-made one, wouldn't it?
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah. If they put enough metal up there that creates that battery type layer catalyst, and you get a Sprite storm and enough water in between, and it shorts out and makes a connection, there'd be nothing you can do to stop it. Right.
Makes the direct connection with the Earth's crust. That's what's going to happen.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's an open DC circuit. Right. And you know what open circuit voltage is like on a welder or whatever. Right.
Exactly.
An open circuit is full power. Right.
On
like
this,
a welding stick on the sky.
On this structure, you can also see those burn marks. Where it fell over.
Yep.
Because that's what a plasma cutter does. Like when you were showing that precision cut in between the line in between the stone, that's exactly what a plasma cutter does on model.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, you have your tungsten, tungsten tip at the center with the inert gas, and then it's supercharged with electricity, right? Oh. And it just blasts ions through it. So if they don't do it properly, and like I said, if they set up that connection.
This is a reconstruction of Puma Punka in Peru.
Wow.
Like it's possibly was.
Yeah. I know there's lots of people too. They're searching for the lost city of Atlantis and all that stuff, right? And I'm like, well, odds are you're wasting your time because half of that's going to be out in outer space by now, or whatever's above us, right? It's floating around up there as the rings of Saturn, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, this is gone.
That's a great possibility.
Yeah. I mean, all that debris. If you think of the Grand Canyon, it's 6,500 feet deep, right? And it's 800 miles long. Well, where did all that debris go? Right? Yeah, it went up through the center of the tornado vortex and ended up where whatever's above our heads, right in the debris field that circles around between, if you're into the Jupiter and Saturn rings and all that stuff. And that's probably what comes back to us now is what we get as meteors occasionally, right? It's just Earth falling back to Earth after it's floated around up there for a couple thousand years. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and it floats also in electromagnetic fields.
Yep. Absolutely.
Well, electromagnetic fields, probably several layers of it working together.
And I think that's what we see too. Like when you see the interesting thing about meteors, I don't have a map here, but if you Google, meteor map, right, you'll see that they all originate from a center point, right? Then they all fall down. You'll never see a meteor going upwards, right, from the horizon up, heading north. You'll never see it happen. They all fall down from the center point. It's a radius pattern too, right? So that implies that they're following the magnetic field, right? And then when they come into the Van Allen radiation belts, or that heavy plasma layer, well, they just burn up, right? They become electrified and they just glow white hot, right? Yeah. And it's the electricity that's burning them up, right? Some of them have the tails on them. It's like when you strike, you take a grinding wheel to stainless steel or a different type of magnesium metal. You take a grinding wheel. The shower of sparks is based on whatever metal it's made out of. So. That's a cool shot there with the little tiny piece in the middle, eh?
Yeah, indeed. I found that shot. And it was strange that only that tiny piece in the middle. I will represent it again. I'm getting handy at this. And you can see that tiny piece in the middle is like it's burned.
Yep.
Everything is almost the same color, and only the tiny bit is black.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's burned in some sort of way.
I found some 16th century paintings and pictures. I don't have them right up here right now, but I can bring them up maybe our next chat and show you about it. But if you look at the Giant's Causeway in England there, Scotland area, Wales maybe, I got it exactly wrong, but the Giant's Causeway, and there's some paintings and pictures that show that the people were taking the Giant's Causeway stones and chopping them into smaller bits and labeling A, B, C, D, E, F, G. They were labeling the sides and numbering the stones so that when they took them into the town, right, to build castles out of them, they knew how to put them back together. So they were harvesting the previously existing stones like this that were created by the storm itself, essentially.
So much energy, though. It's
The
like
energy?
they were firing it up, drawing it in. Yeah, those people using the pyramids. Why so much energy?
I'm not sure what they were trying to pull off with that one, right? They obviously, the pyramids, like I said, were plugged into the Nile River electrically, and they were using them as water pumps. So you're playing with water and power at the same time. And in between the pyramids, there were canals and moats and water systems. So they were floating stone, moving the stone around in water lifts and whatever. And that would have created a really nice circuit. So I don't think necessarily they intended on, connecting with the sky. It could have been complete by accident. When the storm came through, they were just...
You don't think that the pyramids emit beams out the top then?
No, water. I think water came out of the top. I can show you the engineering on the water hammer and how it actually works. Yeah, water came out and flowed down the pyramid and then into the moats, and then they used the moats between the other pyramids to transport goods and certain goods and food and other stones and do whatever. Yeah, there was a causeway.
Oh wow, I've never heard that before.
Yeah, no, I can show you the.
Wow.
Next time I'll try and bring out some pictures and I'll show you the.
Oh yes, please.
Because there's a 20-ton stone in there above the Queen's Chamber that slides back and forth on granite, and it would take the air pressure. So when the water came in from the Nile and hit, right, it would slam that stone and it would go up like a, would go up and take the back water hammer pressure, right, and stop it from basically blowing the pyramid apart. Because if you start a water hammer pump of that scale, right, the pressure in that water hammer is just amazing. Like, when you turn your taps off in your house too fast and you get that bang, right? Well, times that by 1,000,000, and that's why the pyramids were so heavy, right? To take the shock, right? And it would have been cool to live there, I think, right? Because you would have heard that
story.
Right.
I've watched videos that say that there's a part of the pyramid which is warmer than the other parts of the pyramid. Do you believe that then? Still today?
Well, that could very well be, yeah.
Are they still resonating then, or are they partly working?
Well, I think definitely the stone and the magnetic fields, I mean, if they're there, it would be warmer, yeah, for sure. They would be partly.
So what would it have been like when those things were working then? With all that energy and free energy and...
would have been awesome.
To live here.
Yeah, would have been awesome. I think it would have been awesome, yeah.
So they were trying to extend their life cycle, probably.
Yeah, I've heard some stories about the white gold consumption enormous and all that stuff. I'm not exactly sure on how that was working, but
I showed this picture. You can see that the same technique was used in ancient civilization. With the stones with the knobs on them. You can see on the left side, those stones have little knobs on them. In the middle also, and in Egypt, they also have the same knobs almost on the same place. But that's also very interesting.
Oh, right, as if it has come from something else and they've reused it.
No, this was the first buildings built. First builders built like this, because on the left side you can see just on top that they built with smaller stones on it. So these structures are almost most of the time the first structures and old civilization built on top of them. So these stones that I'm showing right now, these three pictures, are possibly the oldest structures in the world ever built.
So what are the round things on them then?
We don't know. We don't know. Nobody knows. Maybe you know. Or have an opinion that, well, every opinion is valuable, because sometimes somebody says it, hey, it looks like that, and it's sometimes a very simple
I know you said
thing.
notches. look like those two round ones look like they were something else at some other time, and they used that, and because that looks like a bit of a pattern in there.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. That one does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As if it was something else. I don't know.
Or maybe they also reused it, but these are the most oldest structures in the world.
Yep.
So if they reused it, there was a civilization before that was even advanceder and older. So the building skills deteriorated all the time.
And some of the stones, I think, were probably like the little knobs there and stuff. You know, they were usually either using those to rock the stones to transport them, or they may be the knobs left from liquid sand casting, right? Geopolymer formation to make the stones, right?
Inderdaad, if you cast a liquid metal, you also have those knobs. Yeah.
The two knobs, yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted, that's a possibility too. I pulled up the pictures there of the pyramids there with the water hammer.
Okay.
And you can have a look at that if you can. I'll try and zoom in a little bit. Maybe not. There, can you see that there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so basically on the left-hand side is the diagram of the pyramid with the king's chamber, queen's chamber, and the slanted, all the chambers within it. And then below is a subterranean chamber. And then you just compare that with, this is from a patent of a water hammer pump system, right? And you can see that it's exactly the same setup. And back here, there was in this number 12 down here, I'll show you where there's a blast stone. So when the water came in the bottom, it would create a pressure pocket in here. And then the stone would take the impact. And then when the stone slides back on it, it pushes the water back up into the chamber. So it would eventually start spewing water out of the top here to flow down to fill the moat. There used to be a moat around the pyramid here. So that's a diagram of the chamber inside with the hammer block stone. So it would take a lot of force, like millions of pounds of force, right? So when the air came in, it would just go bang, and then this block would slide up and then slide back to close the chamber. Just rocking back and forth.
That's very advanced, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So these are the copper lugs that are inside, and they would have had a main power carrier cable hooked to these copper lugs that would have brought power to those lamps that Artis was talking about, those big lamps. And there they are again. So there's the copper. You can see it green, right? From National Green Geographic there. Yeah. So I think definitely there is some charges in the applicable to it. So if they had her plugged in, I mean, it was generating some power. Yeah. So it would have served two functions. So I'm not saying that the pyramids weren't they were definitely a power generation station, but they also were a water pumping station as well, right? Which would have purified the water.
So
they would have
using them to fire beams up to the sun and the stars and dragging all this energy down. You don't believe that? No.
I think it was their main primary function would have been to pull water from the Nile and desalinate it with electricity through, just basically electrolysis. So they knew what water and salt was all about. And then when you electrify the water, the salt would have come out of it, and then they would have had fresh water to put on the crops and feed the community, because you can't pour salt water on a crop; it won't grow; it would kill it, right? So it was a desalination and water purification plant, and it fed hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah.
It's
way more sense than all the magical things around it.
Yeah, so I mean, if it did make that connection to the sky during a cataclysm, it was purely accidental for sure, I think.
Yeah, you can see also a structure with the knobs on them. You can also see those burn marks very heavily. And I still don't know why those knobs were used, because now it's cut into the rock. And you can see on the left side and on the right side, they try to rebuild it with smaller stones again.
Yep.
I would be very glad if somebody could tell me what those knobs were for. Because that's a huge missing piece of the puzzle. But like you said, like it was Lego, maybe it was like Lego that you have to click the other stones on it. So this is possibly only a side wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, in that situation, it's hard to say what those knobs would be for. I mean, in the other situation, you could say, well, they could be just the air, the air holes to allow the air to come out when you're trying to cast liquid, right? Like a liquid cast plaster, right? But in this case, it's kind of the opposite, right? So they could be tie-ins. It's hard to say, but this, like I said, this might be a section that was completely turned upside down, and we don't know, right? Right?
Yeah, it could be. And if it was driven down with such a hard force and magnetic and melting, maybe these were loose pieces, but they are melted into one block.
Yeah.
It's also a possibility.
Alternate. And that with the electrical energies technology with it, that you can actually melt anything.
Yep. Yeah. We find those stones, like you can, in Nova Scotia here in Canada, there's stones like that, like a dolmen type stone, and they got the two knobs underneath, right?
All right.
And they're up here on the tops of mountains, right, in the Bay of Fundy. So it's a fairly common thing to see those knobs on the big rocks. Now the only thing I could think of for here would be that if I was trying to lift or move that without a crane, well then you would kind of rock the stone up, block it up, right, and then let it skip forward on its own weight, and then block it and lock it again, right, and let the stone walk itself, right.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Right.
That's a possibility.
So maybe they carved those knobs, into the stone before they cut it out of the cliff. So when it fell out onto the surface, it would have those underneath it, right?
Oh yeah. That's a great view you have. Yeah, that's a possibility indeed.
Yeah, just use gravity to your advantage, right?
Yeah, indeed. And if you could also wrap that with some sort of magnetic current under it, it will be also easier to move.
Yep. Yeah, you can kind of vibrate it and walk it along. Yeah.
Yeah. Indeed.
I've used that similar technique when I was doing some renovations on a major plant. Right, when you roll big equipment in, like on the fifth level of a floor. Right, and the easiest way to do it is to get it up there with a crane, and then to roll it into where you need to in the middle of a plant. Well, you just put it on small ball bearings, like you put a steel plate underneath it, right, and then you roll it on small ball bearings, no bigger than a marble. And you can push one man can push a 20-ton piece of equipment around a shop, right? That's all you need.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Indeed.
You can move it with one finger, right?
Right. Yeah, if you do it in the right way, you can move it with one finger.
You can move it with one finger. Yeah, just don't let it get away from you, right?
No.
Yeah. I've had that happen too. Yeah. Yeah, but we've moved 6,000 horsepower pumps in major plants like that, right? You just jack the pump up an inch off the ground, throw a bunch of marbles underneath it, and just roll it on the marbles, right?
All right.
Yeah, on steel ball bearings on a concrete floor or whatever. Yeah. The similar idea to air jack bags in a rescue operation, right? You can jack up a tractor trailer with air.
Yeah.
Right. But anyway, that's the engineering side of it. I get off on a tangent sometimes.
It doesn't matter. You have a great vision on how things work, and I'm very glad that I've met you, because you give so much good information that it's so great that I'm full of joy, and that you help me so much further with my investigation.
That's good. I'm glad I can help. Yeah,
yeah, I'm very glad. This is, by the way, the Temple of Jupiter from another angle. You can see those big stones even better, and those are very big.
Yeah, and then the smaller ones on top again. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just like in Peru, again on the smaller ones on top. Always. It's never the other way around.
No.
I've looked at a lot of ancient sites to try to find something that was the other way around. You always have to try to disprove yourself to make sure you are on the right track.
You may wonder, were we bigger in the past to begin with? That we were only bigger of building bigger blocks to begin with?
Well, they found skeletons of bigger people, so it's a possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think to a certain degree, I think the giant peoples and the larger people were definitely real, and I think they reached a certain height. From what I try not to extend it beyond the common sense of it, as far as what we have evidence for. I know we've found skeletons of people that are pushing 20, 25 feet tall in some cases. Yeah. The average is 12 to 14 feet. And we still see people today that are pushing 12 feet, right? But they're rare now. So obviously we do carry the genes for that type of process. So those people, if there was a cataclysmic event, and if you look at the Egyptians, just a side note, just to digress, but if you look at the Egyptian hieroglyphics, you will see the giants carrying 2 stones with a stick, and they're carrying 2 stones at once, right? So that's a single man carrying 2,400 pounds, right? So that's a small car.
I've seen those pictures,
right.
Egyptian drawings, and the giants often sitting down on a chair. And the Egypt drawings are very detailed. So if you put that person straight ahead, they are very, very large.
Yeah, so I mean, there's people of ancient times being, possibly, 3 times taller than we are today. Like 18 foot would be 3 times a 6 foot man today, right?
Yeah. About so that size. And you have them, you can see them in a lot of ancient drawings.
Yeah. And if you do the math, I mean, I'm a 6 foot man, and in my day, I could probably pick up 400 pounds off the floor, right? When I was young and strong, and so you multiply that by 3, maybe 4, if you got a strong giant, 3 times your size, well, then he can lift 1,800 pounds, no problem.
Yeah, no problem.
Right. I wouldn't want to beat him in the dark, I can tell you that.
No way.
Yeah. But as far as 300-400 footers and mountains being leftover giant remains and trees and all that's just a little too far for me. Right?
Yeah.
Well, there is evidence in the
so far. Fossil. What is it? Mud Fossil University has some ideas about these particular cellular structures and how you see that back in stuff. Yeah, it is kind of an idea. But
it's definitely an idea. Yeah, and Roger and I I've talked to Roger online, and I don't begrudge him his work, and I think he's gone down that path, and he's got some interesting evidence there for different things. But I don't necessarily think it supports the claims that are being made 100%, right? Because in the oil industry, I know we talked about the Cola 8 and the oil patches and the ores in the deep earth. We brought DNA out of there, right? And it's bacterial DNA and mitochondrial DNA, and there's all kinds of DNA in that stuff. And it's 8 miles deep, and there's still DNA down there, right? In bacteria form. And
and then you might think of turn the upside down Earth through those enormous storms and electrostorms.
Right. So if you imagine there's a giant dust cloud that's 12 miles high all the way to the top of the atmosphere, as high as it goes, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and you've seen 1 million people turn to dust in front of your eyes in about 4.5 seconds, right? But where did all that DNA go, right? It was mixed with the dirt and the dust and fell back to the ground. So you'll find human DNA probably in some of these stones inside castle walls, right? Right. It's just a part of the process. And I know we've been using some recent research as far as they've been using human DNA to date some of the caves where there's no longer any bones left, but they find the DNA in the clay, which is where the people that were in the cave used the bathroom, right?
Yeah, I also showed a picture here, and I will put my mouse on it. Here, over here, you can see a leg of a piece of a wall they found, and you can see the smaller people around his foot. So that's the big size difference.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Huge.
This is from the. It says the relief of the what is it? Those are from the temple of Heliopolis. Yeah, and that's what the pieces from the wall, I believe, they found. Just to illustrate that they were depicting giants.
Yep.
You might wonder what ends up in their toilet.
Yeah.
Maybe that caused the cataclysm. Those big.
Yeah, they had some serious plungers back in those days.
Yes, I mean, giant men, 20, 25 feet tall. I got no problem with that, and and they probably made some pretty giant sculptures of themselves as well, right? And so it's a little bit of both, but I think there's a line when you have to say, okay, well, gravity, not gravity, but the electrodynamics and the forces involved of the weight just being carried on the structure of the skeletal bones themselves, right? Like an elephant can only get so big because its own weight will break its own legs, right? So you have to kind of draw a line in the sand and say, well, 20, 25 feet is probably the max, right? Because I've seen like the hieroglyphs that Artis is showing there with the men walking giraffes as if they were pets, right?
Doesn't it also depend on the oxygen levels? Because the earlier oxygen,
that's correct, yeah,
so high that they were actually capable of supporting these heights as well, the sizes
yep.
of everything.
And the story, I don't have the glyph here, but the story is told in the glyphs. Maybe Artis could find them there as far as the pictures. You can see there's a whole story in the Egyptian glyphs that shows the giants actually with their ribs showing. So they were really thin. They became really thin and starved to death. It tells you that they starved to death. The pharaohs and the giants, they starved to death, right?
Yeah, that's right. I don't have the picture, but I know.
You know the picture I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
I know it.
You can see that there's smaller people standing beside them trying to feed the giants because the giants are starving to death.
Yeah, they're giving them big offerings like food offerings and all kinds of things. Yeah.
They're trying to help them. They're trying to feed them and fix them and treat them medically, right? Yeah. It's shown right on the walls, right?
Indeed, it's very clear. I don't have the picture. No, I will try to search for you.
And that makes sense, if there was a major cataclysm and then food is short, and everybody's starving, well then the smaller guy has the advantage. Right? He doesn't have to eat as much to survive. You can live on a few worms, and the giants are going to starve to death, right? They can't maintain the body. Right? That's just natural order of things, right?
That kind of depends on to a point on that. It's like the bigger you get, the less energy you need to sustain your body. It's like if we were the size of a mouse, we'd need a lot more energy to sustain our bodies, but because we're bigger, the ratio is actually less. So there would be that to take into account as well.
Yeah, it does. There's a certain point there when it flips over. Yeah. There's a happy medium there, right? Because, like I said, hummingbirds are another good example. Their heart rate is like 300 beats a minute, and they burn like 1,000 calories in 25 minutes or something, right? So there's that fine line when.
Yeah, you tend to find the larger animals are more sedate, and if they do move fast, they do it in shorter periods and
short periods,
longer distances and stuff. So they definitely the larger animals know how to conserve their energy.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So I got no problem, like I said, but I got no problem with giants up to a certain extent, and the history's there. There you go, right?
Found one. You're talking. I'm doing the pictures.
Yeah, so there's the example. They're measuring in the cubit, or the scale of a man is the same scale, right? It's the so that person there is obviously 12 feet tall or more, right? He's 2 men height, right?
Yeah, you can see they are offering some kind of food.
Yeah, yeah. And if you look for you can look for starving giants or starving Egyptian giants glyphs. Maybe you'll come up with the picture. You'll see it.
I'm going to share the picture.
Yeah. Yeah. But you can see that their stomachs were dirt thin, their stomachs were concave, their ribs were showing, and the giants got their hands in their heads and they're suffering in pain. And it's carved right in the stone, right? And so it's you start putting the pieces together.
Oh, there's a silence.
So, yeah,
I think we're waiting on our teeth to grab a picture there.
An alien sky from the Electric Universe series points to that, but then the whole assumption of the rest of space, etc., that's something else. But the essence of the older history points back exactly to the same traumatic origin of our history.
Yeah, it blows my mind. I don't know why this is seemingly like suppressed for some reason, right? Like, why wouldn't the authorities and all the archaeologists and universities and everything else, why wouldn't they just tell the truth? It makes no sense to me.
Series, I put a video. Well, I put 2 videos in the group Hangout chat. First one, and get to 28 minutes. You can see the people talking about those bits in the stones.
First one, you said?
First one, 28 minutes. But what it is it's this Australian couple who've sort of gone on holiday, so it might be a bit of a ball as they're flying across to come to England, and then they just start talking. It's a couple of minutes long. It's just very interesting. Yeah, get to 28 minutes. I found myself drawn back. Oh dear, I could hear myself. 28 minute series.
The ages have known this. George and Cynthia travelled to the UK as part of their global tour and visited Avebury. It's proof that rocks have consciousness.
I think this is what the ancients were doing. In their ancient technology, they realized the earth has a force and a consciousness. And that force and consciousness is being brought up in the stone. And using very sensitive electromagnetic recording equipment, we were very successful in recording the sound and the frequency of these energy lines.
Before you showed me that photo, I was attracted to put my hand here. It's like that's pretty much the distance of the second band there.
Yeah, because if we come up the face of the stone, we will get the top of the kind of that band there, very strong reaction, and you can move it time and time again, and you'll get that band there. So if we now move up the face of the stone, we're getting that band there.
This is where I had to put my hand. Each of these stones are their own personality, their own being, and they communicate a specific way. And it's wonderful to see that you can actually measure it. People need to have a greater awareness and understand that there's so much going on around us in our natural environment, and these stone monuments are part of that natural environment. There's so much synthetic overlay at the moment with our current version of what we call cities, the current version of technologies in our transport systems and everything are really quite inorganic. They're really quite detrimental to the well-being of this planet. Yet we have energy that's available to us that is totally free, limitless, and all of that is being withheld. It's all being held back.
Stone circles.
That was it? Or?
Oh, that's exactly it. Yeah.
So
sharing the material actually about the Earth becoming a star. That sharing this stuff actually destroyed my previous YouTube channel. Copyright strikes.
Oh, I see. Yeah. You shared something and they took you down. Yeah.
Yeah. But I got energy in there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's all there.
Yep.
It's figuring out how we can actually make a tap, and so that we can plug in our circuit.
It was very hard to find.
There's a lot of things we can do. Just before RT shows the picture there, but you know how you can take two electrodes and stick them in a potato and make a light bulb glow, right? It's sure they teach you that in high school or whatever, or grade school as a science trick, right? But in theory, I mean, that's a technology that can be used naturally. You don't have to just use a potato. You can use a tree, right? Or you can do a differential between an iron mountain and a sand beach below you, right? And as long as there's a differential in charge anywhere, you can tap it, right? Just got to be careful.
The bigger the distance, and especially then the particular different materials, as a source makes that potential only bigger.
Exactly, right. Yeah, and you can tap electricity either way, right? It doesn't have to be from negative to positive, positive, negative, right?
Particular antenna winding as a sort of DNA coil around the load wire, and then the other one connected to where I have here the circuit between the Earth and such. But the potential is when I, for example, have 10 milliamps on to 20 volts, I can put just a 5-volt LED in the circuit, and only the LED burns as a electric usage between the complete potential what it has. So it's used less than the potential is, and just only use up till the potential you have. Although with the 10 milliamp I'm burning 3 power LEDs of at least 30 milliamp each, almost fully half full in a sense, and one actually completely full, only on just 10 milliamps, and then also have loading a battery of 2 batteries and a series of LED in the circuit, in the AC of a DC circuit.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's kind of I have more power than what I can actually measure with my meter with a shortage amperage meter.
Yeah, because the way you wind the coil on the outside, you can take some of the back EMF and feed it back into the circuit. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, also, yeah.
Yeah. There's a thing called a perpetual magnetic holder that Ed Leedskellen did, and it's just like a horseshoe chunk of iron, and there's a bar across the bottom, and then on either side of the horseshoe shape, you put a coil, and then you put the bar on the bottom, and you hit the coil with the power, and you can't pull the bar apart. It becomes an instant electromagnet, and it'll stay charged forever, right? Until you wrap it. As soon as you pull that bar apart, then the light will flash, right? It'll cast off its electricity. So that means that the magnetic field is always flowing in the material itself. It never stops, right? Even though there's no power coming off. Yeah.
That somebody actually could tap in that particular power.
Yeah.
That it keeps a cycle in that. I don't know. I saw also this this particular trick with what was it? And how do you call that? 1 in, 2 out. No, transistor. The transistor,
transistor,
and the transistor connected through on the earth, the load and the other, and then linking the stacker of the box in itself, and then you ignite it with a lighter igniter, and then the lamp of the power box is going on as there is a circuit, and then you can just plug in a light.
Oh, just from the heat, yeah.
And then it's because there's a circling because of this initiative power surge in the circuit, in that sense that the transistor is actually going through over the whole circuit. In that sense. It's a strange idea, but never. Still I want to try it. But
yeah, there's some interesting ideas, and you get into electricity. It can do all kinds of things. Yeah.
As long as you have a kind of flow.
Yeah. Well, that's the key. You just need, as long as you have a differential between any two poles, right? You can put a load in between. It doesn't matter which way it flows, right? Necessarily, because you can switch that if you have to.
Yeah, AC, DC, it's just through a bridge.
Yeah. 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 Did you find the picture, RTs? You found it?
No, it's not. I searched everywhere. I can't find it.
Okay.
The best what I came up with are those 3 pictures I just showed.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they got them off the internet.
Who knows? Yeah.
It sometimes happens, huh? I have pictures there. If I try to re-find them, they are gone. It happens a lot.
If you have to download everything.
That's why I download. I have maybe 4,000 pictures of old civilizations.
Yeah.
Probably.
Because
at some point, then I have them also on a backup hard drive that is outside of my computer. So if something happens, I just have to plug out that hard drive, and I have still all the information. I don't have any files on my computer. They're all on a separate hard drive. I learned it the hard way with my old computer until my computer broke down and all the information was gone.
Yeah. At least a new hard drive every 5 years.
Yeah. I have all my information on a separate hard drive, so if I just have to buy a new computer, plug it in again, and I have all the information still.
Yeah.
And
I'll do some digging around, see if I can find it sometime, and next time we chat, we'll have a look at it.
Yeah. Some pictures are very hard to find. Yeah, sometimes, and also a lot of pictures you can come across by accident, because YouTube sometimes gives you examples if you are searching something for. Maybe you are also looking for this, and then you see pictures that you think, "Whoa, they are interesting." So sometimes you stumble across them by accident.
I was going to try and show you here if I can find it.
I have those cone-shaped things that maybe the Egyptians used for electricity. I found a picture of that. Those are very strange cone-shaped Egyptian things.
Oh, that's so like the cone stones of Coral Castle, where the guy actually moves his stones with.
Yeah, Coral Castle. Yeah, I've somewhere on my computer pictures of Coral Castle, and he used those same cones. And there are also stories about that 2 kids when they saw them saw him move with 2 cones in his hand, big blocks of stone.
Here's a picture I just brought up, a series of pictures I had on a post I did a while back. It's a painting from the 1400s, I think it is, the Middle Ages.
Yep.
And you can see the giant spheres in the air that are actually sparks, but they're actually sucking up souls. So they painted it as if the souls of the people are being sucked into the giant stone spheres. And this one here is souls on top of the sphere as well. Right? And then in the red flower represents the blood, right? And he's sitting on top of a barrel that's pouring the blood and the wine upon the people on the ground. And obviously the clergyman here is in black. He's completely lost faith. He's like, I can't do anything about it. And then on the ground here, there's an angel. You can see that's basically taking the last breath out of the person on the ground. So there's a lot of this cataclysmic art you'll find in the Renaissance period. And there's obviously spirits up top here as well. And this one here is from the year 73. So this is around the time of Christ in biblical times. And it was painted in 73, and you'll see the stone spheres again falling out of the sky.
And in that time, there were a lot of stories told from ancient times. And because a lot of people were illiterate, they have to tell their stories with pictures besides them to give the people an example how what they were telling.
Yeah, you couldn't just paint, you couldn't write, barber shop here. You actually had to have a painting on the side of your building that showed you cutting somebody's hair, because nobody would know the difference.
Still a lot of signs are that way.
Yep. What's interesting is you'll see, here's pictures of the Costa Rica stones, and there's millions of these all over the place, right? Once you start looking around, they're everywhere. Perfect stone spheres.
Yeah.
A lot of them are sold on the black market, right? People buy them up. And then you'll see these. This was a screenshot from, I think, the movie Oblivion that starred Tom Cruise, right? So here's a screenshot during, I think, the closing or the opening of it, and it shows the mound right on the ground. So it's kind of like subliminal programming coming from Hollywood, right? Here's the truth, but not the whole truth, right?
Yeah.
And these are the mounds. These are sketches done by explorers in the 1800s. The mounds that were found in North America, right? So this is why I think that where those stones landed, it would make the mound itself. And then they came along later on and probably used the mound holes. Right.
Chris, can I just show you what I was going to show you? Because it matches into what you're saying.
Sure. Yep.
This is sorry, I've got to go back to the Hangout because I've just pushed the Hangout down and just put it on mine. And sorry, get rid of you series. This, again, I've talked about it, is Avebury, the stone circle here. And where's Avebury? Avebury is very close to it, okay? It's all around the same place.
Right.
And then this is...
I'm still seeing me.
I need to see, I can't see your screen there yet. Yeah.
Ew, so what do I do then? Just screen share again?
Switch it again. Now I see you. Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that.
Well, it took me also time to get the hang of it.
Put that down. Can you see it now?
Yep.
I can't. No.
So, series, can you see it?
Yeah.
So, we've got Avebury, which is a stone circle, not that far from, that's Stonehenge, but Avebury's all these other stones in a stone circle, which is known as a mound, is a few miles away, and all these stone circles, corn circles, turn up. And so there's Avebury, but they say that's a moat. Miles away is Silbury, which is a pyramid. And Silbury Hill again. And it kind of looks...
Can I type on Google just Silbury Hill and I found this?
And yeah, and then that's the Long Barrows. And the pyramid looks like it was this kind of pyramid, a step pyramid. And then there's loads of these chalk horses. And then just get to this other one to show you. And then up the road is this one. That's separate to Avebury.
Yep.
And you may wonder how that actually is also made by these bulls. Such
things are in the ground as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, you can almost put two and two together, right? If the ball fell first and made the ring mound ring in the ground, and then they rolled the ball out and cut it up in the blocks and made a pyramid out of it, and you can kind of see how. There you
go. There's one there, but that's somewhere else.
Yeah.
And this is like a bigger picture here of the stone circle that it goes through, like through there and around here. But they're very intricate, the
Yeah.
stones. I've made a video about it, how they've placed them all.
I'll have to check your video for sure.
Yeah.
In the chat. I was going to come off screen share. That just fits into exactly those pictures you were just showing.
Yep. It does for sure.
For sure.
I'll show you the next picture here too. It's this picture here is essentially it's from a Robert Flood, but he was 7th century, and he was a Rosicrucian scholar that was, I guess, involved in writing and translating the King James Version Bible. But this is one of the sketches that he had originally done that described the separation of the earth and the sun. But when you look at it, you can see that it's the rings and the vortex and the whole swirling thing, and you can see where he's the sun up top here is a little small sun with a face on it. Well, why would that be the sun if you're going to draw a face on it, right? It's more likely the moon and Mars and Venus and the alignment all in one, right? All 3 planets lined up together, right? Because the sun doesn't have a face, right? But the moon does, right? The sun is behind it and the moon are lined up, and then the darkness and the shadow and the swirling clouds. And so that was an interesting kind of a combination of what the skies would look like. Here's just another picture of mountains. Right. Here's another picture from the 16th century, I think, the Renaissance period. And again, you see black balls. The skies are full of black balls and falling spheres, right? And another one, here's all the dead people on the ground, and the angels are in the sky, and the granite balls are on the ground, right? This is Middle Ages. Same thing again, right? Middle Ages. Yeah. So I mean, once you start looking, you know, it's everywhere, right?
Nothing's as it seems, is it?
No,
Ever in the flat Earth world.
No, once you start looking, yeah. This is the
pointed out was the 23rd of September this year, in where there is a particular lineup what is actually lining up with the description of what is it, Revelation 12 in the beginning.
Yep.
About the dragon, the Virgo, and the moon and the sun, and
yep,
Jupiter or something lining up in a particular lineup. What is happening the coming 23rd of September?
Yep. Yeah, I don't know where how some people try to predict the dates of the September 23rd and whatnot, right? I mean, when I read through
lineup something, but I'm not sure what it actually means. But yeah, it really to the Revelation part, in that there is something starting from that moment.
Yeah.
As if we're still not in that chapter.
Yeah, I don't know. That's I try not to talk too much about the Bible because it's a controversial thing. You know, but if I go down that path, it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting study. But
could I just say on that note, then we have actually been live now for 5.5 hours.
Okay. Yeah.
Already.
Yeah. It's going to be continued.
It's always continuing.
It's
like the space loop model. It'll continue as day and night continues until that comes to an end.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, it's very interesting, that stuff you were talking about, because I can see that with this Avebury and Silbury Hill. There's just too much there.
Yep.
There, these circles and stone circles and a pyramid and long barrows. Well, they call them burial chambers, but they obviously weren't.
Yeah, and Stonehenge. I
They're
bet
just
if
a part
you're
of this
handy,
whole-
if you're handy to Stonehenge, I bet you could walk into Stonehenge with the compass in your hand and set it on top of the stone in the center of it, and it would line up perfectly, right? And you could actually go anywhere from that Stonehenge circle and plot yourself a course on a map, right?
What your opinion on this as well, because Siri's brought in a little bit about ley lines, but when I went to look things up, there's 3 ley lines converging just outside my house. The Avebury and Stonehenge is on goes past my house.
Oh yeah.
And there's like they're really big ones in the UK. They all converged like in my close.
Huh.
Energy, hey?
Yeah. Yeah, you should go out there with the compass and see what happens. Yeah. Just take a magnetic compass and walk around and see what happens. Yeah. Draw it on a piece of paper, right?
Anyway, me myself, I'll be asking like Darren and Chris and other people like tonight, our guests Mike and Billy, and I can talk about this again another day, because this is Siri's favourite subject, isn't it, Siri's?
Yeah, electromagnetism. Yeah. It's one of my hobbies.
Yeah, mine too. Yeah, I used to design when I was doing design work. I designed all the circuitry for fire trucks and fire engines. I was electrical designer. Yeah, so on DC circuits, for PLCs too, right? Yeah, control circuits. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually prevented from going the electronic side direction, and instead of that, they chose for me to go into the metal direction. And it's eventually my whole schooling was one big disaster in this. Never ever learned what I needed or wanted to learn.
Just to show you something else, this is an abandoned driveway, a drive-in theater from the 60s from Google Earth. You can also see that there always, if there was a structure somewhere, there always will be some kind of ruins still visible. But this drive-in is closed for about 40 years now. You can still see how the structure was standing. Just to illustrate that often you can see the leftovers of a structure, and even after thousands of years.
Yeah, we were just talking about, I put a short 5-minute video in the chat box about the Revelation 12 star prophecy that's supposed to line up on September 23rd this year during the Feast of Trumpets. So take it with a grain of salt, but this is what the people are saying.
Yeah, because we were talking to Darren yesterday, and he brought that up, didn't he, Series, that date?
Yeah, and then this whole happening with what actually is the other side, what we're probably trying to overcome from the past as well, and as trauma being hidden from humanity. You might indeed prevent panic in that sense.
Yeah, and I try to take the scriptures as a bit of try not to be too much of a literalist, right? As far as the incarnations of deity and everything, and I also try to because I think it's there's multiple things to be learned from that too, because the Bible also talks in Revelations and all that about the equinoxes. And once you get into it, you can take the 12, the 12 tribes times 12 tribes is 144 arc seconds, and you backtrack and do the math from Revelation, and you end up with the arc second of the sun, right down to 1 arc second in accuracy. 1296 days when the woman goes into the wilderness is the correction time that you need to fix the Mayan calendar in relationship to the Gregorian calendar. It's 1296 days every 2500 years, right? It skips, right? So I mean,
do you think that those things are even older than you say, and it's not before all these other people? Because they would have been how we were made, how we got like the oxygen. And I know it sounds a bit silly, but that film with Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Mars one, Total Recall, just always comes into mind. They called it the aliens, and they needed to go and switch it on for the air to come on. But is that what maybe you're all uncovering? That's what we're uncovering, is how we were made?
it could go back that far. I mean, it's what actually gets me is that if you think about the Mayan calendar itself, right, or even the Sumerian calendar, right, they would have had to have been able to consistently watch the skies for at least 40,000 years in order to calculate that every 2,500 years, right, that there's a repetition in the cycle, right? You would never know that the equinox repeated itself unless you actually watch the sky for at least 2 cycles of 2,590 years or whatever it is. Like Santos has got that stuff down to a T, right? But it's a 2,500 year period, I think, or somewhere handy to that. Right? So that's 5,000 years. You got to watch the sky before you even see the first repetition, right? So how far back that goes, I have no idea. Right? But for sure, it was at least 40,000 years of sky watching.
Oh my goodness!
Right.
That's just changing everything the flat world's got into, because in the flat Earth world, there's a lot of the trees, no dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know.
Well, the dinosaur thing.
Something.
Yeah, the dinosaur thing's a bit of both, right? It's a lot of that came out in the 1800s, and there was a lot of motivation for profit to have museums set up. So, I mean, sure, the squanderers went around and grabbed a whole bunch of whale bones and called them Tyrannosaurus rexes that never existed and whatever. But then there would have been giant crocodiles and so forth that were real.
Because people,
right?
The pyramid thing they wanted, that maybe they were mutating things and it was them that actually created what we call the dinosaurs. It wasn't millions of them, but they created these animals.
Well, it's like, so I was just going to say about big animals and stuff. I mean, alligators today, they don't have a mechanism for dying of old age.
That's correct. Yeah.
They will just keep on. Yeah, they will just keep on growing. The only reason they die is because they either get killed or because they die of starvation because they can't get enough food to sustain their massive weight anymore. So yeah.
Yes, alligators, sharks, whales, platypus. There's several species that are like that, especially giant squid.
So there are more, but it was the what do we call it that jumped to mind? Sorry, alligator.
Just I'm showing now pictures of Coral Castle.
So if you take the beak, just for example, while we're on the dinosaur thing, if you take the beak off of a giant squid and put it on the nose of a triceratops that has the beak, right, and the 3 horns or whatever it is, right, the beak off of the giant squid is exactly what ended up on the face, of an elephant skull, right, that type of thing. So a lot of that went on, and there's facts. It's factual, right? They were mixing and matching bones to draw crowds. Right, so you have to kind of take the dinosaurs with a grain of salt, right? That's how I do it. Yeah. It's 150-foot whale. Well, we still have them, right? And they threw some elephant legs on a 150-foot whale spine and called it a brontosaurus, right? Right, but
especially as they had to be around for. Sorry, I keep getting stuck on the panel. I was saying, especially as they had to be around for millions and millions and millions of years anyway, for our history.
That's the immense, unreachable, unthinkable, and That you have to believe.
Yeah.
Shall I say, by the way, guys, because we've been going for 5.5 hours and we're back tomorrow because we've got video club and we've got a guest, which is Darren. Darrenism is going to join us to go through with series and his presentation tomorrow in our video club, but we will be going live. So I know that you guys want to talk forever about this subject, but
well,
so I just give like a 10-minute
definitely tune.
10-minute warning that we're going. So 10 minutes. Off we go, guys.
Yeah, so I'll definitely tune in tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, so we definitely have you back, Chris.
Yep.
Because this is brilliant, and
well,
yeah,
it was indeed. It's great that we put our minds together and come to great findings about all kinds of things. And it's like a chain reaction. We uplift each other.
Yeah, you start putting the great minds alike. Yeah.
Indeed. Just saying, tomorrow I'm not alive.
Well, what happens is as well, isn't it? It's like I'm doing my bit my way. Series is doing his bit his way. The same for Chris. You can't all do the same thing, but together we'll be awesome. It's brilliant. I love it. This is what I wanted, is coming together and talking.
Yeah, and when because I went to the channel because of Patricia Steer. You should also thank her very much for having such a great conversation with all kinds of channels and interviewing them, so people can find more channels like this and help each other.
Yep.
Yeah, can I tell you something else though? As much as obviously we like having the bigger YouTubers because it's just great having them because they get watched and followed so much, but the feedback I'm getting is that people really love you lot talking. You talking because searching and things.
Research themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that too because I like to, in the research I do, I try to do something, always be looking for something that no one else has looked at, right? Right. So once I've seen it, say if Eric DeVay or Darren Nesbit or someone else has already covered that topic, well then I don't bother even researching it. I just I'll confirm it or deny it, and then I'll keep on trucking and try and find something new, right? Right, like the shadows of the moon and the solar eclipses and all that stuff that doesn't work and everything else.
Do you also type in silly things on the internet, like big stone strains and that sort of things? I sometimes type in randomly some things I'm interested in, and then see what YouTube pops up with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes that's the way to find things.
You could build actually a translate function in the site so that when you upload the GPS 101 map with any kind of overlay, you can actually stretch it up to the triple square of how that in photographic dimension would work then.
Yeah. Yeah, the GPS map should be good to about 5,000 feet. After that, it'll be useless because it's all ground based, right? When you go onto an airplane above 5,000 feet, you can't get a signal, so it's coming from the towers. But you should be good to 5,000 feet, yeah, within a meter. Right.
It's not coming from satellites, is it? Well,
No,
only balloon height satellites, maybe.
Yeah, you mean actual positioning correctness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if your GPS on your phone is pretty accurate, but once you go above 5,000 feet, right, it's useless. Just try calling your wife when you're at 35,000 feet, right? It doesn't work, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we're also living in a realm, aren't we?
Yeah. Well, when we set up the survey equipment, right, you'll set up for your datum point and let the global unit spin for 24 hours. and it basically pings off the local towers and local what they call satellite feeds. But essentially, it'll spin for 24 hours to get an accuracy within 1 millimeter in any direction, right? But it has to spin that way because continents like India and so forth are moving. They're moving on average. Like India is headed north about a foot per year, right? So if you calculate that out, it's about 164th or whatever of an inch every day, right? So you have to let your datum point spin in order to cancel out that movement in the crust plate itself, right? Because they do move a little bit.
Do you believe, like, I watched this program and it was saying, this is years ago, don't forget, and this is the ball world, but basically because the plates are moving, they're trundling it into the volcanoes and then it's coming out the top, and that's how we live. It's all rubbish.
Yeah, some of that I don't.
Because the plates are moving.
Yeah, I don't buy into all that at all. Yeah.
Sorry, say that again?
I don't buy into much of the plate tectonics a whole lot myself, right? It's because it's trying to support the whole ball thing, right? But they do move a little bit, but it's not. I don't think it's.
So that's rubbish then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Check out elevation in the projects, Chris.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah.
Like the highest level possible, and then the world. Our world is standard, and then the world, and then you will see the tectonic plate differentials in the elevation.
Okay, I'll check that out. I'd be interested in that. Yeah.
Okay, guys, it's nearly time now. I feel a bit mean.
You guys have a good night. Yeah.
Yeah, you know we're going to
Chris.
continue.
Yeah, of course. I'm still researching a lot, and every day I find new things because, I'm on a roll right now.
Yeah, nice to chat with you guys, and nice to meet you there for the first time there, Billy. And you have yourself a good night. And,
yeah.
You too.
Yeah, it was a great meeting you again.
Absolutely. Cheers, guys.
Okay, take
I've
care.
come back, but I'm really stuck.
Thank you.
There I am. Yes, thank you so much. Really enjoyed this. It's been so interesting. I've learned some stuff myself tonight. You think you know something and you don't.
That's what we're here for.
Thank you for everything you've done in the chat room.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, that's okay, man.
And we're back tomorrow at 8 p.m.
Wonderful.
UK time.
Jimmy's going to be presenting his presentation and talking about it.
Are we still live? Oh, yes. Okay.
Everybody want to say goodbye?
Goodbye.
Good night, everybody in the chat. Thank you very much for stopping by.
Thank you so much for watching.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
We'll be back tomorrow.